Good morning, everyone. I want to reverse that applause and applaud you. A Sunday morning, packed hall. Thank you so much. A big, big round of applause to all of you. I'm Shoma Chaudhary. I'm the founder of Synapse and Lucid Lines. And again, on behalf of all our patrons, partners, and the entire team at Synapse, I extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you for day 2 of Synapse. Yesterday, we heard about many facets of this hinge moment in history. I think there could be no doubt that we are at a time of extreme acceleration as well as convergence, and we explored that in many ways. We're going to go further down that journey today, looking at the three sort of troika of nature, humans, and technology, and the complex ways in which these are interacting in completely new frameworks of conversation. Yesterday, while I was on stage, I wanted to keep pinching myself that we were actually discussing in all seriousness with some of the most cutting-edge minds in the world about actually passing on the baton of the human race to other species, you know, in utter seriousness. And just one other anecdote on that. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the fact that just a week or 10 days ago, there was global news again about a phenomenon called Moltbook, which was a social network for AI bots and agents, where humans could only observe, but it was AI agents chatting with each other, discussing philosophy and language and human overthrow. And it was something that, you know, Andres Karpathy, again, a very cutting-edge AI scientist, he wrote an entire blog about it, taking it very seriously. And Elon Musk tweeted saying, this is concerning, and a kind of presentiment of what is to come. It turned out that it was a bit of a hoax and a joke. But again, like I'm saying, the waters are heating, we're adapting, we're beginning to take it for granted that machines could be chatting with each other, even about secret languages and secret religions, and we're kind of just warming up to those ideas without discussion. And that's why this platform really matters, because it is a Constituent Assembly debate. All of us have to participate in the nature of not just this technology, but bioengineering, life sciences, all of the really exciting, fantastical powers and forces and imagination coming together to define the next phase of human civilization. So it really is a very important conversation, and it has been enabled by an amazing range of patrons, absolutely foremost amongst them, our presenting partners, Shiv Nadar Foundation. A huge thanks to Roshni Nadar, Shikhal Malhotra, Sundar Mahaligam, all of whom are in the audience today. They're the most gracious partners because they believe in ideas, and Shiv Nadar Foundation's philosophy is creative philanthropy. They have 7 eminent institutions, you know, universities and schools, and this idea infuses their institutions that society can be transformed only through the power of ideas and education. And they make that opportunity available not just to those who are fortunate, but even those who are economically or socially disenfranchised. And their community extends to more than 1 lakh of students, teachers drawn from the best faculties, and their own students are taken up by Fortune 500 companies. They go to the Ivy League colleges. But really, we have been the beneficiary of a philanthropic vision that believes in the ephemerals that make a society robust. And a huge thank you to them, because it really is them that makes this possible. So another round of applause to them, please. I'd also like to thank the Glenlivet, amazing, gracious partner. You know, we've all enjoyed their hospitality, but the reason they really partner with us is that for 200 years, they have wanted to align with the idea of originality. They were born in the space side, which is a geographic region, you know, absolutely aligned, synonymous with the idea of single malt whiskies, but they have defined that geographic location. You know, their entire offering is connected with the idea of innovation, progress, and originality. But they support Synapse because this is, first and foremost, a platform of original thinking. So big thank you to the Glenlivet. We'd also like to thank BMW. Their beautiful car is outside. Anybody buying a car, please switch your business to them, because that's really what will ensure that they stay with us. But the reason they are here, again, is not just for their products, but because it is anchored by an idea of the BMW Excellence Club, which again offers experiences both in cultural leadership, travel, human experiences that go beyond the quantifiable, and that is their reason for supporting Synapse. We also have HCL Software. Like I laughed and said yesterday, this is the double engine behind Synapse, that HCL Software comes from the same family of the Shiv Nadar Group and HCL Technologies, and yet they're supporting us. It's a huge, huge, pillar that really keeps this afloat. And they're functioning at that very crucial intersection of sovereignty by choice. We heard yesterday how significant this conversation is, when not just us as citizens, but our enterprises and countries itself will now depend on how much sovereignty there is over data and infrastructure. And that is where HCL Software, one of the largest enterprise solution companies in the country, has positioned themselves to create intelligent infrastructure, data solutions that are secure and that are scalable across many enterprises as well as government enterprises. So big thank you to them. I'd like to thank Nuvama Wealth. Again, they have partnered with us because they understand that wealth creation itself is a constantly evolving field. And while they have many legacy businesses, they manage more than 4 trillion rupees of assets. They have more than 1 million investors. They are advisors to more than 4,000 ultra high net worth families. But they are also managing and raising capital for first-generation entrepreneurs. They are helping families understand how to preserve wealth. But the needle of wealth is really shifting. Wealth creation is shifting. And that's why they're really, are big partners of Synapse, because this is where you understand where the needle is shifting in terms of economic enterprise, where wealth will concentrate, where the opportunities lie. So thank you to Nuvama. I'd like to thank again Homage and Velankani Group. Homage, led by Aditya Ghosh, is both personally and as a company been a great champion, and a big thank you to them. He advises many enterprises and new startups, helps them scale, has kept employees at the heart of his advice and the employee-centric companies. And at a time when we're talking so much about replacing humans, that's again a very unique feature for anybody to have and focus on in terms of investments. The Velankani Group, led by Kiran Shah, again, personally, somebody who's championed us beyond measure. But Velankani Group, again, has positioned itself in a very, very important moment in the nation's history. Viksit Bharat, Make in India, they're creating AI, indigenously built data centers which are scalable, which are energy efficient, and most crucially, geographically located in India. This is infrastructure as sovereignty, and they are really trying to position India as a nation that's computing for the world. So thank you to Kiran Shah and Velankani. And then to Make MyTrip, they are synonymous with all of us. For 25 years, they've been the go-to app for travel, but they too have now made themselves an AI-enabled super travel app, to create frictionless travel. And they are also beginning to, next year, they'll be offering a luxury app for kind of journeys that you can't imagine, which they will curate. So a big thank you to Make MyTrip. To Manipal Group, who are, again, focused very much on the intersection of trust and transformation. And it's really, these words have got infused with meaning at a time when so much is in flux. They create solutions for smart card technologies, digital payments, but the key values that really underpin all the offerings that they have is progress with reliability and keeping humans at the center of it. And then I'd like to thank Anthill Ventures, Prasad Vanga. They, again, are a scale studio for a lot of startup ventures. 45% of those are women entrepreneurs, so that's really unique about what Anthill Ventures does. We'd like to thank Deep Holistics, led by Sanath. Their stall is outside. Why should we only speak about wealth managers? We really do need health managers. And he has an app offering which is for predictive health. Please do go and check it out. And then we have Paradigm IT, which is a sovereign AI sovereign AI in a box. They are offering solutions, again, for intelligent infrastructure, really trying to secure India in terms of enterprises, governance, and they are offering data, all of that, solutions which are sovereign and secure for India. Then we have 360-degree, which is the wonderful, comfortable leather sofas that you see all around. So whenever you sit on a comfortable sofa, think of 360, and we're very happy to have them as partners. Now, before we really dive into the array of conversations today, I would love to invite Shikhar Malhotra, our patron, to share a few words about why they back Synapse and what is the vision that's driving their own foundation. Shikhar, we'd love to have you on stage.
Good morning. Oh, it's filled up completely. So I think I completely echo what Shoma said. It's pretty remarkable to be here on a Sunday morning. If you can wake up Gurgaon on a Sunday morning to be here, obviously it has to be an absolutely... Morning. There we go. Okay. It's pretty amazing to be here on a Sunday morning. And if you can wake up Gurgaon, obviously to be here on a Sunday morning, it has to be a pretty incredible event. It's been, thank you. It's been a hell of a week. All about AI, predicting the future through some heavy-hitting speakers, that we saw in Delhi this last week. I don't think there could be a better way to wrap up this week with, rather than actually through Synapse. But I don't think AI is going to stop here. It's obviously going to keep going. It's also been Shiv Nadar Foundation's privilege to sponsor Synapse for the last 3 years. And I think over these last 3 years, in this very room, I've met perhaps the most diverse and intellectually charged group of people, entrepreneurs, technologists, scientists, homemakers, monks, you name it. I think it's been amazing, and the binding quality of every single person that's here is curiosity. And I think curiosity is a simple enough reason for all of us actually to have a common shared vision about what the present and the future both mean. When Shoma met us 3 years ago with this riveting idea for Synapse, and she gave this very incredible pitch, we said yes in a synaptic second because we loved the idea and we felt that this was... Shoma, is that your phone? Okay. I think it's beeping quite a bit. So the Shiv Nadar Foundation's always championed intellectual prowess through human capacity building in India and globally. We're driven by this passionate desire to continuously play our part in putting India on the map. As I drove in last night, I was also really pleasantly surprised to see HCL Software up there. And I think that Shoma just pointed it out. Now, HCL Software is a sister organization of Shiv Nadar Foundation. I think only Shoma is skilled enough to get us to sponsor the same event twice. So I need to learn some of these Jedi sales skills that Shoma has, and I think that no matter what AI you're going to build, you're all going to need to sell, so you better talk to her later. What I personally love about Synapse is this mind-bending, out-of-the-box, stirring-the-pot quality that makes you momentarily feel, do we honestly live in this reality? You know it's a great event when it leaves you asking for more, and it leaves you with this incredible feeling of the Synapse next year, and who are they going to bring? It's never really a dull day at Shiv Nadar Foundation, and we're blessed to have an institution that shares very similar beliefs and qualities, especially through the impact that it creates through human potential multiplied through technology. Whether you're someone working on Mangalyaan at ISRO, or you're summiting Everest at 18, or making prosthetic legs for dogs, you're pitching on Shark Tank, or if you're a 15-year-old called Pranit who should be in this room somewhere, winning 15 lakh rupees at the AI Summit through the Honorable Minister of Technology, or being even a child from a rural village in Uttar Pradesh who's now a high-ranking banker on Wall Street, the Shiv Nadar Foundation kids are doing it all. When I asked Manu, a student from rural Uttar Pradesh who studied at Shiv Nadar Foundation's Vidyagyan Leadership Academy and belongs to a family of 10 that live in one home, what the hardest part about studying at Stanford is. He paused for a second and he said, I think understanding the concept of personal space. There's some things that AI is not going to fix, right? But for the rest of it, I'm just happy that we have a platform to put people on the world map, and there's students studying everywhere, and every time a student goes to one of these high-ranking academic institutions, the actually enrollment from the villages that they belong to goes up. It's a pretty powerful force multiplier. Yesterday was a historic day for HCL, as the foundation stone for Uttar Pradesh's first semiconductor OSAT facility was laid by the Honorable Prime Minister in Jewar. To do that also in HCL's 50th year is all the more humbling and a reminder that there is no replacement for human belief and perseverance. We had a small gathering of 12,000 people. And amongst a sea of people, there was an overwhelming emotion, and that was of pride and excitement. Also, if anyone wants to know how long it takes to drive from Jewar to Gurgaon, talk to me later. Having spent over $2 billion in these last 30 years, we are aiming to spend that just in the next 7 years. And I think we're proud actually to spend that in absolute capacity building through institutions, through programs. I know, Shoma, you said 7, but actually 13 institutions in the foundation. With a student strength of 18,000 and an alumni strength of 40,000, these students are waiting to take a grip on all the opportunities and possibilities that the world has to offer. 2 years from now, when the Shiv Nadar Foundation opens its doors to the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art, being built on the NH8, if you've ever seen those big hoardings, it'll open in 2 years. We would love to host Synapse over there. And I think this absolutely incredible location, matching the intellectual conversations that will be taking place inside 1.2 million square feet and 16,000 works of art, you're absolutely guaranteed an experience of a lifetime. With art and technology juxtaposed, I don't think there could be more symbolic and fitting as a metaphor for life that we live in. Having said that, thank you all for having us here, and we're super proud to be part of Synapse, and I look forward to meeting many of you through the day.
And now we'd like to dive into the first conversation of the day, which is really at the profound intersection of spirituality and science. This is supposed to be the most ephemeral aspect of us, you know, our search for divinity, our transcendent experiences. But at the heart of that question, and that heart of that experience is itself a scientific question, which is that does our brain create the idea of God? Or do our spiritual experiences transform our brains? And this is a question, what is consciousness? What is divinity? What is the transcendent which goes beyond physicality? To have that conversation between spiritual and science is a very, very special session. And leading that will be Andrew Newberg, a neuroscientist that's working in a new field called neurotheology, which looks at the biology of belief itself. What happens to our brains when we have faith? And he will be showing us what happens to the brain, and then we'll take the conversation further from there. But before we enter that world, again, we have a little film to give us, to take us into that portal and that experience of transcendence. And then we'll call Andrew on stage.
Izinyawo zami zithinta labadala liyakhula emoyeni emanzini emlilweni ilalela ngenhliziyo yelashwa umsindo womhlaba umoya uphila
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew Newberg.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you, and it's a great pleasure to be here to talk about the research that I've been engaged in over the past 30 years. As we had some of our initial conversations about coming to the conference and the discussions that we will have, I realized that it was probably important to share with you a little bit about the actual science of the research that I have been doing. So I'm just going to spend about 10 minutes going over what we have learned so far and give you a little taste of what the brain imaging studies that we are doing looking at spiritual experiences can show us. I think one of the most important things to realize is that there is so much for us to learn. And that means that we can look at so many different aspects of spiritual experiences, from the everyday experience that somebody might have just meditating or praying just for a few moments, to the profound mystical experiences that many people have had throughout the centuries and throughout the millennia. So there's a religious and spiritual continuum that we can explore, and we can try to understand what's going on in the brain when people engage these different kinds of experiences. Let's see. There we go. A lot of my work has come under the notion of a concept called neurotheology. I don't know how much you have heard of this term. It is a field of study that is, in very simplistic terms, trying to understand the relationship between our brain and our spiritual selves. Now, very specifically, it's about the brain and theology, neurotheology, but it goes so far beyond that. We can look at all the different ways in which our mind, our consciousness, our brain helps us to engage the spiritual side of who we are. And of course, we're not just talking about theology itself, although we can certainly explore how we think about spiritual ideas, about religions and so forth, but we can also start to think about the various practices, the experiences, the beliefs that all of us hold from the different traditions that we come from. And I think another important aspect of all of this is that it ranges from the very practical to the very philosophical. So we can ask practical questions. If we meditate, if we pray, and it helps us to improve depression or anxiety, how is that happening? On the other hand, we can also ask fundamental questions about the nature of existence, how we perceive the truth of the reality around us. Questions about free will, questions about morality and ethics. So there's so many questions that we can begin to explore and look at this very multidisciplinary path of trying to understand them by not just going into the sacred texts, but how these ultimately resonate within the biology of who we are. Now, I'm not really sure how much neuroscience all of you have, so I'm going to give you a very brief description of some of the areas of the brain that I think are involved. An important point, one of the key take-home messages that I always like to emphasize is that while we can talk about a lot of different parts of the brain, there has not been one part of the brain that is just the spiritual part. There isn't just one part of our brain that turns on when we meditate and then goes away when we stop. In fact, if any of you have a very profound spiritual part of yourself, you understand that it includes your thoughts, your emotions, your experiences. So in many ways, it actually involves all the different parts of your brain. And since the brain is intimately connected to the body, as I have often said, if there is a spiritual part of who we are, it's all of us. It's the whole part of our being. And I think that's very important for us to remember. But with that in mind, we can look at some specific areas of the brain. So if you're looking at these slides here, you can see that in the right now, well, I guess we're sort of looking this way, okay. So the large part in the front of the brain is the frontal lobe, and that helps us to concentrate, it helps us to focus our attention, it helps us to regulate our emotional responses. And so that becomes very important when you think about a practice like meditation, where you are profoundly concentrating, when you're focusing your attention on things. Along the side of the brain is the temporal lobe, and that helps us with language and understanding different concepts. Interestingly, in the lower part of the temporal lobe, it also helps with visual interpretation of the world. So if you're looking at a visual symbol, if you're trying to focus your mind on a candle, for example, while you're meditating, it's your visual areas of the brain that are part of that process. And towards the back top part of the brain is a large area called the parietal lobe. The parietal lobe takes our sensory information and helps us to construct a spatial representation of ourself. And what we have found over time, and I'll show you a couple of brain scans in a moment, that this is an area that gets affected when we begin to lose our sense of self, when we begin to lose our sense of space and time. A little deeper inside of the brain are some very key structures, such as the limbic system, areas of the brain or structures of the brain called the hippocampus and the amygdala, which you may have heard of through some of the different media and scientific studies that have been done. These are part of the emotional centers of our brain. And of course, religious and spiritual experiences often are associated with very profound emotional effects on people. So now I'm going to show you a couple of brain scans, if I can get this going here. I'm not sure where I'm angling this. When we have done research asking people about their most profound spiritual experiences, and we've gotten several thousand descriptions. So this is not just from the sacred texts of all the great traditions of the world. This is from people. This is from people like you and me who may have had some profound spiritual experience. And when we've looked at all of these descriptions, we've realized that there are 5 core components that people talk about: a sense of intensity, a sense of clarity, a sense of unity, a sense of surrender, and a sense of transformational permanence. So where do these kinds of experiences affect us in the brain? So now we're looking at what's called a SPECT scan. There are different ways of taking images of the brain, and a SPECT scan, which stands for single photon emission computed tomography, helps us to look at blood flow in the brain, which normally correlates with activity. The more an area of the brain is turned on, the more blood flow it gets. The more it turns off, the less blood flow it gets. And what you're looking at here is basically a slice through the brain, and at the very top of the picture is where our frontal lobe is, if you're kind of looking as if I was lying down. And at the bottom of the scan is the back of the brain, and the colors represent the activity. So the red areas are the most active, followed by the yellow, the blue, and the black. So what we're looking at here is just the brain of somebody who's at rest, who's about to begin a meditation practice. And you can see that the red areas are kind of distributed throughout the brain. But if you look at where the arrow is pointing, that is in the limbic system, that emotional center of the brain. And if you see what happens where that arrow is pointing when the person is deep in their meditation practice, all of a sudden you get this very big blob of this red activity. So it goes from an area that's just kind of modestly on to being very intensely on, because part of what they talked about in their experience was a profound sense of awe and joy that was part of the experience. So that may have something to do with the fact that the amygdala and the hippocampus are turning on so that they have a strong emotional response. And interestingly, These are areas of the brain that also write information into our memory banks. So that's part of why these spiritual experiences are not only so important in the moment, but become part of the ways in which we think and believe about the world around us. Another very central area of the brain is called the thalamus. And this is in the center of the brain. You can see these two little red dots. So here again is a person at rest before they begin their meditation. And when they begin to meditate, you're going to see a very fundamental shift in how the thalamus is working, the two sides of the thalamus is working. And the reason that this is important is that this has something to do with the sense of clarity of these experiences. You can see because it's central, it helps to connect all the different parts of the brain. It also helps to bring sensory information up into the brain, so it helps us to construct our perception of reality around us. And you can see at the resting state here how that changes. There's a shift from one side to the other. It's pretty balanced here, and then all of a sudden you get the shift. And we think that that's part of what happens when a person experiences a new way of thinking about the world. It changes the way they perceive their reality. The parietal lobe, as I mentioned, is involved in our spatial relations. And in the resting state, when the person's just sitting there quietly, both sides of that parietal lobe seem to be pretty equal in their activity. But when they begin to meditate, if you look at where that arrow is, all of a sudden one of the sides of the parietal lobe starts to shut down. In fact, both sides can shut down. But if this is the area that normally helps us to have a spatial sense of ourself, what happens when it shuts down? Well, we lose that sense of self, and we lose the ability for us to understand the relationship between ourself and other objects in the world, a sense of oneness, if you will, a loss of the sense of ego self. And finally, the feeling of surrender that I was talking about. So when you're meditating, you turn on your frontal lobe because you're concentrating. But if somebody has a profound mystical experience, one of the most common things that they describe to us is that they kind of lose their purposefulness. They feel like it's taking them over. They surrender to the experience. And what we have found there is that the frontal lobe, which normally turns on when you're concentrating, and you can see the yellow and the red there, suddenly shuts down. And so when the frontal lobe quiets down, we begin to lose that sense of purposefulness and attention, and we surrender to the experience itself. These experiences also can change us over time, and we've done brain scans that actually can show that, and I'm trying to keep this pretty short, so I'm going to go on to the scans real fast. This is a study of a Kirtan Kriya meditation, and if you look at the A scan and the C scan, these are the scans at rest. And so what we see here is the thalamus again shifting in its activity. And this is not while they're meditating, that this is because they have done a meditation program for about 2 months, and it changes the way their brain is operating. Also, if you look at the very top of the C scan, you'll see a little bit more red activity than you see in the A scan, because their frontal lobe actually has changed its underlying physiological function. And that allows us to understand how these practices change us over time. And interestingly, not only do they change in terms of general activity, but they change the neurotransmitters, the chemicals in the brain, like dopamine and serotonin. You can see how the person's brain looks before they went through a spiritual retreat and how it looks after. There are shifts in how the brain responds to dopamine. It actually becomes more sensitive to dopamine, and we think that that's also associated with the changes that these practices have on our entire being, on our emotional set point, and the ways in which we think about the world. So these practices dramatically change us, they change our brain, they change our biology, and of course they change us spiritually, and we have the ability to begin to look at these kinds of experiences and how they change us through this kind of research. So I'm going to leave that there, and if any of you would like to follow any of the research in much more detail, and I know we'll have more conversations right now, you're welcome to look at this up on my website and follow me on Instagram. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm very soon going to be calling another speaker on stage to give us a completely different dimension on this. But before that, Andrew, I wanted to explore some, critical ideas in your work. And there are 4 of them, and I'm going to quickly enumerate it so that we go through it. One was what you just showed, that our spiritual practices actually alter the physiology of our brain. And, we'll discuss whether this is a precursor to our experience or is the experience which is really changing the brain, But the other three very interesting ideas underpinning your work. One is that we are biologically, our brain seeks transcendence. It was trained, it evolved to survive, but there's also an impulse in it, whether through music, whether through spiritual practice, or through psilocybin, or anything. It seeks transcendence. It seeks unity.
Right.
The second is this parasympathetic, sympathetic nervous system. So is that really what triggers spiritual experiences? And the fourth is what is really at the heart of this, which is that when your default mode network dies, your idea of ego self shuts down, and you merge with this sense of unity. Is that because you're entering a different chamber of your brain? Or is it because then when when that part of your brain shuts down, you're able to access other dimensions which are not part of your normal physical spectrum of senses, So these are, in which case, does God live in your brain? Or is it that your brain then becomes a tuning instrument to another higher dimension, So
Right.
Those are the questions which underpin your work. I wanted to ask you, studying this, what is the sympathetic, parasympathetic, function in our body? And what is your understanding that is it the physiology that creates the experience, or is it the experience that changes the physiology?
Wow. So they're very, very important and very challenging questions. But it's something that really lies at the heart of a lot of the neurotheological research that we've been doing. Let me start with the big question, which is what's causing what? And I think one of the things that's very important for people to realize is that while this brain scan technology is amazing, we've never had the ability to look at the brain the way we have now in today's society and in modern science. We have to understand and acknowledge the limitations of what these brain scans show us. And basically what they're showing us are correlates. We can see what's going on, we can talk to somebody, we can talk about what their experience is, and then we can see the change that's going on in the frontal lobe, in the parietal lobe. But what we have a much more difficult time trying to figure out is where is that arrow of causality? Is the brain causing these experiences? Is the brain receiving these experiences? And the short answer is I don't know. There's a lot that we don't know, which is part of what gets me excited about all of this, because it means we have much more to explore. But the reason I say that is that, I think at some point we might be able to find ways of designing studies to explore that very specific question. Whether we ultimately will be able to or not, I don't know. But the reason that I'm bringing this up is that we have to be very careful. I think in sort of the Western scientific perspective, there is this notion that, there's the change in the thalamus, there's the change in the frontal lobe, it's the brain causing it to happen. I take a psychedelic experience, I take a psychedelic drug, and it changes my perceptions of the world. The drug caused the experience. But that causal perspective is much more complicated and nuanced than that. And I think neurotheology really talks about this, which is that we have to be careful about what assumptions that we make and how we interpret the results of the science. What the science tells us is what's going on in our brain when we have the experience, not whether it was caused by that experience. And if you watch a car drive by and you have the experience of seeing the car, well, did the brain cause that experience, or did the car cause the experience? Of course, the car is out there, and so it changes our perceptions of the world because we see the car, and in that sense, it caused it within us. On the other hand, it is also our brain which is helping to put together those images so that we have a sense of what it is that we just saw. And I suspect that may ultimately be the real answer, which is that it's a little bit of both. It's probably bi-directional, that our brain is always helping to sort of put together our perceptions of reality. But there's a reality that's out there, and if there's a spiritual reality out there, then our brain should theoretically be able to tap into that as well.
Well, I'm going to pursue that in a moment in a different direction then. But before that, another very interesting thing, and which will be, I think, very important for the audience, is that, we've always known that there are many paths to the same experience.
Yes.
And it's fascinating that your, scanning of the brains has shown that actually different spiritual paths trigger different parts of the brain, you know.
Right.
And then bizarrely or interestingly, the actual feeling of unity, the same neural architecture of faith kicks in, you know.
Yes.
So it's fascinating what you've always known, that different religious paths, different spiritual paths have different, pathways to the same thing. And you've actually shown that the brain actually responds differently. So do share that. Say a chanting monk or a praying nun or a Hindu sage, you know, that why are those experiences different? The pathways are different, and then the experience is the same.
Yes, absolutely. You make a really great point. I said this at the beginning, that there's so many different parts of the brain that turn on or get involved in these experiences. And in fact, we've always postulated that there is a whole network of different structures that are part of this process. And as you mentioned, I mean, on a very simplistic level, if somebody is meditating and they decide to meditate on an image, on a candle or on a spiritual image, well, that's going to do something visual, and it's going to activate the visual areas of our brain. If they're going to use a mantra or a prayer and repeat that prayer, well, that may be something that's verbal or language-based. And so there's a different part of our brain that becomes part of that process. But that ultimately, as people have different experiences, if a person experiences a sense of oneness or connectedness, as you mentioned, we tend to see a lot of the same changes going on. We see the parietal lobe starts to quiet down in those cases, whether somebody feels at one with the universe, at one with some universal consciousness, one with God, or even one with each other. And I think that's a very important point. You mentioned the autonomic nervous system, which has to do with our arousal and calming reactions to the world around us. And when we engage in rituals, the rhythmic elements of those rituals can be very energizing. We can get very, roused up in energy, we're dancing or something like that, and we feel a profound sense of a rush of energy and arousal experience. Or we can get into a meditation where over time, with that repetitive focusing on the mantra, we get calmer and calmer.
But in that, the mystery of the human body, what caught my attention was when I was reading about your work was that you might rouse yourself into a particular way, and then your body's and then the body automatically tilts you over into, there's a kind of tension to that. So,
yes.
Or you're deeply praying and you're very calm, and then your body switches. And so, this switching game that the body does, and so leading you to a particular experience, it's fascinating that the human body works like that,
Well, the human body and the human brain are immensely complex, and again, that's part of what's fun to study from a neuroscientific perspective. But what Shom was talking about is that the autonomic nervous system, as I mentioned, has an arousal and a calming side, and normally they kind of antagonize each other, which makes sense because you want your arousal system, if suddenly the building was on fire, that's not the time to take a nap, that's the time to get out, and you want to have that feeling of arousal. But there are times when people are engaged in different spiritual practices and have spiritual experiences where you really get both. And so there is this turning on, as she was talking about, this kind of shift of activity where you can have a profound sense of arousal and a profound sense of calm at the same exact time. And so that can be in many ways part of what is a key element of these mystical type of experiences, enlightenment experiences, that not only are all these other sort of cognitive and emotional things going on, but you feel it deep within your body and you feel this incredible rush of energy and incredible feeling of blissfulness at the same time.
And I'm not going to stay on the fact that it has very beneficial aspects for you in terms of calming you, your heart, your lungs, everything. The physiology of it, the spiritual practices help. There's kind of no debate around that, so I'm not going to stay on that question. But I do want to push you on one thing before calling our next speaker on board, which is that the psilocybin experiences, which are whether through any of them, whether through LSD or through psilocybin, there is the same experience, which is that your ego self shuts down. And almost everybody comes back with saying that they felt this incredible love, they felt unified with the universe. And that makes you wonder that then is spiritual practices really just a function of your brain,
Right.
If a chemical, not a chemical, if other components can do that to your brain, then is the spiritual experience and a drug-induced experience the same thing? And because the ego self shuts down, what would be your response to that?
Well, in the world of neurotheology, part of what I talk a lot about is the idea that there are different pathways to all of these experiences, and it could be meditation, it can be prayer, it can be psychedelic experiences. Sometimes it happens when people have different disorders like seizures and so forth. And there are all different ways in which the brain alters its functioning. It gets back to the first question, though, which is, so is that altered functioning what's causing the experience, or is it kind of setting us up to be able to receive an experience? And the analogy that I often use when it comes to psychedelics is that I wear glasses. And so when I wake up in the morning, I don't have my glasses on. It's a very blurry world. And I put my glasses on, and suddenly I can see the world clearly. Now, reality hasn't changed. In some sense, my brain hasn't changed, but I see the world in a different way. And so it's possible that, yes, when you take a psychedelic, it's changing what's going on at the neuronal level and inducing these kinds of experiences. But it's also possible that it enables our brain to get to a new level of functioning that allows us to see the world in ways that it had never been able to do before. And so I think that it's important for us to study what the effects of these different substances. We know where they go in the brain, but it also brings up one other very, very important question, which addresses the same things that you're asking about. And I pose this to a lot of my neuroscience students. I say, well, look, we've got neurons firing, we've got electrical activity, you've got sodium and potassium ions crossing the neural membrane. You've got neurotransmitters and serotonin and dopamine. Well, where in all of that is our thought? Where in all of that is our consciousness? And we don't know. We don't have a way of knowing that exactly. So while we can see these correlations and see these relationships, the good and the bad of it is that it's a lot more complicated, and we have a long way to go before we really understand them.
And that's a good moment in which for me to bring in, traditions that do seem to have understanding about this experience. And I'd like to call on stage Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati. She's a global interfaith leader and part of the Ramakrishna mission as well as the Vedanta tradition. Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati, please welcome her on stage. Sadhviji, thank you very much for being here. I wanted to share with the audience that she was called to Hawaii to speak to a large gathering there, and she actually reneged on that to come here. So a big thank you for prioritizing us. So Sadhviji, I wanted to share, again, to start with the personal before we kind of telescope outwards, that you were, in fact, a psychology student at Stanford. And you were kind of, the hippie generation, and you came to India not looking for a spiritual experience at all. You came here out of curiosity, and you had a transcendent experience on the banks of the Ganga. Do talk to us about that.
Sure. I came here 30 years ago at the age of 25 as a Stanford grad in the midst of getting a PhD in pediatric neuropsychology. I knew nothing about India. I mean, I knew the basics, but nothing that would have drawn me to come. I was not a conscious spiritual seeker. I agreed to come as a short holiday adventure break in the midst of my PhD program, only because I was a very strict vegetarian and an avid traveler. And what I had seen across the world was that wherever I was in the world, if I wanted to make sure to get pure vegetarian food, that I just had to find myself an Indian restaurant. And so I agreed to come as this adventure break, knowing that at least I would be able to eat happily. But something very beautiful and very critical happened on the airplane. As we were flying to India, I had a moment of saying, this trip makes no sense. I'm flying across the world to a country I know nothing about, when I can get great Indian vegetarian food on my corner. I was living in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I realized there must be some other reason I was coming. And so I took a vow. And the vow was just to keep my heart open. We call that Sankalp Shakti, or you can think about it as the power of intention. I, of course, had no idea about any of this at the time. It just arose from within me to take this vow. Then get to India, come to Rishikesh, and I go down to the banks of this river, the Ganga River, a river I didn't even know was sacred. And I'm standing on the banks of this river that's worshipped as the mother goddess, as the bestower of liberation. And I was gifted with an experience of being in the presence of a pervasive divine. And it began as I looked out over the river, but then it stayed with me no matter what I was looking at. And so it could be a family, a child, a telephone pole, a tree, a marble step. And suddenly everything was pervaded by, was really nothing at its core other than this divine presence. And I then turned it inward and realized, oh my God, I am not the story I've always told myself about myself. I am not all of those ways I've always identified, the positive and the negative, the entire role. I am not separate. I'm not separate from anything, from the divine, about whom I had never really thought. I'm not separate from the universe. I'm not damaged, broken, not good enough in any way whatsoever that I had struggled with so much in my youth. But here I am, one with this pervasive presence, and it, as you can imagine, transformed my life. And just quickly over the next week or 10 days, I had a series of experiences that I won't go into right now, but that in retrospect you could call mystical experiences. And they were experiences that led me exactly to where I am right now, the ashram I now live on, Parmarth Nikathan, to the spiritual master under whom I was destined, if you believe in that, to study. And it was the ripple impact of that vow that I had taken that opened my heart and opened my scientist mind, because otherwise I would have said, there is no way that any of this is possible. But that power of willingness, openness, transformed everything.
Thank you for sharing that story, Sadhviji. And I'm going to come back to probe this inner technology of surrender. But before that, I wanted to come back to you, Andrew, that, Sadhviji just described an experience where she wasn't looking for any transcendence, which actually in a way runs counter to some of the work that you're doing, which is that when you are praying, when you are practicing, your physiology changes, and that's when, things kick in. But here's somebody who's like not looking for it, and it still kicks in. What would explain that in terms of neural architecture?
Well, one of the things that's interesting, the information I was talking about in terms of some of these core elements really kind of fell out of a research study that we had done, as I mentioned, where we asked people about their intense spiritual experiences, got several thousand of them, and started to analyze what people were saying, not on a brain-related level, but how they described them. And yes, some of my favorite ones were the ones that happened spontaneously, that people were not specifically looking for them. And the downside of those experiences from a scientific perspective is we never know when they're going to happen. So there's never any way for me to say for sure. But my suspicion is that as with all the experiences that we have, our brain and our being and our spirituality, they're all very integrated. And so we never really know exactly you can meditate for 30 years and never attain enlightenment, and you can meditate for 5 minutes and get it. So, so we never really know what are all the different parameters or the different things that will affect us that will lead to this experience. And sometimes, if you're a religious or spiritual person who believes in God, then sometimes, God's just reaching out to you to have this experience.
Well, again, as our film spoke of, that there's this mysterious evolutionary impulse to merge, whereas the species wants to survive and stay separate, on alert, individual, protective. And then there's another impulse which is just seeking to merge with something beyond, and you're wondering why you're not at home, you're seeking home. So talk to us about that within the Vedantic tradition, Sadhviji, that what is this inner technology of surrender? How does it function?
Absolutely. So first, let me just take a quick step back and give a moment of the framework that we're talking about when we say from the Vedantic tradition. Specifically within the Vedantic tradition, the lineage of Advaita Vedanta, which is a tradition of non-dualism. And what we believe is that our highest, deepest truth is Brahman, is this supreme reality, supreme consciousness. One way of thinking about it is if you imagined that we had an infinite ocean, not several oceans that were broken apart by continents, but an infinite ocean. In the midst of that infinite ocean, there are waves. Now, that infinite ocean would be Brahman, or supreme consciousness, that has the qualities of Sat, truth, existence, pervasiveness, Chit, consciousness, Anand, bliss, but not bliss like I've taken an ecstasy pill and so this is a really great few hours, but bliss as in the very nature of that awareness, the nature of that presence. And in that infinite ocean, there are these wave forms. That wave form is what we would consider self or Atman, the individual. But the suffering that we experience, which is part of the Sanatana Dharma Hindu tradition, the Vedanta tradition, the Buddhist tradition as well, of course, is this idea of suffering as a core piece of our existence. But we believe that we suffer because of what we call Maya, which is illusion. Maya is the wave saying, I'm just a wave. Look at how big I am. Look at how tall I am. Look at how short I am. It's not fair that wave is bigger than I am. Or look, I'm the wave that's going to crush you. That avidya, lack of wisdom, that makes us identify as the wave. And for me in my life, I had lived my life identifying as the one with privilege, the one with opportunity, the one from Hollywood, the one with the Stanford degree, the smart one, but also identifying as the challenges and the struggles and the trauma that I had been through. Because in the midst of the privilege and prosperity, I also had experienced very severe trauma, abuse, abandonment, addiction, eating disorders, a whole beautiful plethora of challenges to work with. And they had been really my identity. If you had said to me, who are you? I would have said, oh, I am the one who was abused or was abandoned or gets the A+. And what Vedanta reminds us is, no, you are not. You are the one who is aware. You are that light of awareness. You are ocean. At the core of who you are is that Brahman. And so that veil gets pulled off. You know, you were speaking about psychedelics and different techniques, these technologies of meditation. That's the core one, of course, in our tradition, but also a technology of inquiry. Who am I? Practices like niti niti, not this, reminding us I am not the clothes I wear any more than I am the neurochemistry in my brain the patterns of electricity and chemistry that we call thoughts or emotions or memories or personality. I am not that. I am this pervasive presence. I am ocean rather than wave. When we realize that, that's when the suffering ends. And for me, on a personal level, I feel at this point in history that this is critical for us. And whether we get in through a technology like meditation that has been refined over thousands and thousands of years to really help us in a much more permanent way access that, or whether we get in through plant medicine or through synthetic medicines that people are using to at least access that temporarily. There are ways of pulling back a veil. They're just ways of pulling back the curtain and saying, you are not this illusion. You are that unity, that oneness, that indivisibility. And so for me, when that experience happened automatically, I then got into a practice of meditation, of inquiry, of re-remembering, oh yeah, I am not the story, not the drama, not the narrator, but actually that unified divine consciousness. And these days, with the violence and the war and the climate change and the oppression and the exploitation, I feel like this experience of consciousness, however we get in, is critical. Because until and unless we have that, as long as we see ourselves as objects, as just the instruments, well, then we see ourselves as separate. I'm an object and you're an object and there's this empty space between us, and then I can harm you and oppress you, see you as the other. But when we realize that actually there's a oneness, well, then there is no other. Then division and polarization and the violence and the exploitation and all of that, slowly, it dissolves. And so I've gotten to a point of beginning to say that our spiritual practices have become our social responsibility to touch that experience of consciousness that reminds us, I am not separate, not from the water, not from the trees, not from the air, not from our sisters and brothers of every species, regardless of their ability to reflect consciousness. Because, you were asking about the brain and the physical aspect, which is creating what? Well, what we believe is that consciousness is, Brahman is, this is the truth. But our brains are instruments, mechanisms of the ability to receive and reflect that consciousness. In the same way that a radio broadcast or a TV broadcast is broadcasting. But if your radio is off or broken or a very poor quality one, you're not going to be able to pick up the signal. And these practices of meditation, of prayer, of inquiry, of psychedelics are ways of tuning that radio or TV in a long-term way or a short-term way to be able to pick up that frequency for our own spiritual evolution, for our own enlightenment, God realization, self-realization, end of suffering, as well as so that we can be instruments of peace, of consciousness in the world.
That's an amazing description, actually, Sadhguruji. So, I wanted to pose this question to both of you, that I guess one of the interests, and you've already explained that even silos, and it's very generous of you to place it on the same plane, and I'll ask you then what is the difference, between a spiritual practice and say a psilocybin practice. And we have on the stage asked that question before, and it's interesting for me to know that, let's say when the ego self shuts down, you could then have an experience of fear. You could have an experience of hatred, you know. It's amazing and interesting that across culture and across time, when the ego self, which is the default mode of your brain, shuts down, what people experience is a feeling of love and unity, you know. That seems to indicate that there's something out there, a dimension which your radio kind of tunes into. But having said that, I want to pose a different question, which is that, do you think then this could just be culture, you know, that when your ego self shuts down, you're kind of acculturated to feel, because you've heard this from others, there's an expectation that you will feel love, you know. So Andrew, when you're doing your tests, or when you've spoken to thousands of people trying to get to the bottom of this spiritual experience, what have you heard?
Well, I do think that we've talked a lot about in our research a kind of unitary continuum, and I think you're making a very interesting point here, which is that when people are engaged in different practices, especially rituals, there is a sense of connectedness or oneness. And the real question ultimately is, well, what are you feeling at one with? And so when people do have that sense of oneness with, as the example she was just bringing up about the ocean and kind of all of the universe, then because the person is connected to the entire universe or connected to all of humanity, there does tend to be a feeling of a reduction of antagonism, a reduction of hatred, because how do you hate something that's you?
That you're part of.
Yeah, that you're part of. And so I think that very much is the case. What we are also left with, though, are many circumstances where things don't go so well with that. And I think that part of what happens sometimes is that we can feel at one with a more limited group, whatever that is, a group of people or whatever. And the problem with that then sometimes is that you feel a deep sense of love and connection. And
only to your group.
Only to your group. And so anything outside of that group becomes unreal, you know, evil, and so forth. And so again, I mean, part of what I hope some of the research that we do helps us with is to try to understand those times where things don't go well and it creates antagonism and hatred and so forth, versus the times when it doesn't. Because you can be a small group and feel connected to all of humanity, and so you still love all of humanity, even though you yourself are a small group. But then there are other times when it's a small group and then it becomes an us versus them. And it also ties back to some of the things that you were asking earlier about the survival piece of our species, of all species. There is as an us versus them. And so, you know, you look at so many different mammal species throughout the world, their clan, their kin, their group, they will defend, you know, against an outside person or an outside being, even if it's the same species. So it's very complex. That's part of what I think, part of where I've come in my own ways of thinking about this is that I think the spiritual side of things has so much to offer, and we need to learn from all of that. But there are also certain things that the scientific side brings, and so trying to find ways of bringing them together, to me, is what ultimately will lead us to answers that will be helpful for everyone.
But
yes, sure. So, as you can imagine, I have a lot to say on love. I think, first of all, going into it for just a moment from the science and then expanding outward, to me, I believe that when the veil is removed, and again, whether it's removed meditatively, whether it's removed through a spontaneous experience, whether it's removed through the assistance of synthetic or natural chemicals, we tap into what I believe is truth rather than acculturation. And from that scientific perspective, the reason that I believe that is if we look at whether it's very young children who grow up in very loving, healthy homes with healthy patterns of attachment, these kids are not grabby, selfish, violent, aggressive, afraid. If you look at the Galapagos Islands, one of my favorite teachings in the world, is that we have these islands that Darwin was studying where all of these species that we think of as either violent toward us, like sharks or stingrays, or afraid of us, like turtles, big turtles, or birds, they had never had any predators because of how far away they were from the mainland. And so these species evolved without fear and without violence. You go and you snorkel amongst sharks, amongst stingrays. There's no attack, no violence. You literally, if the guides didn't stop you, could go up and hug a huge big turtle without it receding into its shell. The big, beautiful birds are doing their, mating dances for you, not flying away, not afraid, because they were never trained evolutionarily to be afraid or to be aggressive because there weren't predators. So to me, what that signifies is something that spiritually we speak about, which is that the core truth of who we are is actually that oneness and love. And I don't mean it, by the way, in a wishy-washy way. I mean that experience of awe, that when we look up at the stars in the sky, that when we look in the eyes of a newborn child, when we have experiences of divine connection, we may experience it through listening to Beethoven. We may experience it through looking at an extraordinary piece of art. I have very many beautiful, powerful spiritual experiences just opening up NASA's Instagram page. And it's like, oh my God, the nebula. Oh my God, the galaxy next to us. Look at this extraordinary creation. And it's an experience not of voyeurism, but an experience of connection, an experience of actually not being separate from the nebula or the galaxy or the stars in the sky or the soul of this brand new newborn into whose eyes we are looking. And that experience of connection is, we believe, our truest self, which is why, by the way, we love, as a species, we love being in love. Even just in love with other humans or with our pets, because that experience of love removes the sense of border and boundary between us, and suddenly I've gone from being me separate over here to being we. And even if it's just a two became one we, that's a portal. And it's a portal into the awareness that I am not something that ends here. That this border, this boundary that seems so tangible, so thick, actually in even just a moment of hugging a loved one or looking in the eyes of a loved one, or rolling on the ground, playing with your cat or your dog or whatever, or hugging a tree, or for me, NASA's Instagram page. It brings us back into that state of, oh yeah, I'm not just this tiny little thing over here. I'm not the wave that rises, that changes, that falls, that's trying to grab more water. I'm not that story. I'm ocean. And that experience of returning to source. Everything here is trying to return to its source. If you drop water down, it's going to come down. We call it gravity, but we actually believe that the reason the gravity works is that the source of water is the earth, the ocean. Fire goes up. Again, we can use physics words to describe it. Science is beautiful. I love it. But just because we can describe something doesn't remove the power of it. The fact that we can describe molecules of H2O bonded together doesn't change how good it feels to drink water when your throat is parched. Just because we know how zygotes separate into embryos, into fetuses, doesn't change what it feels like to look in the eyes of your newborn child. And in the same way, that science that we have that brings us in, that explains, is wonderful. But it's explaining something that I deeply believe existed long before, and that's where we are looking to return to our source, as water returns to its source, as fire returns to its source in the sun. Our source is expansiveness. Our source is not bordered, boundaried, separate. And so we're looking for experiences to return to source. And it's why being in love feels so good. It's why looking at the stars feels so good. It's why having these psychedelic experiences touches us so deeply, because we're returning to source. It's not creating it. It's re-reminding us.
But that... You know, that was a very profound description, because it makes my next question feel a bit clumsy, you know, to still insist on kind of interrogating it, because like you said, there is that beyond, you know, the kind of desire for empiricism. And, you know, no scientist actually ever comes here and wants to say definitively, but everyone points to it, that quantum science is actually, in a way, mirroring this idea that, you know, when it is only the observing self that locks the quantum realm into one particular property, but it's the observer's relationship with that. But without that, it's living in an indeterminate, all states all at once. You know, so it's fascinating that the Vedanta tradition kind of, without getting woo-woo, but it definitely mirrors that conception, you know, of reality, that it's you that's really fixing it into one narrow description, but otherwise it's in play and it's in an oceanic state, you know. But my last question to both of you, and as I said, I'm sorry to bring it down again to something which is skeptical, but I want to channel kind of empiricists and rational fundamentalists who, if they were sitting on this stage, would pose different questions, you know. Prime amongst them is Javed Akhtar, you know, a very famous lyricist and creative mind in India. And he would say, all of this is great, but the only instrument through which you're really experiencing this is the physical brain. You know, it is the biological being. And if you surrender that, then there is nothing else. You know, there's no other way to even describe this. And so it really is only a play of the physiology of being human, you know. What would both of you say if Javed Saab was sitting here and mocking this conversation in his habitual way?
Go ahead.
So I would say, first of all, I don't disagree at all with the premise. This physical body, particularly the brain, is to me unquestionably, inarguably, the instrument through which we experience and can interact with consciousness. Absolutely, no argument whatsoever. However, the fact that the brain is the instrument through which we interact with it and experience it does not, to me, then translate into the idea that it is simply a play of the brain. For example, raise your hand if you've ever experienced deep love. For anyone. Doesn't have to be God. For a family member, for anyone. Raise your hand if you've ever experienced love. Okay, well, I hope it's more than that, but most of us, hopefully, have experienced love. Now,
that was a very honest audience. There were many who did not raise their hands.
I was a little saddened by that.
We'll have a therapy session.
Well, it's all right. There's a lot of time
and
left.
Andrew Newberg's shop is open.
So I ask that question because when we have experienced love, for a spouse, for a child, for a parent, for a tree, for God, for a sunset, we know it. Now, when someone starts to have dementia, which I've been dealing with my mom over the last 5 years after a very, very severe stroke, cerebral hemorrhage, something very interesting happens. She gets angry. She gets violent. She no longer recognizes. People say, well, does she still love you? Well, I know on what I would call a soul level she does, but if you were looking at it empirically, there would be zero evidence. Neither is she acting like it, nor is she speaking like it, nor could you say you can see it in her eyes. I couldn't even empirically tell you she recognizes me. And yet, I do not believe there is a neuroscientist in the world who would say that our dendrites or our glial cells are creating love. And yet, we know in Alzheimer's and dementia, we know the aspect of the brain that starts to fall apart, creating a cluster of symptoms that we call dementia. But that doesn't mean that the love that is no longer able to be experienced or expressed or known or interacted with was either created by or existed only in those cells. And so when you speak about it being a play of the brain, I would say the brain is just the instrument. It's the instrument like this microphone is an instrument. Is my voice here even if the mic stopped working? Of course. But if the mic is damaged, or it gets unplugged, or it runs out of batteries, literally or metaphorically, it's no longer going to work. And so absolutely the brain is the instrument through which, and it's why, by the way, it's why in our spiritual tradition, the human birth is considered the pinnacle of evolution. Because it is believed that the human brain is the only brain. And whether we look at prefrontal cortex, whether we look at parietal lobes, whether we look at any aspect of the brain, that it's the only aspect of the brain that is able to be conscious of consciousness, to be aware of awareness, to look at itself and say, I am not that. I am the one aware that anger is arising. I am the one aware there is a pattern of chemical and electrical activity that we could call depression or anxiety or sadness or sexual arousal or joy or whatever it may be. But I am not that because I'm the one aware of that. And I'm the one who existed before that particular pattern began. I'm the one who will be there after that pattern dissipates and a different pattern arises. Like the ocean is there even after the wave comes down and before another wave rises up. So it's believed that the human body, brain, is the only one able to have that experience, which is why it's said it's the pinnacle of evolution and that we all should feel extraordinarily blessed to have this tool. But to say that it is therefore a play of the tool, I think honestly, it allows us to abdicate responsibility for being handed this tool. And to me, from a spiritual perspective, I feel like there is not only a deeper truth, but a deeper responsibility to be given the ability to understand the self, to pull back the veil, to love, to feel oneness with the creation. And that is what is meant to be our truth. That experience of whether we say nirvana or moksha or enlightenment. And it is meant to be that which guides our actions as we move through the world.
Thank you very, very much, Sadhviji. Andrew, I'm just going to bring you in on one last. I want to pin you down on your personal, please don't leave it in the indeterminate state. Okay. Be the narrow self for a moment. That having studied this, are you more drawn to the descriptions that Sadhviji has been giving us, or do you stay in the skeptical state more?
Well, I probably, I was thinking about your question, and I generally take a bit of a middle ground. So I have a feeling, and I don't have any proof to this, but my best guess at the moment is that the way that we look at reality, to your point about the analogy of quantum mechanics, if we look for the spiritual part of reality, we find that. If we look for the material part of reality, like the other gentleman you were talking about, we find that. My guess is that there are probably just two ways of looking at the same thing. But until we ultimately figure it all out, I guess we still have more questions to go.
Thank you very much, both of you. It's been absolutely wonderful speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have half a second? I just want to say thank you to you and for your team, because there's a lot of really powerful conferences and events on technology, on science happening in the world these days, on AI, on all of this. But to bring in the spiritual component is so beautiful and so important. And it shows a vision that you have. And Mahatma Gandhi said so beautifully, what is the point of that fast speed that doesn't have direction? And I feel like science and technology gives us so much speed, but spirituality gives us direction. And you've brought that together, and just such deep gratitude to you and the whole team for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sadhviji. Just color-wise, you should be in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for having us here. Great meeting you.
So wonderful.
We'll keep in touch.
Yes. This is good to go. We're going to change the lens completely now and go from that deeply profound spiritual discussion. I'll just take a moment for you to settle down. Because it was a Sunday morning, we're running 10-15 minutes late, so I would ask you to cooperate. We're going to move into our next session, which is a complete lens shift, because it's going to take us into the realm of war and conflict and geopolitical competition, and the role that AI is playing in really pushing those frontiers and boundaries to places that are difficult to understand and grasp, the sheer scale of it, the speed of it. And we're going to have on stage, I'll just wait for a moment for you to settle down. We could ask the console to play one of the films so that everybody gets a chance to sit down. So next up, as I said, is a very, very fascinating session. And I'd like to call on stage someone who has been at the heart of transforming the nature of war in 21st century. He's been with the US Special Forces, Special Operations Commands. He's been with the NASA SEALs. He's been with the intelligence agencies in America. And now he was the first AI director with the Pentagon. And now he's with Palantir, the company that is called the Central Operating System, of intelligence and of military operations in America. It's completely shifted the boundaries, integrating AI into the realm of conflict and war. It's going to be an insight from the very engine rooms of global conflict and taking us into a sobering world of where this human-machine interaction can really take us into the realms of geopolitics as well as the realms of morality. But before we call him on stage, again, a tiny window into the world that we are going to be speaking about. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome David Spurk, the man at the heart of this changing nature of war.
Jean. Thank you. All right, thanks.
David, I already shared a pocket bio of your extraordinary CV. You know, you've been at the nerve center of so many things, which is really the hard edge of the world. I wanted to ask you, first of all, to share with the audience and help us understand how this needle is shifting. You know, when you said you were there when Kandahar was taken, you flew in there, and that was a different nature of war then. How has it shifted? Where are we at in 2026?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to sit in front of so many people here. And
will you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, thank you for having me. It's an honor to sit in front of so many people. And just the presentation, I was saying backstage, actually I'm more terrified by you than large language models, because your ability to just manage all of these topics is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think, you know, starting in the beginning where we were, and to your point, for me, it's not theoretical. It's practical, it's operational, it's what I've done my entire adult life. When we went into Afghanistan in 2001, I wish the systems that we had now had been in place. Because had they been in place, the attacks on New York City, the attacks on the Pentagon, they never would have happened. And I can only imagine a world where had we been able to connect those dots, where we would be today as a civilization, a global civilization. That said, they happened. It's a very real fact. And so now as I look at the tools that we had at our disposal in the early days of the war, and even prior to that, my first deployment was in Bosnia as a member of the Peace Stabilization Force. We were using hard copy maps. We were putting laminate over them and using Sharpies and getting reports on even stickies and trying to correlate those to information that we had associated with the environment we had never operated in before. And so our ability to understand the environment, to conduct a meaningful operation under the laws of war and the rules of engagement that we had, we did the best we could with what we had under the guidance of make sure the threat is suppressed. As I look at where we've moved today, and it has been a fairly rapid technological change, even though, you know, I was a very young man in 2001, and now I'm a pretty old guy.
You're young now as well.
But looking at just that 24 years, the ability to take technology that initially was maybe started for the national security platforms, I'd say now transitioned and perfected for the commercial sectors, and then coming back in and taking some of that technology and incorporating it in, I'd say that we're in a place that our ability to be precise is 100-fold better than when we started the war.
But you know, just again to draw the audience into this world, that can you be a little bit more specific about, you know, when you say that your ability to be faster, what is this new canvas, you know? What is the data that you're really plumbing? What are the different data sets? Where are you gathering that from? And then what is the role that AI is playing in that? And when you say precision, over the last 2 days, we've been talking about how imprecise actually AI can be, especially the LLMs. So I want to know if you're using something else, if you're using the LLMs. So give us, again, like I said, the specificities of this. Start with the data sets.
Okay, I'll start with the data, which is easy for me as I'm a data guy and I usually do AI in air quotes. The data, you know, just ensuring that you have access to all of your own data. You know, when I started at U.S. Special Operations Command as the first chief data officer, there were these grand dreams of artificial intelligence and how it's going to power our way forward. And we had an idea and we knew that we needed to get our data organized and do that. But I remember turning to the then commander of U.S. Special Operations Command, General Tony Thomas, and saying, I just want to be able to count our stuff and know where it's at. And so, you know, when you think about that journey, how do we identify our siloed data sets, some of which we use to sense the environment, some of which we just use to understand the assets that we have at our disposal, and how do we start to ensure that none of those are siloed so that we can take advantage of all of the data that's presented itself in front of us. Now, you know, we obviously have signals intelligence, human intelligence. We have all of the intelligence disciplines that we account for. I think one of those that even prior to my arrival as the chief data officer at US SOCOM was publicly available information. I remember when we were trying to confront, right after ISIS had taken Mosul and were conducting horrific acts across Syria and Iraq, they were very effectively using the information environment to recruit troubled, I'll say youth, from around the world. And so our ability and my goal was to stop the foreign terrorist fighter flow. How could I do that? So I went out and I looked at the publicly available information. I looked at the sensitive intelligence we had to understand who the influencers were, how they were conducting propaganda, information operations, to get these troubled youth into a net so they could begin funneling them into this combat environment where then these radical extremists would push them to the front lines as cannon fodder and then continue the cycle. What we tried to do was set up a multinational organization primarily with law enforcement under the umbrella of the U.S. Special Forces' ability to understand how to conduct broad data analysis, bring them in, leverage their own unique authorities, using their own unique data sets so that we could merge those together, leveraging artificial intelligence, using, I'll say advanced analytics at the time, so that we could create an understanding of individuals who, instead of reaching the combat zone, we could pass a packet to law enforcement in their host nation and stop them from coming to the combat zone, and hopefully have family members and friends interdict them before we had to do something about it. So I think looking at all of the information that was available then, and understanding all of the information from a commercially available, publicly available information data that you can run your credit card and use now. Again, I keep saying 100x, but I think we're at 100, 1,000x, even from when we were conducting those activities back in 2014 to where we are now.
From your perspective, this is, like you said, it makes you more effective, it protects soldiers, it possibly is a deterrence, it also prevents, it's preventative, because if you know something's happening, you can stop it before it happens. So give us a couple more examples. For instance, I just read that, in the Venezuela raid on Maduro, that Anthropic's Claude was used for that, So help us understand in what way AI is being used, because we are now moving to a level where there isn't human intervention, that AI is taking the decisions. Help us, even in bombing in Gaza, Israel used Where's Daddy, it used Lavender, and one understands that there's no human intervention in that. How are the parameters for this set?
I'll try this.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think when we talk about individual large language models, which one was used, I would tell you that we regularly use multiple. That each large language model has a particular capability that it's better at than others. Leveraging platforms like Palantir's artificial intelligence platform, where you can bring multiple data sets, thousands of data sets, almost infinite amount, in that would be required. What we're able to do leveraging the current state of generative AI is put those in a method and get them into workflows where they're leveraging what we have already considered authoritative data sets.
You've already considered?
That we consider authoritative data sets,
okay.
that we are being provided authoritative data sets, or the government is saying these are our authoritative data sets. And then what we can do is box those data sets and build workflows with domain experts who understand how this will let them be more precise in whatever war-fighting function that they conduct, whether that's fires, whether that's logistics, whether that's information operations, whatever that might be. And so it has enabled us to understand and sense the environment in new and unique ways, faster than we could have before. In some instances, if the workflow demands a predictive analytic for a uniformed service member, then they now have that ability to do their job with more precision and efficiency than they've ever been able to do it before.
But, the phrase AI kill chain is now coming into popular consciousness. Help us understand how an AI kill chain happens. That's what I was asking you, that who would set that? Is it that the AI independently sets a target, it's doing its own parameters, its own analysis, and it tells an autonomous drone to drop a bomb and kill someone without a human intervention?
No, it does not. It absolutely does not.
You're just scared of saying that is what it is.
Yeah, no, it does not. What it allows, I'll say, a fires officer in an operations center to do is to have a quicker understanding of where there might be a threat. And what they're able to do is to get to that capability faster. What it allows them to do is to use different types of information to correlate that actually is a threat, so that then we can bring more exquisite capability to take a look at that, to determine if that needs to go into what one would consider a targeting board that could then begin an actual validation process that in the past, because it was very manual, because there weren't the automated workflows that went associated with even just digitizing some of these capabilities inside an AIP-like platform. Now we're able to take things that potentially we would have missed because it would have taken a day, 2 days, a week to do the analysis to determine that that is actually something that we need to put human eyes on, pay attention to, and bring through what we call a targeting board to move it to a place that then we can pass that onto a platform that it can actually use the right munition for the right job, sometimes which isn't kinetic.
So, David, again, that's not to, I'm not bringing any sort of moral, social perspective on it right now, because we first want to understand, and it's a very real world of conflict and threat, so one wants to understand the sort of gravity of that before one questions the social and moral implications of it. So when you're saying that, these systems now enable you to analyze faster than the speed of light almost, then that's great, and there's no argument over that. I was asking about the decision making, because when one says that it's an independent AI kill chain, when you're saying it's autonomous weapons, and that this is only the start, the vision is to move further where humans are not in the loop. Help us understand what that is. How does decision making happen? Yeah. If you're passing on precise, intelligent, quick data onto a commander like yourself to take a decision, that's more or less traditional war done better. But I'm asking about AI being a decider.
Yeah, we're not at a place where AI is the decider. We're at a place where AI guides us to what we need to pay attention to faster, so that humans can decide faster. Because at the end of the day, when we're talking about the speed of war, the speed of precise decision making is the thing that wins the day. So your ability to get to the place where a human can decide, this is the application of force that I'm going to put on that objective, and I can audit why that happened in a manner that's faster than we've ever been able to accomplish before. That's the step that we're at right now. I think that's when we're talking a kinetic. That's when we're talking a AI kill chain, as you said. I don't use the word kill chain. I use the term targeting, which is doctrinal.
Alex Karp, who's your founder of Palantir, uses the phrase AI kill chain all the time.
He's great. He is. I grew up 28 years in uniform and in the federal side, so I often divert to the doctrinal language use that I've just learned over my career. What I would say is, now there's other things that are occurring outside of that targeting process, outside of fires, where force protection is another component of the military vernacular. And when I start talking about counter UAS as an example, it's things like that, things that when we have an inbound unmanned aerial system, we have an inbound threat that we need to respond to, that is where I begin to frankly advocate for autonomous decision making, because the speed with which that inbound threat is coming at us, whether that's a class 1 or a class 3 drone, size matters, we have to be able to respond to that at the speed of need. And I think as you start to look at some of those defensive systems, that we absolutely have to see the human in the loop as a bit of a vulnerability, because these are moving so fast that we need to be able to detect, we need to be able to interdict to save our airmen, soldiers, Marines, Guardians, we've got them all now, so that when they're out conducting operations on behalf of our nations, our partners and allies, that we can defend them effectively. So I think when we talk about autonomy, it's the operations that we're talking about being autonomous, the ones that probably lend themselves to not having a human in the loop, but again, now having an auditability of those that we've never been able to have before.
So, even this data gathering, what is the scale of data that is being picked up, David? And I'm pushing on that because I do have an ancillary question, but is it satellite data? You said public data. Is it the data on our phones? Are you guys hacking our phones? Are you picking up health data, which I know you are? So things which we knew to be siloed data, and you very powerfully said that, and I understand. As I said, in a conflict zone, you said more dangerous for you today than a missile is a siloed data, that you want to know every signal available on the planet before somebody else does, right? So does that mean that we now have to live in a world where we know that from our faces to our license plates to our health data to our personal chats to satellite data, all of that data is now being funneled into companies like Palantir or to any other defense military situation I won't even use I'm not going to use a layered word, just for the objective of analyzing data and knowing where a threat might be emerging.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a commercial corollary here.
A commercial
corollary. My wife, as an example, will ask me, have you been looking at golf clubs? Because all of a sudden in her Facebook feed, she begins getting, a tailor-made driver this, tailor-made irons that, and she's determined that I've been, looking for my next purchase. And when you look at how the commercial sector is leveraging your own data to determine what next ad they're going to feed you, I think we're not doing anything more intrusive than that. And frankly, I think the U.S. government is using publicly available information that they're legally either provided or that people are providing themselves, not of our own citizens, but in threat environments, to bring that in and to begin using that alongside data that is collected from traditional intelligence sources so that we can understand the environment and, again, facilitate smarter decision making within the laws of armed conflict.
So, David, again, we are, going to enter into the moral social dimension of this. I'll concede that we may not have the luxury, possibly, to deny the right of those who are in the military or in the government to know this. But there are many implications of you or others having access to all of this data. So I do want to call you out a little bit on when you just said that not on our own citizens, but on adversaries. Right back from Edward Snowden to, even way back to Julian Assange and others, we do know that America is spying on its own citizens, It's also being used right now, say, by the ICE, where they have entire maps, where dossiers of confidence scores. And I was reading, again, it's publicly available, that the data that Palantir is using is literally from, like, you're a moving target, your license plates, your health data, which really should be private data, to your phone chats, your face recognition. All of that is being used for domestic purposes. So to know that, this is a legal or illegal immigrant, you're basically mapping the entire citizenry of America, not to mention possibly in India as well, So first, is that accurate?
No, not exactly. I think that it's not our data, it's the government's data. It's our software.
Well, the government promises to keep it siloed, but you're pretty much telling us that no data is siloed anymore.
I think the commercial sector shows you that their ability to feed you ads that are targeted to your unique needs make it hard to believe that anybody would think that they can move through society with nobody.
No footprint.
With no footprint. As soon as you opt in to your phone, you're using that data, you're presenting a signature of yourself, and frankly, you're opting in. And so I think there's a component of that we do have to pay attention to. And then I'd say, whatever the laws of a nation are, that's for the government to administer. What I'll tell you is that I'm proud to be with a company that understands how to protect PII, privately individual information, and publicly and private health information in a manner so proficiently that we can do it within the laws that have been provided within the left and right lateral limits that the government wants.
So, I'm just going to stay with this a little bit more, which is about data gathering itself. So, you have satellites, and I've actually asked the Indian military commanders that with this level of satellite network across the planet, how is it that you don't know there's a Chinese buildup on the Indian border? How is it that you don't know? How is it that Israel missed that there was a buildup happening, on October 7th? So at one level, there's this idea of like massive surveillance, and then at another level, there's still ball drops. So one is to help us understand that. And the second is that now you have autonomous submarines, you have autonomous drones, you of course have the satellites. So how do these autonomous instruments know what data to pick up? Like, what are they picking up? What are the parameters being set for autonomous submarines and,
I would have to ask the Navy that, because they're the ones that build those.
You've been a Navy SEAL as well,
Nope, not a Navy SEAL,
oh, okay.
a Marine.
I just thought you've been everything.
Much different. But I think we have to understand that everything now is a sensor. We wear sensors on our bodies. I have my Whoop on now. If you're building a platform, it's collecting data. I still remember in the early days of Project Maven, when we were talking to true commercial AI experts, they said if you thought you had a data problem before AI, just wait until you move into this environment, because not only is it collecting data, it's producing data, and that's more data that you have to make sense of. And so as we step into an environment where we have systems, and frankly where, again, the commercial sector is launching satellites to sense the environment for agriculture, to sense the environment for temperature changes, to sense the environment for whatever the unique thing might be, that data now can be acquired commercially by somebody. And so I think increasingly the use of publicly available information by nation states, instead of bespoke systems that maybe have more funnels and less breadth, is becoming available and will be used to stop some of those events, or at least be able to understand that they were about to occur, so they can be interdicted before a response option has to.
So just a couple more questions before I bring somebody else onto stage, which is that, you've been saying that it helps more precision and more speed. So I would like to ask about Gaza, for instance, and we had the Israel cyber chief last year, we've had the Mossad chief before, and, the question there is that when there's a capability to assassinate an Iranian scientist several thousand kilometers away, with that level of precision, or pick up a Maduro in Venezuela without any soldier casualty for yourselves rather than there was casualty for others, then why in Gaza has there been so much of collateral damage? And like I said, they do admit to the fact that they've used AI systems like Where's Daddy, Lavender, Is it that there was parameters set where collateral damage was okay, or is it that these systems are not as precise as you make it out in some messy situations?
Yeah, I can't speak for the Israeli military, for the Israeli Defense Forces, and the decision-making processes as they went through their doctrinal targeting capabilities. What I can say is that I know the threat was immense and underground and built for a very long time. And frankly, in my opinion, they were leveraging humans as shields above ground for their nefarious actions and military, not even military, terrorist operations underground. The ability to target those is probably very hard. I think the extent of that probably wasn't quite as understood on day one as it became the more that they were able to understand and sense that environment. So the munitions that they would use, I would have to guess, but I can tell you that they were very precise, that they're much more precise than carpet bombing in Germany in World War II. And so we can see this evolution that, again, is a response to a horrific act that occurred against the Israeli people in defending themselves.
Right. So this is where some of the other dimensions come in, David, which is that we're talking about immense power now. There's not just the power of traditional military might of America, but there's also, the ideological lens through which one sees any adversarial situation. And then you have all of this data, and then you have autonomous weapons, So to decide whether someone is an adversary or not, to take away all nuance from that situation, whether somebody is just a driver, what is their sort of social situation, that can you resist if the Hamas asks you to be a driver? You're not a killer, you're not one of their armed soldiers, you're part of an ecosystem. I reported in India, in Chhattisgarh, when there was a big sort of face-off between the state and the Maoist movement there. And there were tribals who had no option. They were just caught between the state and the Maoists, and they were often killed. But when you went and spoke to them, you understood their dilemma. They're in a conflict zone. If the Maoists come and ask them to do something, they have to do it. If the state comes and asks them to do something, they have to do it. Is that a situation where one can kind of have 70,000 civilians dead and still call it precise killing?
No, I think that that moving into an era where we're using data-driven technologies to be a lot more precise and to be able to parse that, is absolutely the goal. I think that we probably didn't have the same capability then that we have now, that it's improving as our ability to leverage AI to split that hair, to better understand and to better make human decisions associated with, when we should or shouldn't take action and the type of action that we should. I think that's the promise of AI. I do think, we've got, I'll say, a ways to go in understanding all the socioeconomic and political drivers and religious drivers associated with how we break all this apart. But that's why we need to continue moving forward with this technology. When we talk about autonomy, I also still think we need to remember, we've been using autonomous weapons, maybe 1.0, for decades. When we used the first laser-guided munition, when we used the first GPS-guided munition, there was a point that a human made a decision and then the weapon released and went to where that was supposed to be. Again, I'll go back to where we started the conversation a little bit. The promise of leveraging AI, of being able to put code on a kinetic capability and have it moving towards an objective now gives us a better opportunity through that whole span to understand and to be more precise about where that target, where that munition goes and what it does when it gets there at a level that 3 decades ago, 4 decades ago, we still were less worried about.
Right. I have so many questions, David, but I'm going to bring someone else on stage to deepen this conversation at a more social, political, and moral level, because it is immense power, and I think it does need to be interrogated. I do want to ask one further question, which is that when you were saying that, all our commercial data, like our phones and maybe our earpods, we had a speaker last year called Nita Farahani, and she was warning about an even newer frontier that is coming, which is that now companies are able to pick up not just your overt data, what you did, what you bought, what you said, what you looked at, but that it's being able to pick up your thought data, so it's even so liminal that you're thinking something and your wearables and your phones are picking that up. We also have AI that is doing sentiment analysis now, so you have AI that's running under the surfaces of our public lives, reading your emotions, reading your sentiment, analyzing that, sending that back to whoever, maybe like Palantir is an operating system that's analyzing this. I mean, at some levels, this is just terrifying, because you may have a thought today which changes tomorrow. It doesn't define you as a person, but it's got heat mapped somewhere as you've had a momentary desire to kill your husband, and that makes you a potential murderer, And now we are seeing this in predictive policing. We are seeing it, AI being used in whether prisoners can get parole. There's cultural biases, We're talking about erasing history. Whatever America decided is the Palestinian situation, or Israel decided is the AI is learning that, So it seems to be devoid of so many layers that make up human life, So would love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, again, I can only speak to the use of it for doctrinal military operations that I've been involved in, I do understand the corollaries in the commercial sector. I'll go back to those. For some time, I've read about credit card companies as an example.
Sorry, would you just speak?
Every time you make a purchase, grading your emotional score, and then passing that back so that they can target the next ad towards you, they can target the next purchase towards you. I do think that is something that individuals have to be aware of and make personal decisions about how they're using these technologies in their daily lives and what they want to do with them as they opt in or out of leveraging whatever app, on any given day that they want to use.
There's no scope for opting out, I mean, there's no scope for opting out. We're all in the grid now, So, yeah, so I think that cultural conversation around it does need to grow. And I do want to, David, I understand I'm putting you in some uncomfortable spots, but I do want to concede, like I said, that there are very, very difficult military and security situations that people like you have to deal with, So that is another dimension, but it's seeping a lot into our civilian lives as well. So it's an important conversation. And in that light, I would love to bring on stage somebody else, actually, who has been a very important... No, please stay on stage.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you're not getting away from this one. Oops. You can see how much mayhem that's causing. I'm going to call on stage a filmmaker, an award-winning documentary filmmaker who's made several films, but the one we're going to focus on is called National Bird. And it was made several years ago, but it again is a window into some of the issues that are intensifying in their complexity and urgency and seriousness. It's a film on soldier whistleblowers who used not autonomous weapons, but enabled weapons. It's the kind that David was speaking about, where you press a button and a weapon far away does its thing. And she spoke to soldiers who were traumatized by this, and she made a film with whistleblowers speaking of the costs of war, even though much of this is to create soldier safety. So before we call her on stage, we'd like to show you a little window into her work.
They were always trying to kill people. They always wanted to be blowing someone up.
Anybody who's believed to be of age 16 or older, they are a legitimate target.
People die, things get destroyed. It's like borders don't matter anymore.
When we say children, we talk teenagers or toddlers? I'd say about 12. Not toddlers, but thinking more towards adolescents or teens. We'll pass that along to the ground force commander. But like I said, 12 to 13 years old with a weapon, just as dangerous. Oh, we agree, yeah. What's the master plan, fellas? I don't know. Hope we get to shoot the truck with all the dudes in it. Yeah. Center is in, but the party begins. Remember, kill chain. Will do. Roger. And... oh, there it goes. Stand by.
There's a new national bird. Just an organism, not an organization of peace. Shoveling shit in the belly of the beast. You got roped in on an economic draft. Couple years gone in the wisdom of sun. And the chain of command doesn't care. You see.
I was well aware that what I was about to enter was something that I was against. We feel guilty about our past actions.
You see someone die because you said it was okay to kill them. And I can say the drone program's wrong because I don't know how many people I've killed.
I was told that they forgave me for the part I played and what happened to them.
Ain't no citizens in this new world. Only great decks and the box of loaded cards to burn. By the time you learn this rule, a few you're in a green zone. Look at the trap that you've walked into.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sonia Kennebeck.
Thank you. Thank you.
You going to turn around so that the two of you can speak to each other. Sonia,
what an opportunity.
Sonia, you heard David lay out this very complex, arena and field and that they do operate in, where there's so many threats and it's all emerging and it's live situations. And he himself served in Afghanistan, so it's two sort of lenses on the same canvas, and that's what makes it even more poignant. So do tell us what led you to these stories and what was the core takeaway that you got from speaking to the soldiers who were in Afghanistan dropping drones, during that particular war?
Yeah, so when I started my research around 2012, 2013, the reason was that there was so little information out. And the first reported drone strike was, as the public knows, in October 2001. And by 2012, 2013, the general public in the US knew very little about drones. So that's the reason I wanted to start and research and really talk to the people who were part of the system. And when I did my first interview with one of the whistleblowers I found, she told me in that very first conversation that she had lost multiple of her friends to suicide. And that's when I immediately understood that, okay, there's more to it. There's a lot of trauma. It was sold publicly as this very clean, precise weapon, but even on the side of the people fighting the war, you could see that there was trauma, or what is more known now, moral injury. So there was not just the effect, and of course, that's the biggest pain, the civilian victims of drone strikes gone wrong, but you also have consequences amongst the people fighting the war.
So, before we draw David back into the conversation, take us deeper into this, that what is the nature of that injury? What caused it? Why were they so injured by the fact that they were in this war zone with the drones?
Well, if you are a very young person, and often the person who is analyzing the imagery, they are first time enlisted, 18 to 24 years old, and they have to make a call that has such major consequences, it really impacts the psyche. And as you just saw in the video, the woman I interviewed, she also said, I didn't know how many people I killed, and she had to analyze the video and say, this person is carrying a shovel, or this person is carrying a weapon, and then also making an estimation of someone's age. So is this person 12 years old, or 16 years old, or an adult? So, and all these decisions replayed in her head, she told me. And that's what was really keeping her up at night, was I making the right decision? And then you see all of that at scale, because drones, by the time I was doing the film, were already deployed in very, many different scenarios in Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen. So you have many of these situations where later on, the military operatives, the people would read in the news about, weddings being bombed, civilian deaths, and they wonder, how much of a role did I play in it?
So, would you think that, to David's point, that earlier what information was imprecise, now with AI and with the level of data mapping that is being done, for all its other social and moral implications, but do you think that, as you must still be in conversation on this topic, do you think that at least at level of precision it has become better?
It's a very difficult question, because there is such a lack of transparency on, you had this conversation. It really depends on what data sets the AI is trained on, and also how permissible the targeting rules are. I think, it's a very complex scenario. And we've had, already yesterday and today a lot of conversations about the limitations of AI. And many people here on stage have talked about the risks and also that AI is not as intelligent as humans. But then on the other hand, we are already using AI in one of the most complex scenarios, in a war scenario, which is complex, highly dynamic. We are fighting, this is remote warfare where you have, asymmetric wars. You have, people who are making decisions and who are supplying the data sets that are halfway across the world. So my questions are, in the data sets, what role does civilian harm mitigation play? Is that already part of the design? Cultural context, you talked about cultural bias. That's, there's also automation bias, like people's trust in technology. And yes, there should be human oversight, but if there is, such, speed and scale, how much time is there for human oversight? And then the risk of the people in the decision-making process relying possibly too much on the technology. That's what I've seen when people use technology. They don't fully understand how it works, and they have a lot of trust in it. So what I think, when you add AI, you add speed and you add scale. And so it can exacerbate risks, and it can exacerbate civilian casualties as well.
So, Sonia, when you made this film, and it was, back in 2014 or so, what was the reaction? How did the U.S. military respond to you? Were you made to feel uncomfortable? Were they interested? What is the range of experiences you had on that?
So I thought, for me, the most remarkable reaction was by the general public in the U.S. because I went to Afghanistan to interview the victims and survivors of drone strikes gone wrong. And
can everyone hear Sonia at the back? Yes.
I can also speak up. So in Afghanistan, people at that time, when I was there in 2015, really were very well informed about drones and how drones work and the technology. Not so much on the other side of, the people who were fighting the war in the U.S. Of course, the military, the people, the veterans, they know about drones, but the general public was shocked. I was showing my films to people who knew very little about drones, and all they had heard were sound bites by President Obama, who said precision strikes, some of the terms that you were using as well, targeted precision strikes. So they had the image of, maybe a sniper targeting one person, and when they saw my film, they saw bombs being dropped on buildings, and they were shocked, and some of them came out in tears, and they thought, like, these are massive planes, they are carrying massive bombs, and that was, a very strong reaction, that they didn't fully realize the scope of the war. And then my question is always, who is in the building? Do you really know not just who you are targeting, but who you are actually killing at the end? And that's the other thing, with the speed and the scale of, in AI-enabled war technologies, how much time is there for, doing battle damage assessment, after-action reports, to really understand the impact of these weapons? And then the next concern, the next step is, of course, feedback loops. When you have strikes with a lot of civilian casualties, and that is not thoroughly assessed, is that data feeding back in and again exacerbating the problems? Are we escalating wars? And consequently, are we making our world safer, or the opposite?
David, those are questions that I would love to hear your perspective on.
Yeah, is it working? I would say that there's a very structured feedback loop. That anytime there's a strike that has a civilian casualty, it's taken beyond seriously, and an investigation, frankly, occurs every time. And the forensics of that, the auditability. I also think we need to be realistic about the fact that it's never just one source of intelligence. It's always layered intelligence that brings those that are authorized to make a strike to that conclusion. And so it's not just a single thing, there's layers beyond it. And again, I'd say that the application of data-driven technologies allows us to make better decisions now because there's a richer context that you can apply to that.
So David, on that, I'd ask you again that, you were just saying transparently that you would advocate for autonomous decision-making as well. And I think, again, there's two layers of that, that if there's a missile coming at your country and you have created autonomous decision-making to put up whatever shield or counterbalance it, I don't think there'd be any discussion, It's about when you have to take human life, and if that then is a machine that's deciding it with preset parameters, that's where the sort of, discomfort and anxiety would arise. So that's one point. But just to stay with Sonia's story a little bit more, let's move away from the victims for a moment and just look at the soldiers itself, that did you encounter this sense of moral injury? What does it do to the psyche of a soldier if you're sitting in an air-conditioned van in Alabama and, it becomes almost like a video game for you to look at stuff and you're pressing a button and somebody dies 6,000 kilometers away and you never see them, you don't know them, you get up and you have a cup of coffee and you walked away, What does that do to the psyche of a soldier? Does it make killing easier? Does it implicate you less? Have you had these conversations with fellow, military people?
What I can say is when we decided to start our pathfinding AI effort back in 2016, one of the goals of beginning that process was so that we could use computer vision to detect, identify, and geolocate objects in full motion video. And frankly, it was initially one of the goals of that was so that we could reduce the burden on those imagery analysts so that they didn't have to stare at a screen for 8 hours a day and potentially have those moral injuries, so that we could have computers do what computers do best, which is that's an object, this is what the object is, this is where the object's at, and hopefully reduce some of that burden. So I'd say that what we're actually trying to do is reduce some of that potential moral injury that I know we do have our chaplain service and others that have engaged in, that we have recognized that this is real and this is something that we need to treat in our troops and take account for. And so leveraging some of these advanced technologies, we're actually trying to buy that down, because years of reaction to an attack on the United States and our partners and allies has caused us to respond.
Sorry, I didn't, again, I was having a bit of a reverb and I couldn't hear did you already, I heard a bit of it in terms of, you are helping soldiers not have to look at a screen for 16 hours and AI is doing that. But the second question to that was this sense of distance killing. What does that do to you? Does it become like a video game? And the human sort of dynamic, as painful as it is, having soldiers' feet on ground, more dangerous, definitely, has its own traumas. But is this video gaming of war something that you all are discussing within the military?
I haven't met anybody.
It's not a concern area.
No, I haven't met anybody that would associate this type of thing with a video game. I think this is a serious business brought on by serious people and conducted in a serious way. I would tell you that I personally have been more concerned about the strikes that we weren't able to take, knowing that there were women and children who are going to face an atrocity, but because I didn't have the layers and levels of intelligence then that I would probably have at my disposal now that would authorize me to I'll say, interdict, and that interdiction could be a kinetic strike, it could be a capture operation, whatever it might be. I think those are ones that we also need to think about, because it's a bit the other side. It's never, I'll say, flippantly taken, a strike, and there have been, sorry, is there a reverb coming?
Yeah, there's a echo sound coming on his mic. Yeah, just.
And I think the other side of that equation is knowing what atrocity is about to happen, understanding that the threat exists and you can see it, but because you don't know, I'll say that there won't be any collateral damage or anything associated with that. It is also troubling because you do have to make some of those calls, and some of those are no strikes.
So, we're going to run out of time, Sonia. So, guys, my mic is giving trouble again. We're going to run out of time. So, I would like you to share with the audience what happened to one of the whistleblowers, that he ended up being in jail for 5 years, and why was that? How did the military respond to him? Why did he have to end up in jail?
So I found and interviewed 3 military whistleblowers, and one of them, his name is Daniel Hale, and during the production of the film, he was raided by the FBI under the Espionage Act, and the Espionage Act of 1917 is a very serious law in the US where you can come after whistleblowers and theoretically also after journalists. And so they raided him and investigated him for many years. And we continued filming. I interviewed him. I actually say in my film that, the filmmakers didn't receive any classified information from the participants in the film, but I did find out many years later when his case went into the pre-trial, he was indicted, that he had also disclosed documents. And one of these documents actually was also talking about civilian victims. There was a region in Afghanistan where there were airstrikes, and around 90% of the victims were civilians. So I do believe that having documentation as well can be crucial for transparency. And one of the issues that we have in this whole complex of war and AI is that we need conversation. We need conversations between the stakeholders, and we need transparency and access. Of course, there's national security, but there needs to be some transparency to check what data is being used, because the consequences are so high. What we're talking about here is life and death. So that's the reason I think you need transparency and you need accountability.
That's a great note to end on. Having the opportunity of both of you being on stage, some years ago, I had brought the CIA and Taliban together on stage, So having you and her on stage, I shouldn't be mediating. Sonia, I would like to ask you, if there's one question you'd like to ask David, what would that be? You want to leave him with a food for thought. What's the question you'd ask him?
What is your worst case scenario with AI and warfare, where it's headed?
I actually think the worst case scenario is that doomerism and pessimism and concerns about decision making prior to leveraging this technology that is at its infancy keeps us from advancing and leveraging artificial intelligence and data-driven decision making. I remember when I came in the military, and I won't talk about kinetic actions. I'll talk about just finished intelligence assessments. It was PhDs who were coming in and reading reports and telling generals generally what they thought based on a cup of coffee and 5 reports and a current event. That's actually what brought me into the field of data, because I thought there was a mathematical way that we could bring more precision to intelligence assessments. Frankly, it was just old school Pearson product correlation coefficient type stuff in Excel. And so I hope that we understand the future of using math, the future of using technology will continue to improve both our ability to act with precision and efficiency, and also recognizing that we have peer competitors who are rapidly trying to take these technologies that they're using in their own societies in profound ways that would trouble all of us just in their daily lives. And there's a global competition, and that if we don't accelerate our ability to use this technology and improve this technology, because we are on a campaign of learning in the application of it, that they will outpace us, and frankly, we won't have the deterrent for future large-scale wars.
David, if you were to ask Sonia one last question at the speed of the AI that you're, with that level of lightning speed, what's the question you'd ask her, because we are out of time?
I need to think about that. We didn't prep for this one. She and I did have a wonderful conversation in the green room, and we're going to follow up. I think my question would probably be, if you were in my seat for a day, what would be the next step? How would you improve what we're doing?
Do you want to leave that a rhetorical question, or do you want to answer that?
No, I'm happy to answer that. I do think it's actually at the core of what I was saying about bringing different stakeholders to the table, that I have experienced, this kind of siloing of there's the military, and they are looking at military, operations, and then you have human rights organizations and researchers and scientists, and I think it's very important to bring the people together, because it also increases the pressure of what I think is important in the design of these systems and continuously review is the civilian harm mitigation, because we don't want to go back to the times of carpet bombing, as you mentioned. Like, how good is technology if it brings us back to the times before the Geneva Conventions, where there were large-scale, there was large-scale civilian harm, and the reason we have, the Geneva Conventions is that we want to prevent this type of future. So we don't want to be heading, with this type of speed into like an AI-enabled new, mass destruction weapon. And that's really what I would want to continue pushing the military and governments in, we need regulation, and we need to have civilian harm mitigation that is in the design of these systems, because otherwise, if the weapons are not more accurate, what are they worth?
David, I just want to end with saying that, you've said freedom isn't free, and that when you hear the word regulation, you run out of the room, but I do want to share one quick experience of our own back to that Maoist conflict, and I really appreciate the Indian Army, because there was discussion at a point that the army would be brought into the heart of India, to quell that uprising. And we were some of the few journalists that were really going in and reporting from the ground. And the army actually reached out for a kind of consultative conversation, and I'm sure there were many other reasons why eventually they decided to go with the police really quelling that rather than the Indian Army, because the Indian Army's psyche is different, it is to kill an adversary. A police is a more domestic security situation. The psyche is different. And, that consultation, amongst many other things I'm sure the Indian Army did, kind of changed the strategy, whereas some of what one is hearing, and we understand what the complex realm you're in, the seat you sit on, But without consultation, you might be just reinforcing your own bias on a lot of things, And there's a lot of that, they're the lefties, like with Palantir and the ICE raids. The discourse in America has become so polarized that I don't think it would be possible in an American situation for the two of you to sit in the same room and talk to each other, So I really hope that's going to be possible. Thank you very much, both of you, for the great insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Oh, okay. David, they want a quick picture. Yeah. Let's be a woman on either side and feminize him a bit. David is going to go back with a more feminine principle now, Our next session is an absolutely marvelous deep dive into another universe altogether. Yesterday, we had Noor Rawafi take us into the cosmos and into the sun. Today, we have a speaker that's going to take us into another mysterious universe, the universe of nature. We spent the morning talking about humans, we've talked about technology, and now is the most powerful of all, which is nature. And this is a cosmos, a mysterious universe we know very little about, which is the oceans. David Gruber is a National Geographic deep sea explorer, a marine biologist, and the founder of Project SETI. I'm sorry, I'm just going to take a moment. I realize some of you have to go out, but I'll just wait a moment till you settle down. So as I was sharing with you that David Gruber is a National Geographic explorer, a marine biologist, and the founder of Project SETI. They're using AI to crack the language of whales. So we are talking about interstellar travel. This is interspecies travel to really begin to understand the universe from different perspectives, different species. It is the most profound kind of communication. To talk to us about that, David is going to present a presentation, and then we're going to call on stage another filmmaker, a Green Oscar winner, somebody who's made a film that actually protected whale sharks in India, put it on the endangered list, has made another Green Oscar winning film that was around wild elephant capture, and that is Shibani Chaudhary, and she will be joining David Gruber on stage. But before that, we want to enter the world that David is exploring. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome David Gruber.
It's a pleasure. Thank you. All right, well, thank you. Pleasure to be here today. And I am getting to change gears and talk about whales a little bit. So I'll be sharing on the largest interspecies communication initiative in history, Project SETI. But the thing about this, we're using AI, we kind of feel like this is the tool that it was meant for. It was meant for a connective tool to connect us to nature. And clicker, there we go. So if you think about humans and the beauty of us, the imagination, the ability to create art, the ability to be looking out at the moon and being like, one day, the window opened for the possibility that we could actually go there. We could actually shoot a rocket, land on the moon, walk on the moon, and come back. And my father was actually part of Project Apollo, so I got to hear about this mission quite a bit. But before, I want to just share a little bit, and I'm also a college professor, so unfortunately I'm going to be giving you an exam. So I'm starting off the exam here with a question, and this is going to show you that the type of animal your humanness could actually impact that. So I want you to listen closely, and then I'm going to ask which animal you would more likely protect. So number one. All right. Number two. All right, so raise your hand if you are more likely to want to protect number one. Okay, quite a few. And raise your hand if more number two. Oh, this is good. All right, number one was a humpback whale. Number two is a sperm whale. I usually get told to turn off number two, which I was studying sperm whales, because it sounds like a jackhammer, whereas the first one is more melodious. Mother, madre, om, sort of tones and frequencies that are actually resonate better with us. So, to begin my career, before we could start hearing from the perspective, I started to see from the perspective of the natural world. And I'm a marine biologist, so I study 71% of the planet, which is the ocean. And as soon as you drop underwater in the ocean, you go into a blue world, and all the spectra that we see, all the reds and oranges are no longer here. So I began to think about, well, in the blue ocean, what is it like for the visual perception of marine creatures? How are they seeing the world? And there's a thing called green fluorescent protein, which has been a huge part of medical biology. And we've known about this in corals and jellyfish. It's the ability to take the blue ocean light and transform it into other colors. But we started to find this in over 200 species of fish. So it was a secret portal of perception that humans didn't have. So this is a goby under normal white light, and that's under fluorescent light. This has been something for hundreds of millions of years. These fish have been tuned in to this other perspective. And our lab also discovered the first biofluorescent sea turtle, noticing that these majestic creatures that had this extra feature that had also been going on in terms of their vision that humans hadn't known about. But it got really exciting when we found it in biofluorescent sharks, because this kind of, I'm a guy that was studying jellyfish and corals, and now I had to go into the water and like be with sharks and know what they're feeling. So thinking about interdisciplinary, and I was hearing Demis talk at the AI Summit, saying that the real beauty of AI is the interdisciplinary scientific discovery. So for this, I had honing my tools in building interdisciplinary teams. I had to bring the shark to an eye doctor, look at the apparatus, the hardware in the eye of the shark, and then build a camera to see from the perspective of the shark. And by doing this, all these features started to appear to us humanists. And sharks go back 400 million years, and suddenly they're seeing that they're sending out a beacon to each other, and they could see fluorescent sharks better than non-fluorescent sharks. But these questions of like, what about the top of the world, where it's getting 24-hour sunlight some of the year, and parts of the year it's getting 0 sunlight? So we decided to take a trip to Greenland to decide to dive underneath the ice at night to see if there's any biofluorescent animals there. So this is a little bit about the craziness, you know, and my mom's never really been happy with this stuff. I've been a submarine pilot, did a one-person submarine. This was training for a year just to go under the ice, and then we did this again at night once we found out where we wanted to go. And luckily, we did, after all this effort, find one of the first biofluorescent fish. It was actually filled with antifreeze proteins that was there. But this idea now of going from seeing, one of the things that happened when I was up there is that it was profoundly noticeable that climate change is really affecting the upper part of the world. Like, you feel like you're in a melty freezer that's been opened. And it's really, really quite apparent there, and it's, especially for marine biologists like us that go around the world, we could feel that this is drastically changing, and there's going to be a world in the not so long future that there's no more even ice up there, and the ramifications of that. And the idea as a scientist, we always hear, listen to the scientists, but it doesn't really feel like they're listening. But we thought of what can we do, something so big, something so powerful that could really shake the world. And could we translate whale communication? So we put together a team of 50 scientists across 8 different disciplines. Last year, that you might have heard Giovanni Petri, who's in the audience here. He's the lead of our network science. We have cryptography, linguistics, natural language processing. Sorry, is that making a lot of noise? I'll pull it away. All coming together, and robotics to just focus on translating what a whale is saying. Here's a little bit of what it's like to be in the water, swimming with Moby Dick. Females are about 40 feet, males could be 80 feet. They have the largest brain that we know of in the universe, 18-pound brain, highly encephalized, spindle cells, parts of their brain that in humans translate to love, intuition, compassion. And they actually go back, humans were last connected to them 92 million years ago. We shared a placental ancestor with whales. And they went into the ocean about 50 million years ago. It's called Pachycetus. And we stayed on land. So there's lots of similarities, mammalian similarities between humans and whales. So in 2020, we won the TED Audacious Prize. And this is around the time when AI hadn't really been in the news as much today. Like, we were thinking more in terms of the translation aspects. So we were working, I was doing a fellowship at Harvard, and there was a cryptographer there, Shafi Goldwasser, who's got a Turing Award, and she was kind of bringing in people that were using some of the latest of AI translation. And showing that it was possible to translate among human languages, not even by using a dictionary or Rosetta Stone, but just looking at multi-dimensional space, putting vectors on that. And so we were able to kind of realize that the window had just opened for humans to do this. So I got up and gave a TED Talk. We're going to be able to translate whale language. We announced this at National Geographic. But now the stress happens, because it's like, okay, now we actually have to do this. You know, it's one thing to claim this, but it's another thing to actually make this happen. So in thinking about this also, there's been such a history of people thinking about translating whale. Like even Carl Sagan was kind of positing over 50 years ago, like, is there a Homer in the whale community? Is there this deep intelligence? And we are finding that they have a form of language that vastly predates human language. But they didn't have the tools then. So it was even interesting looking at Sagan, and they were even reaching to the stars and putting things on the moon, but they didn't have the tools that we have now to be able to translate. So AI, that for our lifetimes, this is the single tool for while we're on this planet that has the most potential for change. Whether you like it or not, and this crowd sort of likes it, although I was really taken by yesterday about how many people would not want to jump in the freezer, was quite interesting. But this is a tool that we could use for great good, or we could use it to write a better email. So it's kind of like you could use this tool that's so powerful to go to the moon, or you could just go to the corner store and get some bread. And I vote we should use this thing to go to the moon. We should use this as a tool to be able to translate other languages, to connect to nature in a deeper, more profound way than's ever done before. And essentially, this is extraterrestrial communication. There's 10 to the 30 stars out there, and if there is another form of life out there, we would be using this technology to translate, because there's no bilingual translator. So you have an encoding and a decoding going on. What's really cool and why we chose sperm whales is that was number 2 that you heard. And Shafi particularly really felt of those of like Morse code, like click, click. They're like ones and zeros. So they're using it to echolocate. They're shooting it out at 230 decibels. And they're translating that echo in almost 3-dimensional space. But they're also using this to the surface in these things called codas. And just a little bit about how they make it. So one nostril rolled over the head and became a blowhole. And the other nostril, they're actually snapping these phonic lips. It's going back through the spermaceti oil, bouncing off the back of the head. And this could penetrate deep into the ocean, see an object, and the echo gets interpreted into the lower jaw, and they're able to see the world through echolocation. So where to work? We decided to work in Dominica, where there's another Nat Geo explorer, Shane Garrow, who'd been studying these whales for 20 years. So he knows about 400 whales there by names, and there's a whole fluke book that's there. And what's really cool about whales is that they live in these matrilineal populations. So grandmothers, mothers, and kids. And so they're passing this intergenerational knowledge along for over 20 million years. And usually when the males get to a certain age, they're like, all right, you're time to kind of get out of the house and go find your way. And the males go actually find another male, and they'll go all the way from pole to poles where the females are more resident. So we were like, how do we do this? The tools are there, but there's no store that you can go to for interspecies translation. You can't just go to the store and buy interspecies communication gadgets. So we needed to imagine that we would make an underwater recording studio of 20 square kilometers, and we would be listening to every voice of every whale. We'd be using underwater gliders, robots that would actually put the Fitbits on the whales, and then we would shoot that up to the cloud. And essentially, just doing like the back of the envelope calculations, we figured we could be getting up to about 400 million to 4 billion clicks a year, which is vastly bigger than any non-human database. If you think about AI, it's all focused on one species, Homo sapiens. So if you go to the next species, there's almost nothing. So even like ChatGPT with 500 billion tokens comes into a spec that you could barely even see for the largest non-human data sets. So in terms of putting the listening stations in, we designed, these were actually, we picked people that actually were looking for submarines in terms of locating them to design the underwater acoustics. And then we needed to, at the Harvard Microrobotics Lab, we wanted to come up with the most gentle on-whale sensors. So we developed them with 3 microphones on the front. They also have a heart sensor, and they have a depth sensor on that. So you get a lot of information, but how do you get this on a whale that is surfacing for 10 minutes, and then it's diving a mile down for up to an hour? But in the tags, we care so much about the gentleness and the approach. We vow never to take a single drop of blood from a whale. So we got inspired by suckerfish that are already clinging onto the whales, and suckerfish and clingfish to come up with our suction cups. And then how do we get them on? So we are using this, oh, did I go too far? Oh no, there we go. So now we're actually using the tag, and we have a drone where we get close, and it looks like this using FPV goggles. You're getting close. Normally this was done with a pole, and this is one of a really gentle way that you could put these on a whale. And then once you have that on, you could hear them and see them from the sky. So you get a multimodal data set, and spatial becomes very different, because here you could see there's going to be another whale up there. There it is. There. So it changed directions and it went to that. So if you didn't have this kind of multimodal data set, you wouldn't be able to put this together. And then using computer vision, you could look at things like body language. Think of how much communication we do is based on just our body language. So it's not all just words. And one of the key things about learning is how would we learn whale language, but we'd want to follow a mother calf. So it's essentially thinking also what Jan was talking about, that the LLMs are actually not very smart, not as smart as a cat, but we need to actually follow baby whales, and we are now baby whales learning language from the bottom up. So we've developed a special underwater glider system where we're putting a GPU system that is able to identify each whale just by a signature in their voice and slowly stay about 1 kilometer away. So we could get these long-term data sets of feeling the baby start to babble and then lock into the natal dialect. So even whales in Dominica have distinct dialects, and you could tell just by the clan they're in by the way they're speaking. So, you know, they'll have like a British and a Scottish accent. Finally, you know, thinking about this project, the amount of stress it was to like tell the world that we're going to do this, we're just starting to see some of the fruits on the tree. Especially, it's not necessarily been AI that's been the savior. It's been putting the humans that are in the front of AI on this project. So many of them want to work for this project because it's very cool to work for Google and OpenAI, but they're not getting to translate whale language. So some of them are working about a day a week for us for free. And it's the humans that have actually revisited this data set. So we've discovered that whales have an alphabet. And their alphabet is actually based on tempo, rhythm, rubato. So they could go click, 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 or it could be like click, 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 click. And they could combine them, or they could use them in contextual settings, basically closer to human language than anything we've seen. But that is just the beginning, because looking at this through an interdisciplinary lens, we've also, from our linguist on the project, and most of the time linguists were like, I'm not going to work on a non-human project. Language is just for humans. But we have now found that there's features in whale voices that are reminiscent of vowels and diphthongs. So they independently evolved from going back from our 92 million years ago, the last time we had a common ancestor. So far, humans and whales now are the only animals that have vowels and diphthongs. And a little bit of like how we make that. We go using this, like it's so cool that we could actually breathe and eat and talk through the same orifice here. So, and then also we were like, realized we can make a bunch of sounds. Ooh, making sounds. We could put banana, putting these things together to make sounds. But in whales, it's very different. They not speaking through their mouth, they're actually making the lips and they're changing this air sac so the sound is coming out of the top of their head. Like the closest thing we can get to an alien. And what's really cool is that we have to look from a non-human perspective. So Gaspar Begas, the linguist on this, was in a talk where they were listening about elephant communication. And elephants like will say something like, brrr, and 15 minutes later, the other elephant will be like, brrr. You know, so in humans, like if you asked me something and I waited 15 minutes to respond, you'd be like, God, David's a weirdo, but that's cool in whale language, or an elephant. But he actually took the spacing out between the clicks. So you took those spacings away, and that is when the format features appeared. So you actually deleted the negative space there, and then you hear, this is what it sounds like. E. So these are distinct patterns that were hidden inside their codas. The next thing to kind of get into, this reminds me of the day that we first came up with the internet browser. We now have a translative model where you speak in and it finishes your sentence in whale language, but we've only really know one word. So this was just released at the major AI conference called NeurIPS in San Diego. And this was actually cool because the whale language is very musical based. It's trained on a musical database, VampNet. Then we take all these animal songs, then we took all the whale songs and we put them together, and that constitutes WHAM. So it's the best translative model that we have at the moment. And now we could work in silico outside the whale to begin to have conversations with the whale, because this is the beginning of interspecies communication, and we want to be really careful. We don't know if we're going to say the wrong thing, but now we have a model that we could begin to finish. This is a beautiful whale named Ariel in Dominica. Finish the sentence right here. So it basically predicts the next click. Now to kind of close off, I want to share a bit of luck that happened. Because all this is cool, but when you're out there working in the ocean, you never know what's going to happen. And one day we're out there, and we're even lucky to find the whales and begin to get all our equipment working. And we see them kind of, a whole group of this thing called Unit A, whales in Unit A, were there together. And they were underwater just having a chit-chat. Hello. But this is a position that's like a bit of a defensive position, because they're facing inward, called a marquee. And then suddenly there was a huge amount of thrashing. And we're in the boat with Shane, who's been studying these whales for 15 years, and we thought we were watching a shark attack. And this was tragic to be watching a shark, eat one of the whales that is well known. But if you look closer on the lower right hand, does anyone see anything? Yes. We were actually not watching a shark attack. We were watching the birth of Moby Dick. 11 whales came together, collectively lifted the baby for 6 hours, which would have sank because it's negatively buoyant. And I'll stop and I'll just show you some footage right here. So that's the baby right here. Those are pilot whales that are around there. And it just shows a different modality. This is something that's been happening for over 30 million years. Collaboration, community. There is so much to learn from other species, so much that we should learn at this critical moment in humanity. And we're not going to share too much of this, but there'll be more of this coming out next month. So this is supposed to be, Shoma promised me that this would be off the record. But that sound, that first sound that we played earlier, that only a few people in this room picked, that was the sound of the whale birth. That was the sound of the collective lifting there. So other things to just think about, we're beginning to think about how to evaluate our translation methods. So we're working with Adam Kalai and OpenAI team of how would you even know you could translate complex whale communication? What would it look like? And we're actually using things like conlangs, like from Game of Thrones, so types of languages that models have never seen yet. And another element is beginning to work with the legal community, because this is opening up an immense legal world. What will the legal community do when you could translate a whale and it could actually represent itself in court in its own voice? So I love the fact that we posed this crazy idea, and now even in the US, the American Bar Association is scratching their head, uh-oh, it's finally happening. We're gonna have to deal with the fact that there could be a whale representing itself in court. So anyway, you can see I'm a troublemaker. So I'm very happy with that. But the reason why always comes back to is this in service of the whale. And Roger Payne, who discovered that whales sing in the 1970s, showed us that science doesn't always have to be complicated. Whales sing led to one of the most impactful environmental movements of all times. Songs of the Humpback Whale saved several whale species from extinction. Just the fact that they're singing. And that was your first song. Oh, okay, I didn't play it, but we'll skip it. The Listen to the Whales is a campaign that we're just releasing in National Geographic in homage to Save the Whales. So I hope you'll all follow along into that. You could find it on Listen to the Whales. And I think one of the beautiful things is there still are 300,000 sperm whales out there in the ocean, and they're magic. They're magic, and we live at a time where they're still here. And really the hope is that future generations will also live at a time in a world where there are sperm whales, and they could continue these efforts, and they continue to use AI and some of the best technology that we've invented for the common good, and to bring us together to natural world, and to imagine a future that we really, really collectively want to live in. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great.
That was absolutely amazing, David. Thank you. What a treat. I'm going to invite on stage Green Oscar winner, filmmaker, Shibani Chaudhary. And as I shared earlier, their film played a big role in saving whale sharks in India. So it's a really apt conversation. Please welcome on stage Shibani Chaudhary.
Thank you, David, and hello, everyone. Thank you for that mind-bending presentation, David. It really took us into a realm that we can't even fathom, actually, in our day-to-day lives. And in fact, that's where I would like to start our conversation, because there are a lot of us here trying to explore and understand what this really meant. And the ocean in itself and life within it is representative of one of the largest unexplored domains on the planet. And your research is really spearheading understanding of it that was not conceived before. So could you help us understand how this actually relates to us as humans and where we are at in how we engage with other species and other domains beyond our very human-centric approach to civilizational understanding of where we are?
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the real beauties of this is like there was a famous philosopher, Thomas Nagel, that wrote about what is it like, or can you translate a bat, or what is it to be a bat? And this idea that we could never actually relate to some animals because we don't have the capacity. We're old world primates, and we're limited in our ability to empathize with the other species on the planet. But the key thing is that we are symbiotic. We need the other species here. They lead to a richer world. If we're connected to nature, people's brains, chemistry is better, they're less depressed. So the more we move into a world isolated from nature, a lot of the times technology has really isolated us from nature. But the hope here is to test the hypothesis that technology could actually bring us together, and it could actually allow us to perceive the whales from their own sense and be able to understand and even translate what they're saying in a way that could make us, even deeper connected to them. And there's always that idea of like, we'll protect what we love. And I think I used to study jellyfish and corals. And for me, I love them, and there was a little community of jellyfish and corals people that also love them. But everybody else was like, they're pet rocks or a jellyfish. They've ruined my vacation. So how do you get people to kind of see the natural world as something beyond their dinner plate? Is really the connection. But that's important for our survival, because we are, whether we see it or not, we're in the middle of a sixth extinction now. It's just happening at a slow pace. So we're thinking that this could be one way to connect to the world and just sort of show that what's possible when we collaborate, what future visions could be like. And then, of course, if we want to empathize with the whales so much, we'll want to keep their water clean, and we'll want to turn the ship noise down. So that's really the hope.
Well, thank you for that, David. And so that actually is a way of understanding that this is the first time, when we were discussing earlier. So while we do know that Jane Goodall has studied and worked with gorillas very closely, what you were saying is this is the first time we're really looking at understanding how another species communicates very, very deeply. And in that sense, it's an inflection point for us as a human society. And before we go into a little more about that, wanted to understand, what was this journey for you, where you started studying actually single-cell organisms, and now you're studying the largest species on the planet? And what has that journey meant for you? The hours under the ocean, the oneness that the Sadhviji was talking about. What was it like for you as a scientist, as a human, exploring this other domain? What was that journey?
That's a good question. So I started out as a microbiologist. My PhD was in protozoa bacteria interactions, and I just looked at them under a microscope. And I even teach a microbial ecology class where I take my students to Central Park in New York, and we take a little bit of pond water out. And by the end of even a class there, they don't want to put their pond water down the drain because they could see all these cool little protozoa running around there. So I think that anytime you study life, it's amazing. And we know our understanding of physics and biology is quite good, but really our understanding of biology is quite far behind. And we even heard that with a lot of these talks about, we're still, even though we didn't even know that it was DNA that was the hereditary agent until the 50s. We're really excited now that we're doing personalized medicine and we're freezing things, but our knowledge is not that vast. But I know that if you look at anything, it's beautiful. A single-cell life or the coral microbe interactions, it's fascinating. So I think going to this project, I'd almost stayed away from whales because they were kind of like the pop culture, I was like the Britney Spears or, of popular type animal, but I liked more of these weird, unique animals. But now that I'm focusing on them, it's like they're amazing. And I kind of knew that if we shined a really serious amount of human brain power into their voices, things would show up. So I had that confidence going into this project that something, it was a bit like jumping off a cliff and hoping the parachute will materialize in the way. And I'm thankful that it's starting to. And I think, everybody on the team now, roboticists, AI folks, we're all just like completely taken by sperm whales and wanting to know more and wanting to know how far this will go.
So when David and I were speaking, catching up over a quick conversation, he mentioned, I was asking him, so why the stories of the whales? Of course, we've heard of the song of the whales, but why stories of the whales? And he said a very beautiful thing. He mentioned that each individual whale lives for about 200 years. And imagine the stories they carry. Like each of us carry a story. Imagine, and at the start of 1900, there were 2 million whales, and now there are, you were mentioning that, David. So could you tell us what is it that we hope that this kind of linguistic sophistication that this species carries, what can we learn from it? You mentioned that they're among the wisest species on the planet. So what do you hope to understand from these generational stories that the whales may carry?
That's, you think about humans, we are navigators. Like there is people so many thousands of years ago that got in a canoe and sailed across the ocean. But the whales actually have a similar story because they went into the ocean and they're just kind of semi-aquatic, fully aquatic. And then there's that equal story of a whale going all the way across the ocean for the first time. And there's even these possibilities of humans, early humans, interacting with whales and learning from them. And this uninterrupted 20 million years of intergenerational knowledge, I think, I really think that this project, operates in the dream center because all the time we're just trying to be like, okay, what is it like to be this animal that's also a mammal, but could make this 230 decibel noise that's translating echoes into their head and making all these decisions, that's co-foraging with members of their family. The wide open questions of how they've been successful, but they also don't need a climate treaty. So I think that's kind of a key thing. They did not almost bring themselves to extinction. And I think that there's real sage in their voices, and even we could see that in the birth, this collective cooperation and care. So I think there's really just so much that I think we could learn together from them.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you, David. We're actually out of time, but there are 2 quick questions that I'll pose, and if you can answer that quickly. One is that when you're spearheading this research into this pretty unexplored domain, what are the guardrails? How do we know that no matter how gentle and careful and thoughtful your research is, how do we ensure that this doesn't lead to more invasive kind of results and outcomes in the future? What are those guardrails that safeguards the conservation of these very ancient species?
Yeah, I think we do want to put safeguards in place. We're working with NYU More Than Human Rights. We put the first ethical guide rails in place on how we should be using AI with non-humans. It could be very destructive. And they're unsusceptible. They don't understand that this is generated voices. So we want to be very cautious. And I think we're a nonprofit, so we're not selling anything. And we're completely non-commercial. And our motive is for goodness here. But they also notice that these whales are hearing our boats. They're swallowing our plastic. So it's not like they're not impacted by humans at this moment yet. But there's been other areas of science like stem cell research and even CRISPR that if you actually get off into the right foot, that you could set the stage for this. So our hope is to really be the thought leaders in this field. We're driven by people with deep experience for animals. We're not driven by tech folks, which I think is important. Some tech folks think that they can just, throw AI at this and it'll just translate, we're finding that to be categorically false. So really it's the intentionality that's really key.
No, yeah. That's really important, David. And we really hope that the future aspects of this research will continue in that spirit. And now, really, the last question, because the time's up, really, but I think we can't leave without addressing this, is when we were speaking earlier, and a lot of the conversations around the world and AI now is about large data sets and data centers and managing very corporate approaches to what human patterns are of consumption, of thinking, and predicting where the next pattern is going to lead us. And a lot of it seems to be taking us away, as you said, from nature. But how is it that AI and the work that you're doing, how does it actually, you mentioned that AI also can help us conceptually design for a whole new way of learning about life. So could you just leave us with that thought? And what would it mean to speak whale in like 5 years? Like, could we be studying whale as a language in university? And is that the domain that AI can also unleash for us?
That's the hope. I mean, I think, hearing about the data centers, even looking at energy use going up 30% to kind of maintain running all these. And I understand they're very inefficient at this moment because we're just using brute force to kind of throw at these. But the hope is that this tool that has fallen upon us could be used for great good. And we're still in the earliest moments. So it could connect us. It could lead to a way that we connect deeper with nature, or it could go in the wrong direction. It could lead to, further energy use, automation of people, losing their jobs that we've been hearing about. So, honestly, we feel like this AI was invented, and of course, we're biased, for this kind of purpose.
Well, thank you, David. Thank you so much. And let's hope we can look at new domains that lead us back to life and back to nature, linking back to the spirituality of the human approach, which includes other species and other landscapes and domains in ways that take us collectively into the future rather than taking us away from that. So thank you, David, for leading this research and explaining it to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
You get a push?
Thank you, both of you. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. We're going to swiftly go into the next session, and I do want to tell you that we've changed the final session of the morning was with Yan Zhuithong, but we've shifted that to after lunch because we're running a little bit late. We're going to go into the session with Karandeep, and this is a really, really significant session because he is the CEO of Character AI, and yesterday we heard from a mother who'd lost her child to these chatbots and relational AI. So it's really, really a big privilege, actually, for Karandeep to come here and to engage with this conversation. And even before I call him on stage, I'd like to mention that ever since Karandeep took over as the CEO of Character AI, they've completely changed the guardrails around the chatbot. It is no longer available for children to use. The parameters of it has been changed. Only 18 and above can now use it. So it brings back the idea of human agency over everything that we are talking about. But there's still many issues at stake, and also the vision, the positive vision that drives this. To discuss all of that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Karandeep Anand on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Karandeep Anand.
You'll have to remind me to hold the mic, right?
Sorry?
You'll have to remind me to hold the mic on my face.
Yes. Karan, it's an absolute pleasure. And like I said, it's a privilege actually to have you. Very rarely are people, even willing to engage in difficult and complex conversations. So really a salute to you for doing this. And like we said, and like the film showed, there are two dimensions to, the companion AIs, to the sort of the AIs which are for entertainment and for storytelling and all of that. So I do want to take you first into the positive vision, and then we can discuss, the story that Megan shared with us, and which is symptomatic of the negatives of what these chatbots can do. But first, let me ask you and share with the audience, what was the vision that drove Character AI in the first place? And why is this even existing?
First of all, thanks for having me here, Sharma, because as you said, this is, I think we are lucky enough to be early in the AI cycle, that these conversations are very important, as difficult as they might be. If we don't have these debates now, 10 years from now will be too late. So I appreciate that. I think a little bit of context.
Can everybody hear Karan at the back? No, just speak.
Louder? Okay.
That's better.
Sounds good. So if you're not familiar with Character AI, I'll give a little bit of context. It was built by a very, very brilliant researcher called Noam Shazir. He's the guy who wrote the paper, which is Attention is All You Need, which is the basis of everything we do with AI today. So think of LLMs. He's the guy who built the transformers. And he left Google because he felt that AI is amazing as a foundational model to do utility and work, but it can also be a very, very good way to have entertainment and have human-like conversations. So Character AI was born out of a foundational research lab, and the app became very popular, and it was actually launched even before ChatGPT came out. So it's that old in that sense, as in it's that early and cutting edge. And Noam went back to Google, and I took over as the CEO about 8 months ago. And the vision was always, initially it was to build a foundational model which can be learned from human-style conversations. But since I took over, we had a very clear vision on, this will become how we will experience entertainment going forward. We're no longer a foundational model lab. We are no longer trying to build a utility play like a ChatGPT or a Gemini. We're exclusively about how do you use AI to give storytellers, to give creative minds the right tools to bring their amazing creativity to life with the power of AI. So that's what AI role play is all about. And when I say that, a lot of people are like, okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I want to use a very simple example. I grew up reading Chacha Chaudhary. Anyone here? Awesome. Now, for a second, just imagine you could jump into the conversation with Chacha Chaudhary, not what's written, and build your own story. Take the story in a different direction. Or even better, how many of you like Sholay? How many of you did not like how Sholay ended? Now, imagine if you have the ability to go remix that story and have your ending. That's possible. That's what AI can do now. So I think of when I say entertainment with AI, with infinite ability to remix, that's what's possible. That's what Character AI is envisioning to go build for the world.
So, when you say that that's what it's doing now, I do want to share with the audience so that you're familiar with this territory. And Character AI is, again, only one amongst others who are attempting the space. Meta is, again, in the entertainment space and in the companionship AI space. But Character AI basically allows, they have millions of fictional characters that you can play with, you can create some, you can have relationships with them, you can talk to them, they talk back to you in their own voices. So it's a fantastical fictional world. But, of course, there were all the underbellies of that and the darker side of that, which we will discuss. But when you say that it is now an entertainment chatbot, when it first began, Karan, what was its vision then? When Noam Shazir, and like you said, he's a foundational scientist, how did he construct it? And was he not aware how dark it could go?
Yeah, think of, if those of you who had a chance to play with ChatGPT 3 years ago when it launched, what was ChatGPT? It was literally one text box. And Sam and team were like, we have no idea how this is going to be used. Let's just put it out there. I mean, obviously, they had some use cases in mind. But people started exploring AI. And I think Noam, not knowing what was in his head back then, I think was very similar, which is we were all exploring what can LLMs actually do. And what you heard Jan This has been in the works for decades. It finally hit a point where you could, similar to a Google search, you can actually walk up to a chatbot and have a conversation. Now, well, the conversation can be used for relationship chat, for advice, for role play, for solving a travel itinerary or answering math problems. All those use cases came almost after the fact. And then every iteration of LLMs and AI essentially improved upon what people were doing with it. So I think initially there were some ideas. You can chat with it. You can use it to write your papers. You can write it to write emails. I use it a lot of emails thanks to AI. But I don't think there was a bound on the types of use cases and the possibility of what AI could do, which is probably what you're referring to is, okay, if it can be used for so many different things, do people end up using it for other use cases like relationships and deeper conversations? And I think that's, as the platform matures across all of them, we start learning the different ways people start using it, and you start either enhancing those or start locking them down.
So Karan, this brings me back, and it brings me back to the conversation we were having with Jan and others, and with Stuart in particular yesterday, which was they were using this metaphor of the jet plane, that our scientists, and particularly people like Noam Shazir and others, are they not even aware of how powerful this technology is? Because, like Stuart said, you would not put 5,000 people into a jet plane before you've done all the safety checks on it. So this attitude that let's put it out and then we'll understand how it works, is that a fundamental blind spot or fundamental willful sort of recklessness?
Yeah, I think, so I would not go that far out to saying they did not know the possibilities of the technology. I think you have some idea. And even yesterday it was fascinating. Now it's been 3-4 years since this has been out. If you ask Jan, and I agree with him, it's still a pretty dumb machine.
It's still
a very dumb machine. It is predicting the next token based on everything it's ever heard. So is it actually that powerful a machine? If you ask Jan, he's like, this is not super intelligence. And 3 years ago, it was 10x dumber, maybe 100x dumber. So saying, hey, this is a jet plane that was built 3 to 4 years ago is not what the technology was. Technology was a simple text next token prediction. Now it's obviously getting a lot powerful. So I agree with Stuart's thesis yesterday, which is the speed at which AI is improving, we absolutely have to pay attention. But where it was 3 years ago, where it was 2 years ago, was a fundamentally different product in terms of reach, in terms of use cases. And hence, I think the guardrails have to go up as you have more usage. 1 billion people using ChatGPT should have very different guardrails, to use a jet plane analogy or the nuclear reactor analogy, versus 100,000 researchers or tech enthusiasts using it in the valley. So I think the way to think about how technology gets built, it's not that you wait for 30 years to go harden a piece of tech. You iteratively build, and now it's upon us as people, shepherds as you call them, of technology, to make sure that the guardrails increase as the adoption and reach and depth happen. And that's the reason why this dialogue is important, which is, are we there yet?
So, Karan, I want to push a little bit deeper on this because, like I said, you are CEO of Character AI, and so it's kind of symptomatic of a whole phenomenon. But when you're saying that 3 years ago it was dumber and when it was put out, there were still all these fantastical characters that children could play with and have relationships with. There was awareness that there would be relationships formed or that people could use it for intimate conversations, So why was there already not a foundational thinking that one, because we heard from Ephantus and Joanne about the way they label things, emotions, rape to violence to abuse to incest. All of that is already being tagged in the data, So why would even fundamental principles not be put in that there will be, the moment you discuss rape or incest, if a human does it, it will cut off, but forget about the bot doing it, So why were those foundational principles not in place?
So I think the foundational principles were there in place 10 years ago. So I think saying that the LLMs and the pre-training data that goes into LLMs was not labeled, was not categorized, is actually not how the tech actually gets built. Without getting too geeky about this, a lot of this data is coming from all the text on internet. And on internet, you have everything from every human emotion, including violence, including rape, incest, everything you talked about yesterday. The machines are mimicking what went in. And what makes it challenging is the context. So a conversation about rape in terms of reporting, a news article, is extremely important. And you don't want to filter it out. that in the context of fantasy is very gray area, probably wrong in certain cultures, and which is why we're going to go into these extreme nuances very quickly on everything we think is right or wrong is neither gray, is neither true. And second, it is very, very contextual on what's happening. And all of this is a level of sophistication that has improved materially now, but this is also an art that's improving along with the core model itself. So long way of saying, Character AI, even though it's 3 years before I joined, it launched with a lot of guardrails. Were they perfect? Clearly not, as we saw it yesterday, and we heard all the side effects and bad effects that happened with that as well. But it definitely launched with a lot of guardrails. In fact, from what I know, they delayed the launch of the first version of Character AI exactly for that reason. But then when new use cases emerge and people use it for fantasy and for other use cases, that's when you have to start building a lot of trust and safety and integrity into the system. And 6 months into launching Character AI, it was locked down significantly faster than anything, at least I've seen, given I used to work in social media for a long time, way faster than anything else I've seen in my life.
So, Karan, we've been having, even with David, we've had uncomfortable uncomfortable conversations. So, this is not to put you on the spot, but I really do want
to... But you still do it anyway. Let's do it.
No, but
I think this is an important dialogue because it's not about Character AI as much as it's about, if we feel uncomfortable talking about this technology, how are we going to shape it?
Yeah, I'm so glad. And like I said, I really appreciate, and I also want to share publicly that Megan Garcia actually said that, it's individually about you, but, having had such a profound loss, irrevocable loss, she was still magnanimous enough to recognize, and like she said yesterday, that her entire motivation for existence now is to shift the field to something more productive and self-aware, And she said that when you took over as CEO, that you changed the guardrails and you've changed the whole parameters of that bot. So it very much is still within human agency to do this. So one, a salute to you for doing that. But secondly, that's why I'm also pushing this conversation, that I don't want to just let it slip by, that, when Noam Shazir was still inside Google, there was already sort of discomfort within Google about some of the other similar chatbots, or models that had been created. And Noam Shazir actually exited Google to create Character AI along with Daniel DeFritis. And, they unleashed it into the public realm. And then Google leased it back or licensed it back, took Noam Shazir back at a $2 billion, salary. So it really does look like, and we've been hearing this about Meta and others, and we heard again that when there are uncomfortable reports, you kind of put it under the carpet because it requires too much accountability. You don't want to know about it. You don't want it to set back your commercial project. So, I understand you're implicated in this, but let's treat it just as a Exhibit A and help us understand what really happened there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not privy to any of the conversations that happened within Google and Noam, except for the price tag, which is a mind-boggling number. I think if I was to hazard a guess on Google's calculus on why it didn't make sense to launch a ChatGPT equivalent from Google, is probably more to do with their business model of search than it has to do with anything else. You do not want a completely new way of searching for information, interactive information, like ChatGPT, because it's going to disrupt your core business. So my sense is, and have no privy to any information, my sense is that there was a much bigger $700 billion calculation, or back then I think they were worth $1 trillion, calculation of what their core business is and how disruptive it could be. So that when ChatGPT launched, and it became very obvious that this will be the new way all of us will be interacting with information, so at that point they probably realized that they need people who build this tech back in the company. So I think that's like how the thinking is. But I think what your meta question points to, there is definitely some form of arms race happening on how fast can you build it. And can I build it faster than the other person? And that's the reason why I think, speaking for Character for a second, it's very easy. We got out of the arms race as soon as I took over because we're not a foundational model lab in entertainment play. But are the big companies in this arms race to quickly build the best model, the fastest model, and most adoption, and at trade-offs of how much testing you should do, which is where I like Stuart's push yesterday, which is when you talk to Dario from Anthropic, he's very willing to hit the pause button.
He's very?
Willing to hit the pause button. But then he doesn't want to be the first one to hit the pause button because if Sam doesn't do it, what do you do? Right? The good news here is in case of character, and we have hundreds of competitors, there's Giant, Replica, a whole bunch of them, we decided to hit the pause button anyway. And with that comes business implications, it comes strategy implications, but somebody has to take a stance, to your point, and saying, we will do what's right because we believe in it, and this is the way to do it, and there is no rush to get to solving AI in all use cases that quickly. Now, luckily, and I'm very grateful to Meta, to be honest, I used to work there, so that's not the reason, is after we shut down under 18 chatbot access, 3 months later, Meta shut it down as well. And after we launched age assurance, like making sure that when you say you're under 18 and you're not under 18, we can guarantee that you're not, is also something that Roblox, Discord, Meta, they start doing as well. So it just takes a few leaders to saying, I'm going to put my foot down to do it.
So I just want to shift gear here, Karan, to again understand this technology better. Yesterday we saw some of the really disturbing stuff. Megan's loss is just one of that. There's so many other parents who've lost children, but it's not only the losing of children to the psychosis, to the sycophancy, to the parasocial attachment. There's also this very disturbing conversation about incest and about incitement and urging your parents to hate your parents and all of that. I want to understand that part of it more, Karan. So it's one thing to switch it off from the young, but you could still be doing that with adults. So that technology, is it, and you saw in the film that we were saying it's moved from curator to creature. You can prompt up a Tilly Norwood, which is a Hollywood star. You can prompt up songs. So creator to now creature. Is it growing without your control, which is what Stuart and Daniel Barkay were talking about? Is it really talking about rape and incest and incitement without even your knowledge? Or do you know it? Help us understand this phenomenon.
I think this is actually very important. So if it gets too technical, and I'll also realize that I'm standing between you and lunch. So if you start dozing off, let me know. I'll rush
I don't think
section.
anyone's dozing. We all have children, we all have friends, and we are all ourselves talking to these machines.
Amazing. So I think in that context, I think it's really important to understand how this thing works, doesn't work, and why we need to have this conversation now. So first of all, is AI a black box? I think I would not use that characterization because then it puts the burden onto this black box and it's not a problem anymore. Is AI deterministic? No, it's not. So every time you give AI or these LLMs and transformers an input, it doesn't give you an output. It gives you multiple outputs with probabilities. That's how it works. So it's saying, hey, you say hi, I might decide to say Sat Sri Akal or hello or Punjabi which or English, it doesn't matter. That it has probabilities based on a lot of factors. So that's how very simply AI or LLMs are really working. In that world, all the content that goes into training it assigns what can come out of it.
So
assigns the probabilities of what will come out on the other end, right? So and the kind of content available on public internet is what most of LLMs are trained on, has everything you talked about. It has rape, incest, wars, Nazi information, it has partition information, it has everything in it. So then it's entirely a matter of, okay, if it's going to have probabilities, how do you fine-tune it to a point where you have some idea of what will come out? Is it 100% the same answer? No. So assuming that is how the system works, great. What do you do with this technology? It's very powerful. What you do is you don't wait for the so-called stochastic system to become deterministic. You start putting guardrails on top on the product. So I'll give you one example, exactly what character does. We all talk about under 18 and that, we shut it down, but I think your example is very important. What happens to over 18? Self-harm. Should they have sexual conversations or only romantic conversations? Should they talk about war and killing, or should they talk about role play in a World War II movie? All of that are very, very hard things to train on. So what makes it hard is not that the machine is a black box. What makes it hard is different people have different motivations for how they use a product. A lot of our users, now coming back to character, a lot of our users, the primary use case is role play. So they're doing storytelling, they're doing story writing, and in this case, 55% of the users of character AI are actually women, which is very different than most of the other AI tools because it is a safe place for women to explore their sexuality, to romance, to their thinking of what could be. Should we put a moral guardrail that says, hey, if you are using the app from India, here are the cultural norms, and you cannot explore this. And if you're doing it from Middle East, very different cultural norms and certain. One, I don't think the tech exists for it. But even if it did, it becomes very hard to be the moral police for these contexts. So how do you solve this then? What you do is you define what your platform needs to be. And in case of character, we've decided that we do not want to be an under 18 platform for chatbots. Second, even for over 18, we decided not to be an NSFW, or not safe for work platform.
Sorry, decided?
Not safe. We've decided that we will not allow explicit sexual conversations on the platform at all. And this was there even before I joined, but we just went down hard that says there are certain limits and levels that will not be allowed. So I'll give you a very simple example. You walk into a movie theater today, the movie has very clear ratings, PG-13, NC-17, rated R. Why can't we do this for AI? We can, and that's exactly what we do. So now when you're using with character, you try pushing a conversation around self-harm or rape, it immediately saying, hey, this is not an allowed topic for conversation. But that's a choice we're making in the product, nothing to do with AI. So I'm also giving you the solution for the problem, which is saying AI is a black box pushes the problem away. If you own the black box, it's your problem to go figure out how to put the guardrails around the black box. So I think that's the way to approach this is, it doesn't have to become a tool that does everything. It has to be a tool that has to be contained, and the way you do it is, you have a model standard for yourself and your company, which is called community standards, and you build a product around those hard guardrails, and you deal with the business implications of that.
It's so reassuring to hear you speak of this, Karan, and I really appreciate you making that distinction between the essential nature of the technology, which may be a black box in some ways, but the fact that you can still put a blanket on top of the black box is very much in your control. I do want to share with the audience that there's some crazy statistics, like Meta has, ChatGPT has 800 million users per week, and I may be off by a percentage or two, but I think it's their own report which has revealed that 0.15% of their users are talking about self-harm and suicide. So that's like 250,000 people talking about self-harm and suicide every given week, with ChatGPT. And so that element of putting out something anthropomorphic into the public realm at a level, like you said, with all these complexities of culture, age, what is allowed, what is not allowed. We just heard yesterday, I didn't know about it, I haven't had time to research it, that China has cut off the very emergence of anthropomorphic AI. Do you think, hearing everything over these last 2 days, that this is something that the world should move to altogether?
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I'll caveat by saying what China can do, the rest of the world cannot do, for a bunch of reasons. But I think there is something to learn from them, which is they do want to use AI as a tool, not as an assistant. And they're very different paradigms to start with. Now, I'm going to make this conversation very uncomfortable. How many of you think ChatGPT should not allow any conversations of self-harm at all? Okay. Now, what if I told you that 90% of the people who talk about self-harm never talk about self-harm to anyone else at all, and it's a suppressed emotion, and they actually go do self-harm? Now, the question is not whether ChatGPT should encourage, discourage, or open or shut down the conversation. The question is, when they detect self-harm, what do they do next? So that's a simple example. And by the way, self-harm is a very touchy topic, and it can trigger a lot of people, so I apologize using that example, but it could be anything. It could be terrorism, it could be pedophilia, it could be war, it could be anything. Either if you're encouraging the conversation, I understand that's a problem. If you're discouraging and shutting that conversation, you're suppressing it further. So the product decisions we need to make as technologists is, what do you do after you detect self-harm? Do you immediately help them with the suicide helpline? That's what we do. That's what they do as well. So the reason why I personally am not in the black and white answer camp is, this technology, and most technology for that matter, are very, very powerful tools if used correctly. What needs to happen is policy, regulation, and incentive alignment to make sure that people have a reason to put the right guardrails. Now, if ChatGPT is a great example, they're doing a ton of work on making sure that once it detects self-harm, they do immediately contact your parents, in case it's a minor, to a local helpline, or worst case, a local police authority. Would I prefer that versus not having anything? I think so. I'm not sure, but I think so, simply because it all depends on how it's implemented. So every one of these, this is one of the 700 topics that we go through every day to understand, not every day, but philosophically every day, which is how do you make decisions every day, because a lot of people are going to use it every day and trust a lot of your life on it. So the question is not let's shut it down or let it be free for all, which is, I think the China approach is let's shut it down for now. And I think US might be a little bit on the other camp right now. I think the answer is somewhere in between, and it's very important that between academia, regulators, the technologists, and also parents, that we get into a dialogue pretty quickly so that we build it with guardrails from day one versus trying to put the scaffolding 10 years from now.
Karan, again, and I think I'm really glad you brought up this point, because it's true that people are using it for therapy, for comfort, for companionship. There are many who are very awkward, are using it, in sort of as a social companion. So it has many positives as well. And it's an interesting stat again, but which has a different dimension to it. Mark Zuckerberg spoke about how America, it's a bizarre statistic to pick up on. He said most Americans have, like, on an average 3 friends, but they want 15. And so he spots this gap, and that's what he wants, their chatbots to fill. But that sounds like a commercial proposition, that you want 15, your supply is 3, and here comes a machine to fill the rest. That the motivation there is to monetize loneliness rather than for, so it's such a complex minefield. But
yeah, I don't see how that story ever plays out in the long run very well, but I really hope he doesn't want that. But I think there is a very important element of it. So I have a 6-year-old as well, and, as we were talking about earlier, tech gives you speed, spirituality gives you direction. I think that's very, very important. So I'm hoping, and I've worked with Mark enough to know that he's a very, very serious business guy, but at the same time, he does have a heart that I think it probably does mean that...
Who are you saying has a heart?
Zuckerberg. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to regret saying this out loud, because it's not going to be off the record. But I think the point is not that...
We need a cardiovascular surgeon for empirical evidence of that.
Ouch, 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 ouch. Okay, I won't be able to walk this one back. Okay, anyway, I think the point is loneliness a real endemic in the US? Absolutely it is. Actually, not just US. I have friends who are doing a startup, and I'm sure you guys will have a strong opinion one way or the other. A lot of us have aging parents in the US, in India. They have no one to talk to during daytime. They can WhatsApp call you at night. Do you put a technology in their hands where they can have a conversation with someone? That's a very big moral decision. That's an example of what loneliness can do to you. Would you rather have your loved ones get some way of having a conversation? Now, I don't believe in going down the path of therapy, because that's a very licensed professional, as it should be. But do you have an ability to have an interactive conversation with someone who can be available to you and have a conversation? I personally think yes, if it has the guardrails. And the guardrails are, the minute you detect the conversation is going in a direction off limits, you quickly get help. But that's an example of a very simple, very simple decision on product. It's a massively morally complicated decision on, should you, forget teens and kids, should you give it to aging parents? Because, by the way, if you haven't tried, ChatGPT speaks the best Marathi, best Punjabi, best Gujarati ever. So they can, if that can do it, you don't want to give them this tool so they can get their questions answered versus being lonely. I don't know. It's not a black and white answer, in my opinion.
No, it really is. And, we're just 3 minutes to go. So I want, and you've been having very thoughtful answers, Karan. So it's really very illuminating to see the complexity of what is going on. But on this issue of therapy, part of the lawsuit, even against Character AI, was that can these chatbots be let loose in public with the capacity to therapize across,
No.
Oh, so you're
Absolutely
very clear.
not. I think therapy is a licensed profession for a very good reason.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have very strict instructions on therapists are not allowed as a character on the platform. Do people work around limitations, and will there be corner cases? Always. So I'm not saying any platform is perfect, but therapy is a great example where we don't allow therapists. We should not allow therapists because we are not a medically licensed tool provider in that space. Should there be an AI-powered therapist? I think so. I think so. But it needs to be backed up.
Trained for that, then.
Trained for that, humans in the loop, right guardrails, right business model, which is very important because you don't want to be giving a free therapist chatbot and it starts showing you ads and you're like, I'm not sure if I want to see this. So these are, again, I don't want to belabor the point, but each one of this is a very, very hard, complicated answer. And I really hope that, a lot of you are visionaries in your own field. If you are involved with any one of those sectors, the dialogue needs to start now. So as long as that's happening, I rest better that we will end up in a much better state than we did with something like social media, where it took us 15 years to understand what the good side and the bad side could be.
Thank you very, very much, Karan. That was absolutely splendid, and it's been a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Please do carry on for lunch. As I said, we're going to shift the last session pre-lunch to after lunch. And, thank you for being so patient. There's lunch upstairs and in the lawns outside. And see you back very shortly for a fascinating insight into China. The elephant, no, it's not the elephant in the room, the dragon in the room that we haven't been talking about. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm becoming as repetitive as it's possible to be, but a big round of applause to all of you. Thank you. Who comes back on a Sunday afternoon? This is a wonderful community, and thank you for being that. So we're now at the last phase of Synapse, and this afternoon is packed and exciting, and there are those who make it possible. So I would like to do another round of thank yous to everyone who's brought this entire platform together. Absolutely foremost amongst them is Shiv Nadar Foundation, our title partner and patron. A big thank you to you. Shikhar Malhotra and Roshni Nadar, Sundar Mahalingam, they are as wonderful as it's possible to be as patrons. We've already spoken about their ethos, so I'm going to really say a quick thank you to everyone because we are running a little behind schedule, and I know that many of you may have flights to catch later today. So I'm going to thank the Glenlivet. You're well sated and come back from some of their hospitality, but again, they support us for original thinking. We have BMW, who anchors this because of their idea of luxury experiences, which are inclusive of cultural leadership as well. We want to thank HCL Software, who really set themselves at the center of sovereign infrastructure, self-reliance and intelligent data that flows from within the country. We'd like to thank Nuvama, that is managing wealth, showing where the needles of wealth is really shifting towards. We've really been getting a lot of intimations of that. So that's their reason really for supporting us. We would like to thank Homage. Again, I've spoken about their vision, but the fact that they put employee centricity at the heart of their ethos is very, very unusual. We'd like to thank Velankani Group, who've really become partners of Viksit Bharat and Make in India, taking that very strongly with data centers that are scalable and energy efficient, and most importantly, made in India. We'd like to thank Make MyTrip. You just saw their film that they are, of course, already synonymous with travel, but they've created a super app and super new ideas for travel and journeys. We'd like to thank Manipal Group, which puts the intersection of trust and transformation at the heart of everything that they do in terms of secure card payments or other digital infrastructure. And that element of trust is so important, again, in the context of everything that we've been hearing. We'd like to thank Anthill Ventures, Prasad Vanga, Sanath of Deep Holistics. I hope many of you have tried out their stall there. This whole new realm of predictive health, of knowing signals before they arrive. You can ask David Spurk, he'll know more about your health than we do. So there's that, of course. And then there's 360, whose luxurious leather chairs has been all over the conference grounds, and we're very happy to have them as our partners. And now I'm going to dive right into a really, really interesting and unique lens on the entire canvas of conversations we've been having over the last 1.5 days. And this, I joked earlier before lunch that this was the elephant in the room. We can't call it an elephant, it's the dragon in the room, because we've been hearing about everything mostly from an American perspective, a little bit from an Indian perspective, but there is a very large player in the shape of the world now, and that is China. In India, it's difficult actually to get speakers from the deep heart of China from technology for various reasons. So it's particularly special to have someone who's considered an ace strategist, a top-notch political mind, both in China and globally. This is Professor Yan Zhitong, who is the Dean of International Relations at Tsinghua University. And it's a real privilege to have him here to understand from him not just how the world sees China, but how China sees itself, and what is the reverse gaze, how does China see the world. It's a very important perspective, and ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in welcoming Professor Yan Zhitong on stage.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here.
Professor, as I said, you're probably the most unique speaker here, and it's a very important perspective to get from you.
Yeah.
I want to start at the absolute bird's eye view. We've been hearing about this great phase of transition, a hinge moment in the world for many reasons. So I want to understand from you at a geopolitical level, that it is a time when, under President Trump, many of the sureties of the old world order seem to be crumbling. All the old alliances, structures are up for grabs, really. And America's moral influence in the world, or whatever they have projected, is also in a more scratchy state. In that context, in the vacuum building up, how does China see its role in the world?
Well, first, I have to clarify. I'm just a professor teaching at the university. I cannot represent the government. So today, I just offer you my personal view about the international global order. Here, before I tell you my view, I want to make a small question for everyone to think about. Why 2025 people believe the old order or labor order ended? Actually, this order ended in 2025 or before that. Personally, my answer is that the order is not ended in 25. It started ending in 2018. And in 2017, the UK withdrew from the EU, right? And then at that time, and no one think the order of globalization will transfer to counter-globalization. So the quiz is why several years ago, when that happened, people do not think about it. The reason that's my answer, because UK is not that heavy.
It's not
a big power. UK is no longer global power, not talking about the Britannia, and they don't have a global influence. UK have influence in Europe, but not the whole Europe, part of the Europe. So why, and when Trump initiated the trade war against China in 2008, people feel, hey, the labor order is going to end. But at that time, I mean, 2017, when Trump, in the first term of the Trump, people talk not that very much, just concerned, hey, this is an exception. Trump is an exception from the other American president leaders. Here, I want to remind all of us that leadership matters. Since then on, you find that leadership matters used as a title for many journals, right? Here, when 2025, when Trump came to power again, my understanding, the transition period is over. So this transition period started from 2017 or 18, but ended in 2025. That means the U-turn from the globalization to counter-globalization is finished.
Yes, but what the question I had asked you, and I of course understand that you can't speak for all of China or the top leadership of China, but you are, as I said, a very sharp political mind and acknowledged as such. So even if you were refracting what the Chinese establishment sees of this moment, how does China see its role? If we assume that the influence of America is receding, is that an opportunity? Does China see it as an opportunity to take its place, replace the dollar, set up another alternative parallel global order? Do you see the rise of China in this vacuum?
Okay. Now we're talking a lot about the political division in the US. Actually, in China, I think the public opinion is also very divided. Some people like this situation. They say, oh, finally, the order dominated by the United States is ended. We're going to have a bright future. It's better than the order dominated by the United States. But some people say, hey, wait a minute. When America no longer provide leadership for the globalization, it's a good thing or bad thing? When the globalization disturbed by de-risking, decoupling policies, and it's in favor of China, or it's a kind of a hurt to China. So I think in China, the public opinion is also very divided. So I think now, if you ask me what's the government official policy, I will say it's not that simple, like people believe China is anti-globalization or supportive to the globalization. Economically, the Chinese government officially repeated China support economic globalization. Well, economic globalization is just a part of the globalization. The other part is a political globalization. By now, my understanding, Chinese government policy only support economic globalization, do not support political globalization. Politically, Chinese government encourage diversity rather than one unified global political system.
Well, that's a very contradictory, sort of vision of China than, say, what is posited. It's always seen in the binary of a US-China great power competition. And you yourself have said that there's a kind of inevitability to the power competition between US and China. So just let me press you a little bit more on that, given that there is some, at one level, America's footprint is all over the world, from Venezuela to Greenland to Israel to the Ukraine to, even an assumption that it was their footprint in the subcontinent that stopped the war. So there is a projection of American power, so it's confusing. But there's also a sense that their moral influence is reducing. In that, you don't think that China wants to take a more hegemonic space, because the idea is that China is really waiting to overpower America.
Okay. When you use the term China, including both the people and the government, my understanding, there's really not exactly the same.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm talking in terms of the government, because I'm not sure how much agency the Chinese people have on these issues.
So if we're talking about a government policy toward this situation, they said, okay, Chinese government officially reiterated China has no intention to replace the U.S. as a global leader. That means the official term is that we do not challenge Americans' global leadership. But if U.S. is willing to give up that leadership, that's another story. We do not want to grab the leadership from the United States, okay? Second, China, and use another word, and officially, they use the word ushering. Okay, so we want to usher the progress. So if something good, China say, we want to support the world moving in the positive, progressive direction, rather than retrogress. That's my personal view. In the last 2 days, we're talking a lot of AI, right? And all of us believe the human being or human civilization is moving along with the technology achievements. So my question is that, do you agree with that? This morning, the lady here told us, wait a minute, spiritually, possibly not. And when the material civilization moving forward, the spiritual civilization of the human being possibly and set back and make a retrogress. And not only people nowadays, I know everyone blame the Trump about his policy, right? But then besides the Trump, you can find that AI creates a new phenomenon for all of us, rumors, every day. I think SYNAPSE is a very good conference because you invite people come here to tell the truth. But if you go to the media, you go to the internet, all of us, we're flooded by rumors, fake news, fake informations every day. What's the most serious issue for every individual, including the policymakers, CEOs, and ordinary people every day? You have to figure out which piece of news is real. And because more than 90% of the information are fake news. Let's imagine that. We live in a world full of rumors, fake news. Do you think the human morality will moving forward? or backward.
But Professor, sorry to butt in there, because as I said, it is an opportunity to understand some of the Chinese perspectives from within China. So I don't want to go at a completely philosophical level. I want to come back to a few statements that you yourself have made, which is that you just said, which is surprising, that China doesn't want to be a hegemonic power. You know that. So then, if you were given a chance to express what the Chinese vision is, then if it had a chance to shape the global order, what is that shape going to be then?
Okay. I want to give you two opinions. One is the government official opinion, one is mine. Officially, Chinese government suggests that we should develop the mechanism, a multilateral mechanism, multilateral diplomacy. That means let's have like the BRICS. Okay, we have more countries sit together. Let's discuss a plan shared by the all members, and at least a majority, even not everyone, and then we make the decision, then we work together. That's the official opinion. And personally, I think even major powers and middle powers sit together, and there will be different responsibilities. Major power should undertake more responsibility for the world than the middle power, because they have more resources, right? So today, why so many people blame the Trump? They say, hey, US, you have the largest resources, but you don't want to use resources to serve the whole world. Just want to serve even not Americans, only for a few small group people. So people think it's unfair. So my view is that China should unite the whole world, as many countries as possible, to work together to what? To develop a kind of a new order, or establish a new order. I don't think we are so idealistic to create a utopian, but then we can make the world move in the right direction, make it relatively justice, relatively fair to each of us.
But Professor, could you help us understand in which structures do you see this playing out? You mentioned BRICS, but other than that, and China today is a very big power.
You're right. Well, for most of Chinese, we still think China is not that strong.
Is not that?
We still have a lot of poor people. Our GDP per capita is pretty low, not that high. And it's far from the level of the Europeans, right? And even many of the Middle East countries that have a higher GDP per capita than China. So in China, as a whole, it's have more power than almost every country except the United States. But if you concern the real living standard, I think it's not at the very front of the world. And in some cities, like Shanghai, you certainly know the metropolitan city, like Shanghai, Beijing, and the Shenzhen, these metropolitan cities, they are very modernized. They're digital city and they use everything on the phone. You have a phone, you can survive everything. But that's not the case for the periphery area, the periphery villagers.
Yeah, there are a lot of internal contradictions building up in China. Yeah. There's overcapacity, overproduction, there's less consumption. So, there's an aging population. So there are many internal domestic pressures that are building up. I still want to understand a little bit more about China in the realm of global politics. We've been hearing, and it's very much the stated position of America, even in the realm of AI, is that, they should push ahead, break mold, have no regulations, because they should arrive at superintelligence before China.
Sure.
So China is very much the adversary that America recognizes as,
competitor.
As the competitor.
Yes.
Are you saying that China does not see the US in that light? Even, let's take the narrow realm of AI. Is China not competing to reach superintelligence before America does?
I think there's a mirror image between the two guys. They view each other as major competitors. But concerning the AI, China and the US adopted, my view, very different strategy for AI industry. China adopted the AI strategy based on usage. Officially, the government make the plan and require 70% of disciplines and use AI for their daily work. And by 2030, should be 90% of disciplines of business required to use AI. And by 35, they require all the disciplines. And so China obviously adopt heavily based on application research. But the US, my understanding, adopt based on the fundamental research. So there are two different strategies to compete with each other. Who can win the competition? I have no idea. I'm not an expert. I have no knowledge about natural science, but I know they choose a very different approaches to compete with each other.
Right. So, you've been very good at predicting, and there was a book that you wrote, a paper some years ago.
Yes.
85% of that came out true.
Yeah.
So now if you were to predict in the next 10 years, what do you see the shape of the world being?
Okay.
What are the top 3 or 4 trends that you see?
Okay. Now, if you ask me what my prediction about what happened in the next 10 years in terms of power structure, I think China and the US will maintain the first number 1 and number 2. But the power gap between China and the US will be narrowed. And the US global influence will decline. Not only because China narrowed the power gap with the US, but because the US itself, because the US reluctant to undertake the responsibility he did during the post-Cold War period. And because Trump administration, my understanding, will undermine American comprehensive power. For instance, in the last 250 years, we seldomly heard American intellectuals escape from the US. US regarded as a refugee shelter for intellectuals. Most intellectuals escape from their country, not most, many, escape from their country to the US for freedom, for security. But what happened last year? And we heard that more and more American intellectuals said they cannot tolerate the current situation. They want to immigrate to other countries. So I think this is a very, very new phenomenon. It's indicating that Americans' global influence will decline rather than to be improved.
Right. So, you put out this idea of moral authority. It's very much at the center of your own, work on politics and how politics plays out. You
Yes.
say that it's not just military power, it's moral authority that really gives countries influence.
Yes.
So, one, you're saying that America is moving away from its moral authoritative position. But has China ever occupied that moral authority? Do you see that as a big drawback of China, that it's not able to export a moral authority to the world?
Yeah. So first, we noted that the shift of the leadership from the Biden to Trump make America very different from before. So this case proved that leadership really matters, right? And for the case of China, my understanding, and the Chinese leadership were quite stable. That means you cannot expect that kind of change and happen to Chinese government in short term. So my view is that no matter you like or not China's current foreign policy, it will continue. So this continuity will be there. What do I mean continuity? Continuity means predictability. You know what China is going to do. Unfortunately, no one can guess.
India never knows what China is going to do.
no one knows what will American government will to do after Trump. And so 3 years later, and US may continue Trump's policy, may totally shift to the opposite direction. So that policy is unpredictable. That's why the whole world talking about uncertainty. When the largest superpower adopt an unpredictable foreign policy, how can you expect the certainty? Certainly, uncertainty is a main character of the world.
But then the world finds itself in a very strange situation because, like you said, America is receding with its own, with its own steps from that moral position. But China, which has economic dominance across the world, you're the major trading partner of more than 120 countries, both for EU. America itself is very much implicated in your, in your trade and supply balance. So it's a big counter check to power, your economic strength. But China is not able to export its political ideas to anyone in the world, and a lot of commentators have said that you're not able to really make allies. You have economic partners or economic dependents, but you don't really have political friends across the world. Is this a big drawback, and how does China think about it?
Okay.
Chinese leadership think about it?
2 points. First, I think China's economic capability is exaggerated by the media. Like you said, China is the largest trade partner for over 140 or 50 countries. That's true. But how about the finance? Renminbi has a very limited influence in the world. And the US have the dominating financial influence in the world. US controls the SWIFT. Every country relies on the SWIFT. So economically, China is not that dominating. So when we say China has a more trade influence, that makes sense. But you say China has the economic dominance of the world. No, that's not the fact. And in many, many economic sectors, China just is a strong power, but not dominating power. Okay, that is the reality. Second, you're talking about whether China's economic growth combined with the political relationship improvement. You're absolutely right. There's a gap, right? But the fact is that there's one policy Chinese government cannot abandon. I don't know how about your government, but once China and the Indian government, we share one principle, non-alliance principle.
Non-aligned.
Non-alliance. So because China make no allies, no treaty allies with any country, what does it mean? It means we cannot have that many military alliances like the United States. America have about over 40, possibly 50 military allies. We cannot compete with that because they make alliance with others, so we didn't. So in that way, that makes China cannot improve our political relationship with other countries make that kind of strategic relationship with other countries like the United States, right? The first. And second problem is that our political system different from many other countries. So those countries, and especially those countries that adopt a Western political system, they're proud of their system. They believe their system is the best. And if any country adopts this political system different from the Western liberal system, you're a bad guy. The political bias is already there. The ideological difference makes China difficult to improve the relationship with the countries with the different political systems. So I think these 2 factors make there's a gap between China's economic relationship with the rest of the world and the political relationship with the world. But I think the situation is changing.
Changing?
I don't know whether you noticed that. Since Trump turned back to White House last year, and you find that more and more Western countries' leaders to visit China. Before that, very few, and some leaders, some countries even do not have their national leaders to visit China for 8 or 7 years. And when Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, visited China, there's 8 years no summit between 2 countries. So not only Carney. Now last year we have about more than 15, near about 20 national leaders visit China. I think now China, personally I believe, next few years, China's political relationship with the middle powers politically will be improved and very obviously.
So, I'm going to come to the China-India dynamic, but before that, give us some insight into China's psyche in a different way. You know, the world has admired, though you're very honestly saying that this is a bit of a golden illusion that China tops everything. But it has, you know, from, say, the 1950s, you know, after President Mao, where it was really a very poor nation, it has accelerated in a way that the entire globe understands. What was that psyche that made China transform at this speed, you know, and in such a constructed, structured way? There are many commentators in America who think that it was like a 100-year strategy to send Chinese students to America, get knowledge transfer, bring it back to China, and then China has now become a competitor of America. Is there that level of long-range national thinking, or was it something else that helped China transform so exponentially?
Two things. First is the China-US competition. The second is about China-Indian relations. First...
No, and sorry, before we even come to that, I was asking what made China transform internally from a very poor nation into this, you know, like competitive. What was the psyche that turned the society around?
And first, I don't think in China, nowadays, anyone believe China will surpass the US within 10 years. Like my book, I predict that even by 2035, US still have more power than the US in China in terms of material capability. And the readers criticize me. He said, "Hey, this prediction is too normal. It's not surprising." So that means most believe the power gap and will be there, and it's getting narrowed. But it's still difficult for China to surpass the US. That means that's a long-term competition. It's not short-term. Second, how much China will transform ourselves to something else? I think reform is a basic principle adopted from Deng Xiaoping's period from 1978. There's two basic principles guiding Chinese government, no matter who selected as leaders: opening up and reform. The term I want to remind all of you, opening policy is different from the opening up. Opening policy means you are forced to open your country to others. Opening up means you're initiatively open yourself to others. So we believe opening China to the rest of the world is the right principle, making China grows faster. For a very recent case, last year, we unilaterally and offers the visa-free tourist visa waiver. So this free tourist visa makes people to visit China more than, I think now is about nearly 60 countries, makes the people to visit China easily. Actually, many of them come to China looking for the opportunity to do business.
It's very interesting, Professor, when we were chatting. I just want to say about this opening up and being forced to open. When we were chatting earlier, you said that, you know, when China sees another country have great power in anything, it doesn't create anxiety in you. It creates a desire to learn and to go and absorb that and bring it back to the country. That was a very interesting insight, you know, because mostly people see it instantly as a kind of competition that America is better than you and that should make you anxious. You said that is not the case. The second, which I want you to talk to the audience about, is that there is this sense of China as a massive military power, you know, and we won't even go into the weapons that you've been testing and, you know, the supersonic jets and all of that. And yet you said that China actually has no expansionist ambition at all. Help us understand that, you know. And as I said, I'm just parking India in the corner right now because that's another dimension to the conversation.
When we're talking about ambition, and people always talking a century, well, that's beyond my capability. And I'm talking about a decade. I don't think China will have this ambition to surpass the US in terms of military capability. The military gap is still huge.
Military gap.
Military gap. Some technology, some weapons, possibly China will have more advanced weapons than the United States. But that's just some weapons, not the whole system. And whenever we're talking about the military capability or economic capability or finance capability, that's comprehensive. For instance, we have this conference so successfully. It's not only based on this technology and the lights, you need technology, the voice and the video, radio, all of the technology put together to make this conference success, right? Military capability is the same. So nowadays, people try to use one or two or several, just a few China's advanced weapons to compare with the U.S. I think this is not a scientific measurement. And,
is it going to be safe for you to go back to China after you say all this here?
Well, I'm not a military guy. I know nothing about military. I just learned the methodology. I want to discuss with you what's a scientific way to measure two countries' capability, right? And so that's what, in my book, I predict that. I don't think China's military will surpass the U.S. in a decade.
No, but Professor, I had asked a different question. You know, I wasn't asking a apple-to-apple comparison of America and China's military strength. I was saying I was surprised by you saying that there is no ambition in China, and you pointed out that China is not at war with anybody. It's not actually been at war for many, many decades. And that politically there's no desire for geographic expansion or military expansion. One, that was a surprising insight which I want you to share with the audience. And secondly, how does that bear out,
Okay. Well, China and India were all countries with a long history, much longer than the United States. So the people think we have a longer history, so we should be stronger than the U.S., right? That's people's mentality. Suppose the country have a longer history, should be stronger than the country with a short history. Well, actually, the history is not developed in that way. So when we're talking about the ordinary people's ambition to hope China to be #1 in the world, I said, well, that's just a kind of people's feeling. You cannot take that as an element or to analyze any country's foreign policy, because the policymakers say, oh, we know you want it. But the question is, what resources do we have? What we can do? We can only make decisions according to the resources we have, the tools, right? The second thing is that, from my understanding, in China, nowadays people believe if we want to make China to surpass the U.S., we must be open wider than the United States. And why we get this gap between the U.S. and China? The reason that we have closed the country too long, right? And in the Qing dynasty, the country closed and do not want to trade with the world. But then after reform initiated by Deng Xiaoping from 1978, China said, hey, we should open ourselves. We should engage with the right world. So our experience that the more we engage with the right world, we grow faster. I think your country learning this from us. And very recently, you signed a treaty with the EU, right? For decades, you do not want to sign that treaty. But finally, you say, okay, Trump is really not nice on us and set a high tariff on that. We have to. What do I mean? I think your decision makers already realize that. They also need to open this country up initiatively. That is in favor of yourself, not in favor of others.
Right. So, Professor, I'm going to come to, what China's relationship with India is. But just before that, the one last question on the global front is that because you have this thesis of moral authority, you've made this very interesting description that authority, realism is something where you willingly follow somebody. But authoritarianism is when you're forced to follow somebody.
Yes.
So in that sense, because there is an authoritarian political structure in China coming out of its own political history, is that a drawback that you think China is not really going to be able to overcome in terms of impact and influence on the world?
Okay. Well, being a global leader or regional leader or the leader of any international issues, and you need what? You need followers first. Without followers, no one can be a leader, right? Who are you going to lead, right? So the leader and the followers symbiosis. So how can you make others willingly to follow you? That means you do something and make others to benefit from it, the secular idea. Second, someone may not benefit from your policy, but they think, okay, I think what you do is moral. I do not benefit from policy, but I will support the moral things. Like previous discussion, you challenged the American panelists that, hey, why you support the Netanyahu's policy in Gaza? They kill 70,000 civilian people. Two-thirds of them are women and children. So Indians do not benefit from any of their policies, but morally, you support the people of Palestinian people. The women and children, they have the right to survive. So the same for every country, for all the global leaders. So if China, including China, if we want to have more countries to support China, we have to concern how we can make others benefit from our policy. That's one thing, secular perspective. The other perspective, how can make others believe you are moral? Morality is not judged by yourself. Whether China is moral is not judged by Chinese. Whether India is moral, not judged by Indians. Whether America is moral, not judged by Americans. Morality is judged by others. So the question is that when we adopt the foreign policy, we must concern what kind of behavior will be judged by others as moral. That's my theory, moral realism.
Right. So just coming to India, how does China see India in this entire global map? Do you only see China through the lens of America, that you don't want India to go too close to America? Why is there not a more robust, independent relationship with India?
Okay, I think one thing is shared by everyone in China. The India has a faster economic growth rate or higher economic growth rate than we did in China. We grow at the 5% officially, the number, according to official data. For India, above 6 or around the 6 or between 6 and 7. That means you are doing better for your economy than we did for our economy. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, when I get out of the airport, I found that there's a traffic jam. That's awful. And we stuck there, cannot move. But then I asked myself, wait a minute, can we have this situation in Beijing? Actually, personally, I hope it will happen to Beijing. That what it means? It means the economy is very energetic.
Professor, you have to stop here. If you are going to see a traffic jam as an indication of good economic growth, we are going to be terrified. And are you saying that Beijing's super autobahns, which keep the traffic moving really fast, is an indication of a lowering economy? Well, I have to challenge you on this.
No, you see, the same object, existing objects.
I'm very glad you're being this diplomatic about India.
We have a different interpretation, right?
Right.
For me, my interpretation about the economy here, I think it's quite energetic. It's full of gold. But the question that's my view, I'm not an economist, I just feel, for this country that how can the government adopt a policy to keep this kind of energy continue? Not for 5 years, 10 years, how can make it a continuous?
No, but Professor, you're not answering my question. That what is the way that China sees, and I'm saying China, I keep meaning the government, and you are the interpreter right now. You're not the government.
Oh, okay.
What is the relationship that China would like to have with India?
Okay, China
outside of
officially,
outside of all our border clashes.
Yeah. With the border disputes, and China want to develop a cooperation with the India. For instance, for the Chinese, we always argue with the U.S. about our problems and relations with the Europeans. And for Chinese philosophy, and even for the Chinese medicine, we said that human being can keep alive with disease. You're not necessarily cure the disease. If you can keep alive with the disease, that's okay. We have border problems between our two countries. It doesn't mean that because we have border problems, we cannot cooperate with each other. We have military problems, we can do economic cooperation. And we do have the border problems, we can do cultural cooperation. We have many fields, there's no conflicts. Why we do not develop for this no conflicts field and do cooperation in these fields, leave this conflicting area there and looking for approach to settle down them peacefully.
Well, we've run out of time, Professor. If we can just end with one last one-line answer, is that if there's a big stereotype about China that the world gets wrong, you know, which you think that the world completely misunderstands China, what would that be?
I think there's one thing, and they think China will become a kind of an empire like what we used to be in ancient time. My personal view, and in the digital age, no country can turn back to the history. And China will be even become the global leading power. That will be a digital power. I mean, digital power. Digital power not only refers technology, and also refers the change of mentality. At last, I just use one case. And if you have children, I ask you, do you think your children think things in your way, or they always opposite from you? When China becomes a global leader, and at that time, the young people grown up in the digital age to hold the power of China, I doubt they will have the same mentality like our ancestors when they have no cell phones.
No, that's true, but then China has not really opened itself up to the digital influences of the rest of the world. There's very much an iron curtain there still.
Nowadays, not only China, every country, including India and US, Europeans, everyone talking about the economic security, technology security. That's my view. I think this is not a good thing for economic cooperation. It's not a good thing for economic globalization. So that's why, personally, I regarded the concept of economic security as a populist mentality. I ask you one question. I just wonder anyone knows it. What's the definition you have for the term economic security? My personal understanding, no one knows what it is. Everyone talking, I mean the policymakers are talking about economic security. When you ask them, what is economic security? They say, we don't know. No one knows it. Economic security is a political excuse for stopping international cooperation. That's my definition.
Thank you very much, Professor. This conversation could go on a long time. It's a privilege to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was fascinating, at least for me, to know that China doesn't think of itself as a superpower. That was quite an insight. But the idea of economic security is the perfect segue into the next session, which is again a completely differing perspective on global politics and the global map and the world order as it currently stands. And it moves away from the US-China binary into a different lens altogether. So to give us a different perspective on this particular moment, the hinge moment in many ways when the old order, the old liberal order is in decline, and there are many new forces at play, we have two fantastic speakers who are again in the center of this phenomenon. First is Parag Khanna, who is known globally as a geostrategist, independent thinker, and is someone who advises both Fortune 500 companies and countries. And Fahim Ahmed, who's the chief marketing officer of G42, one of the most powerful AI companies in the UAE, which is at the center of UAE's transformation as a technological and intellectual center. It's part of the reinvention of UAE as a kind of global hub. And what is the thinking that's driving these transformation at a national level? To go into these conversations, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Parag Khanna and Fahim Ahmed.
How would you like us?
Yeah.
Okay. Great to see you. Thank you.
Good to have you. Parag, the professor used a phrase which is a great entry point into your many theses on the world as well. he said no one really knows what economic security means in this world. You know, you have a perspective which says this whole obsession with the US-China binary and the great power competition is a bit of a red herring, and that the world in actual terms is you know, that there are much better lenses through which to understand the world, one of which is a kind of geo-economic interpretation of it. So tell us about that. You know.
Sure. Well, first, let me thank you for having us all here. Here's my first thesis, which is irrefutable. You are India's most clairvoyant curator of events. This has been an incredible experience. And I think we also appreciate your stamina. You're the marathon moderator, too, which is really going the extra mile. So thank you so much. This has been a fantastic weekend. Yes, I do believe that having a rigid, I would caricature it as the accounting approach to geopolitics, where you say, let me stack up and quantify as much as possible. This is how geopolitics was done in the mid-20th century. How many warships do you have? What's your GDP? What's your territorial size? What's your population? And then you just stack them up. But don't forget the geo in geopolitics, right? The geography matters. Ultimately, your influence, your effective power in the world is a function of many relational conditions. You know, Chinese power is greater in Asia than it is in, say, Latin America. The United States can go into Venezuela, for example, and oust and rescind Chinese interests there overnight if it wants to. China can do the same in Asia to certain American interests already. When or if it chooses to do so varies. But I'll just make a quick global point, which is that the metaphor that I most prefer for evaluating the whole world as a totality today is a theory, an approach that a growing number of scholars use, which is called neo-medievalism, which is a big word. It simply means take the world between the years 500 and 1500 and look at the distribution of power. Really every region of the world that had been discovered and that was part of the system, Holy Roman Empire and various city-states in Europe, Islamic caliphates, India's dynasties, Chinese dynasties and empires, all coexisted and had varying degrees of strong and weak ties. And get used to that distribution of power, which affirms the multipolarity of the world, which is simply a reality that you observe every single day, and don't worry so much as to whether or not it maps onto that accounting approach to geopolitics. And then the final point is that, and they're related ideas, is that geopolitics is truly unsentimental, right? I don't want to give you today or otherwise an Indian view or an American view or a Singaporean view. Geopolitics doesn't care about you or you or you. Geopolitics is evaluating and analyzing this incredibly complex system. You can be on paper a superpower one day and be written down to zero and be a failed state the next day, right? That's the reality of geopolitics. So no country, not India, not America, should ever, or China, should drink too much of its own Kool-Aid when it comes to geopolitics.
That's interesting perspective, and Parag, and definitely, you know, your thesis plays out in this recent face-off with President Trump and pretty much everyone on the globe. Yeah. That, you know, he's kind of had a chop and change approach, particularly with China, which is positioned as their greatest adversary. And it was interesting to hear from Professor that China possibly doesn't see America in the same light, but America does. And yet it rolled back because it's implicated in the trade and the supply chains so deeply that it can't really harm China without harming itself, you know, so that part of it plays out. But on your point about politics being a bit of a Kool-Aid and, you know, you thinking you're a superpower or not, on that count, you know, we were also just hearing from the professor that China can't really take its place in the world because on the political front, or in its political sort of savoriness, let's put it, it is not that attractive to the rest of the world, you know. So do you think that your thesis kind of breaks over there?
No, in the mid-2000s, there was a period where people spoke actively about the China model. In fact, the term China model was coined in the mid-2000s, ironically, by an American who was writing about how China was getting, in fact, it was also called the Beijing Consensus, right? That China had bucked the Washington Consensus, that it was obviously heavily regulated capitalism, industrial policy, flexing its muscles through infrastructure networks, and China was sort of doing everything right. Again, what's so dangerous in that thinking is that it's linear in a very non-linear world. So let's take, for example, the Belt and Road Initiative. If we were sitting and having this conversation just 10 years ago, and we can all remember 10 years ago, put yourselves in that frame, there was a linear logic saying China is literally going to pave its way over the world and replace America as the sole superpower. What you have found, though, because everything is actually non-linear, is that because people see something like that happening, they resist it happening. Not only the little guys, the developing countries that say, I don't want to be subjected to a debt for equity swap. If you're Sri Lanka, you don't want your port to be handed over to China. Then other countries see something like that happening and they say, how can I make sure that doesn't happen to me? And so one of the things I've argued is that if you really look at the on-the-ground dynamics, and I spend a lot of time in Central Asia and Middle East and elsewhere, you see that countries are trying to almost overcompensate for this notion that, uh-oh, China is going to take over before it actually even happens, and that prevents it from happening. I'll give you an example from the Western perspective, which is that 10 years ago, you did not have the Pax Silica, which the Indian government joined precisely a day before yesterday. You did not have the Resilient Supply Chain Initiative, the technology partnerships, the critical minerals mine to magnet initiative, and about 15 other acronyms that I can't even remember right now, to respond to China's Belt and Road. If Belt and Road didn't exist, all of these responses to Belt and Road wouldn't have happened. So if you were making a linear forecast 10 years ago about China taking over the world, you missed everything that responded to it in the last 10 years, which has been, quite frankly, more important than China's Belt and Road. And that's how the world works in this real-time, dynamic, complex system. And to me, I mean when I say this is poetry in motion. This is geopolitical poetry. You have to be very comfortable with this constant dance and not presume that anything is going to be a static, linear, or permanent. And then, because as I said before, the Middle Ages, remember, lasted 1,000 years. So for those who assume that the new equilibrium that you can simply put on a chart and say, aha, we've arrived, it's 2028, 2 years from now, and everything will have stabilized by 2028, and we'll know the hierarchy of the world. I assure you, you will not. It will not be there. We will not have any kind of firm equilibrium that we can identify that will be durable anytime in the coming decades. And so when I say new Middle Ages, I mean it very seriously.
Fahim, first, do you agree with these statements that, it's a new medieval ages, and that, the world is more intelligently interpreted if you look at it through a geo-economic lens rather than a geopolitical lens? So yeah, first those two, others, I'll end up asking you too many questions.
No, thank you. Completely agree. And within that, I think there's the strong layer of human beings, right? We humans, whether we are policymakers, shapers, and decision makers here in India, back in DC, in UAE or Singapore, we've all become global nomads, and we have more in common with each other across countries than our old friends and people back home. And that has a huge impact on some of this dynamism that is going around as part of globalization, which Parag has mentioned. So completely agree with that.
So let me just bring the focus to the UAE for a moment, that UAE is going through a very, a kind of exponential transformation. It's positioning themselves at the absolute center of this intelligence revolution, One is at the infrastructure level, the other is at a philosophical, political level. So one, talk to us about the UAE vision, because when we were talking about China really transforming very fast over 50 years, one can see that happening with UAE. It's moving from a fossil fuel, tourism-based economy to an intelligence economy. So what are the ingredients of that? What's the thinking that's driving it?
So when we had Sam Altman visit Abu Dhabi a few years ago and saw what was out there, he said this is perhaps the best kept secret on all things AI that the world needs to know. And I think it's important for us to kind of jog back in time, because the world woke up to all things AI on the back of ChatGPT, which was November of 2022.
23, yeah.
In UAE, the current president, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, when he was the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi at the World Government Summit back in 2015, made an interesting statement. He said, in 50 years' time, when we are to ship out that last barrel of oil, are we going to be sad? And he said, if we invest intelligently now, we should be celebrating that last barrel of oil. That was back in 2015. So the shift on knowledge-based economy, and in that the role AI had to play, was front and center of the strategy. It was back in 2017 that we had the AI strategy for UAE. We had the world's first AI minister, who at that time was, I think, 27 years old. So we've been at this for a long, long time, and UAE has been one of the best sandbox to experiment on how to transform and transition an entire nation to becoming AI native. And that's the journey that we've been at. Now, what's interesting is the thesis behind this, right? It's all about enhancing citizen lives, optimizing, and then having a competitive edge and creating resilience for your country, because UAE is a small nation. But the thesis we had was, for AI to thrive, you need velocity. And we as humanity have completely failed on electricity, because 100 years ago it was invented. We still have nearly 30% of the world that don't have power. It's pretty much created the developed, developing, underdeveloped. So as the world moves into the age of intelligence, can we afford to have that asymmetric power amongst a few? Our belief is clearly not, because it's going to lead to complete disruption and chaos. So that's when we came up with the idea of creating the intelligence grid as a parallel to the electricity grid, and building that out for adoption and diffusion around the world. So this is something that we've been championing for the last 3 years. And the entire focus is on diffusion and adoption rather than the race for the tech, and creating real use cases on the ground. Something that we recently launched at the World Economic Forum was a new concept called digital embassies. Not every country will have the capital, will have the power to build this. So do they just stay behind, or they have a lag of
Quickly
5-7 years?
Share with the audience, those who don't know what the digital embassy concept
So the whole
is.
concept of the digital embassy is, in the UAE, we're now building a 5 gigawatt AI capacity. The first one is the 1 gigawatt, which is Stargate UAE. We're now making that available to countries, all the friendly countries around this region, to use it for their fundamental research, their use cases, with complete sovereignty. And the sovereignty controls will be with the reciprocating country.
So, I want to just ask you one question before pulling Parag back into it, which was that UAE, there are two perspectives on this. Someone told me, I'm really impressed with the UAE, that even while it's doing business with America, is keeping its doors open to China. But there are other perspectives which says that to get the Microsoft deal, to get the big partnership that's really driving Stargate, that you've actually started to recede from China in critical ways, which then goes against Parag's thesis. So which do you think is a more accurate version of what UAE is doing?
Well, I was involved in that entire journey,
Yes.
so I could give you a timestamp on this. We had to make a strategic decision on the tech stack, and it was back in 2022 that we said, if we have to go in the direction of diffusion and global adoption, the only choice we have is the American tech. And we had started those conversations with Microsoft and others way back in 2022. The political narrative got framed in 2023, so they were a year behind. Our focus was getting the work done rather than getting into this whole debate of US-China, and that's the reason why we've got to where we are today, where the technology is advancing, the work is happening, rather than get distracted with the geopolitics of things.
So Parag, I want to come back to you because your other unusual thesis is that this is now the rise of Asia, you know. That again is a lens.
Is it really unusual?
Well, as you said, the whole world is focused only on US and China most of the time. And when you say Asia, what is that geography? What is included in Asia? You know, and is it that it's the weight of China that's bringing up the Asia story? Or is it like, you know, uniformly diffused? So help us understand your thesis on that.
Sure.
And why do you say that this is structural and it's not a surprise?
Mm-hmm. Well, for one thing, since you mentioned the geography, no two geographers dispute the definition of Asia. It's only in contemporary, in the media and politics where, depending on where you are in the world, people have a different understanding of Asia. In Asia itself, in East Asia, when people say Asia, they mean East Asia, they mean the Pacific Rim. They literally don't talk about India. They actually exclude India in their mind. But if you're a geographer, there is exactly one definition of Asia, and it stretches all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. It includes Turkey, right? It most certainly includes India. It most definitely includes the Gulf, which is known as West Asia. And it includes Russia, which is North Asia.
But Russia,
of course, Europeans think of or have thought of, and in international organizations like the World Bank or IMF or FIFA, whichever ones Russia is still in and hasn't been kicked out of, you know, it will classify itself or be thought of as European. But of course, that's a cultural, historical thing. But if you look at the economics and the geostrategy of Russia today, it is an Asian country. It has been excluded in almost every way from Western economies, other than, of course, dark fleets and whatnot. So Asia...
But have you tried telling President Putin that he's Asian?
It's not about telling them, it's how they behave, right? It's not about narratives. Let's be post-ideological. Let's be very brutally material about this. India, China, other countries are the ones buying Russian oil. Their commodities are coming south and east to Asia. All new infrastructure investment into Russia is being made either by Russia or by Asian partners. New population, you know, Russia, you spoke about demographics, which I'm glad you mentioned. Russia has signed a skills transfer partnership with which country to import a couple of million workers? India, right? So let's not be trapped in sort of antiquated mental prisms, right? But remember, Russia can be both. It can be. We'll see what it becomes. That's not the question we're answering. We're saying right now, Russia is very much an Asian strategic appendage, right? So then, is it structural? Of course it's structural. Asia, in the proper geographical understanding, is literally 2/3 of the population of the human species, and it's most of the world's economy. It has all of the land, labor, capital, industry, technology, resources to be quite self-sufficient, which is, to go to your very first question, what is economic security, right? It's to what extent can you have continuity and growth with as little friction and dependency in external supply chains as possible. Asia can be even more self-sufficient. The other part of the world that can be quite self-sufficient and is moving in that direction is, of course, North America. And to be clear, again, as a geographer, you don't speak of America as in only the United States of America. You speak of North America, which is only 3 countries, maybe 4, depending on what happens to Greenland, we'll see. But I personally think Greenland should be independent-ish. I'm going to get a lot of flack from the Danish ambassador now, but I made this argument like 20 years ago. But you have, in effect, a North American Union forming. Now, if I went to President Trump and said, no, you know, don't think of this as a hegemonic, you know, sort of play. think of this as a, sort of an amicable federation, he might wave it off. But again, I am telling you what is actually happening. The United States trades, despite the animosity between the leaders, the United States trades much more with Canada and much more with Mexico each than it does with China. Right? There is an emergent North American federation taking place, even if the leaders are at each other's throats. So it doesn't matter what Putin thinks. It doesn't matter what Trump thinks. Let's look at numbers. Let's look at infrastructure. Let's look at facts on the ground. Let's look at movements of people. And what you will see is this emergent future. And geopolitics deals with those things in the very material way, and in order to paint that picture. But Asia, I believe, just has to do one big thing, which is keep the geoeconomics of convergence. One of the stats that was flashing behind us right now was that China and ASEAN now officially, as of last year, traded about $1 trillion with each other, right? So Asian countries pursuing this geoeconomic convergence while keeping the geopolitical tensions, not least between India and China, for example, Taiwan, Japan, at bay, that's the #1 priority. Asia has done that well for 36 years and counting. We need to keep it that way. It's not going to be America for all of the Nobel Prizes that Trump believes he deserves. It's not going to be his diplomacy that's going to keep Asia peaceful. Ultimately, it is Asians' responsibility. And there, I think, we have to be incredibly vigilant.
So how do you think that this will play out? If, the question that I asked the professor, and I'd like to ask you both, is that given that there is this, let's even say, imaginative turmoil, because your point is that all the underlying infrastructure that really makes up the global maps of the world have been in place for a while, and there's nothing really new happening there. But let's just say at the level of imagination, one feels the global order is in a tailspin. How do you see this expressing itself, say, in a short term of the next 10 years?
Global order is this perpetually evolving, creation of ours. Just because the multilateral system as we knew it in the post-war decades, the past 80 years, is being undermined and eroded. That has been true. Just you can go back to the 1990s and already read books, headline-grabbing books, saying Western powers in particular are undermining the United Nations system, either because they're avoiding the norms through their unsanctioned interventions, and whether it's the Balkans or elsewhere, or because they're not being sufficiently inclusive of rising powers like India and others that should have become members of the UN Security Council. So we've been hearing this for a long time. World order, though, is not one institution. It's the process. There is an there is an emergent trade paradigm of new vectors, of new configurations of relationships and complementarities, even if the World Trade Organization disappeared tomorrow. When was the last time anyone here cared what the UN Security Council ruled on anything when you're not even a member of it? It has no legitimacy. Trump convened a board of peace, right, which was actually authorized by the UN Security Council to do God knows what, whatever it is, it's not going to succeed. But the point is that this is the chaos, and that chaos is out of that chaos springs a certain order. So what do I see in the next 10 years? Lots more of these new coalitions. But don't treat these coalitions as anything less than what we had before. If the United Nations system, if the existing multilateral order of the Bretton Woods institutions had been perfectly effective, then no one would have had the incentive to undermine it and to go do their own thing. It wasn't working for everyone in a democratic, universal way. Only people who are just basically blind to the reality of the past decades. Why did China do Belt and Road? Obviously it did so to export certain surplus production and to ensure that it could have more streamlined access to its major markets and commodities imports. But let's ask yourself, did anyone finance global infrastructure development for the post-colonial world, for the 150 developing countries in the world between 1960 and 2010, for that 50 years? Nobody did. The World Bank didn't do it. the door was wide open for China to do Belt and Road and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and those became a pillar of the world order. So let's not live in this kind of mental model where we have to be nostalgic about the past. View history, view every day as a perpetual competition among models, among institutions, and may the most effective one that delivers real benefits for participants be the one that prevails.
So the other question which has dominated global discourse is the trade weaponization. So does that run counter? There's this sense that every country is now receding. Yeah. Economic security has become sovereign security. It's not interdependence. So do you see that then as a kind of counter to what you're saying?
No, what we're seeing is, again, look at the China-ASEAN trade dynamic. That's, again, $1 trillion a year, right? If you take any pair of regions or sub-regions or states within at least Asia, which is, again, most of the world, right? You see growth in the bilateral trade volumes. So between India and China, it's rising again and so forth. Again, even among hostile states. If you look at the US trade deficit, the most recent numbers show it's ballooning because firms have been front-loading their imports in order to avoid the excessive sanctions. So anytime you try and switch off that sort of spigot, it winds up expanding in another direction. So people have a very a sort of cake is finite approach to these things rather than seeing it expanding, a balloon that when you squeeze it grows elsewhere. So, and that's just one piece of it. Globalization can't be reduced to trade. If you're going to reduce globalization to anything, it should be investment, not trade. Trade follows investment very often. Investment volumes, again, are shifting in whole new patterns that are emerging. Again, look at India's growing investment and trade with West Asian countries, with African countries. Just look at, again, it's always great to make a map and to actually have a cartogram where you show the arrows and the volumes and do it as a time series. That is truth. The truth is that investment volumes, trade volumes, many of the migration flows are up, 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 up. So I'm for strategic resilience. I'm for this, regional centers of gravity that are more that's also more, by the way, environmentally sustainable world. There isn't really a reason today to have to put oil on tankers and wreck the planet in order to provide energy that could easily be produced locally through alternative renewable sources.
You get oil from Venezuela, bring it to India, refine it, and send it back to America.
Whether we're talking about oil or we're talking about avocados, right? We have the tools to decrease globalization in very healthy ways, and I would be for it. I'm not a globalization maximalist in an ideological way, but I am saying that it's not disappearing. The thing about globalization is really, and the UAE is a great place to see this, the thing about globalization is that people who are naysayers, who say it's switching off, it's collapsing, this is the end of globalization. We heard this after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. We heard this after the financial crisis of 2008. We heard this with Trump and Brexit in 2016. We heard this with COVID. And now we hear it with the US-China trade war. I mean, 5-6 times in the last 20 years, people have said explicitly, the headlines of every major, particularly Western publication, said this is the end of globalization. It's been wrong 5 times in 20 years. So my message for everyone is please do not lose any sleep at night over the fate of globalization. It will long outlast all of us. Only worry about your place in it. If you are worried that globalization is dead, it's probably because globalization has left you behind and you've got sour grapes.
Right. Okay, unfortunately, we have to end soon because we have another session which is time-bound. But Fahim, I wanted both of you to give last thoughts. One on what Professor was saying about China. The UAE deals quite strongly with China. It's an important partner. Were there any surprise insights there for you in what he was saying and about how China sees itself?
Not really. Like how Parag said, it's not a binary relationships when it comes to bilaterals. On things that you agree, you continue to trade, build that on, and on others that you don't, you keep at it and kind of navigate the geopolitics. The one thing that I would add to what Parag said for kind of the next 10 years, over and above investment and trade, I think intelligence is going to be a key component of this whole new equation. And in that, there are a lot of frame biases that are out there that we also need to fix, especially kind of the Oriental world side, because all the LLMs have done is they've scraped from the internet, which has a very large English bias that has come from the West. So what is important is new cultural contexts from Middle East, Asia, India. All these parts need to go in and have a wider aperture of knowledge that never existed. And that's a key part that we all need to work towards to increase trade and bilateral cooperation.
I think that's a great note to end on, this rise of regionalism, and Carney called it the middle powers, that maybe this is the time for middle powers and not like two hegemonic or one hegemonic power, and it'll make for a much more diverse and stable world rather than the idea that's now on that it's an unstable world. Maybe this will be a more stable world with not anybody being very hegemonic. Thank you, both of you, very much. Thank you for those insights.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, good. Okay, I'll just play it. And now for a complete, literally a pivot away from these conversations back into the realm of creativity. The next session is going to be about the future of music and the future of entertainment from someone who's been at the heart of it for many decades. Ty Roberts has been the Chief Technological Officer of Universal Studios, Universal Music, and he's been at the cutting edge, the bleeding edge of every technological change that there's been over many, many decades. And yet today we are again in that phase where there's something very unusual happening around us, which is that AI is making it possible for us to have digital avatars, digital immortality. We're not only able to prompt a song, write up a human being that doesn't exist. I don't know how many of you, if you just Google Tilly Norwood, she's a Hollywood actress that does not exist. If you look at the statistics, there are more than 33% of music on Spotify and Broadway is now AI generated, and 97% of people can't tell the difference. So in this very confusing arena of creativity, Ty Roberts is going to take us through the exciting bleeding edges of it, what makes it something that is going to be very sort of positive for entertainment and immersive experiences, and then also all the other questions that arise around it in terms of ownership, copyright, and all the other issues that go with it. But for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ty Roberts on stage.
Hello, everyone. Ty Roberts here. It's great to be in Las Vegas. Oh, wait. I'm here to talk about music. And first, what I'd like to do is get you excited about immersive entertainment. And I must say, Shoma is put on the most immersive conference I've ever seen. I've been to many different conferences, and nobody has visuals like this. And actually, I'm going to talk about that. And what kind of visuals you're seeing here is what's changing the music business. The music business is becoming very visual. So I'm going to show you some of the latest things that are going on. Most of the things I'm showing you I've either worked on or worked on the technology or advised the company or worked with the music artist. So I've been somehow involved with all these things, but I'm trying to show you a little bit broader perspective of what's the latest things that are out there. So with that, let's roll it. I'll step back. Crank it up.
Well, it's a program that I developed with a friend of mine in San Francisco. And it's called the Verbicizer. It'll take the sentence and I'll divide it up between the columns. And then when I've got, say, 3 or 4 or 5, sometimes I go as much as 20, 25 different sentences going across here. And then I'll set it to randomize. And it'll take those 20 sentences and cut in between them all the time, picking out, choosing different words from different columns and from different rows of sentences. So what you end up with is a real kaleidoscope of meanings and topics and nouns and verbs, all sort of slamming into each other. So exciting. We can live on eternally.
All right, let's hear it for rock and roll. So with that, I think you saw quite a few different examples, and I might explain a couple of them because it's probably a little hard to see some of the details. The Wizard of Oz clip, that's obviously a movie produced in the 40s, and it was produced for a much smaller movie screen than the Sphere, which is 5 stories tall. So that's actually AI doing resolution enhancement to take the old footage and to scale it up with hot details like the hairs in her head, and as well her voice and the soundtrack was scaled up, and the dog was made more intelligent. No, that's not true. But the idea is that that experience then also is turned into 4D. So in the Sphere, when the tornado comes, wind is blowing over the audience. Those pieces of paper were actually flying into the audience. People could grab them. And so it was creating a completely immersive experience. And, it is music because that's a very popular song that Judy Garland sung. But the reality of this is what I'm really here to say is that music is becoming much more visual. All of the visuals we've had here during the presentations today, it's very difficult now to get across to people without some eye-popping and I'll call it immersive visual experiences. And so artists are having to add these to their shows, and what's really made that possible, thanks to, frankly, China and Korea, are these LED displays. These large-scale LED displays were insanely expensive 10 years ago, and now they're reasonably priced, enough so that we can have them all here, and they're portable enough that musicians can take them on tour with them. But it creates a huge problem, which is both the musicians have to be able to think visually to understand what kind of media they want. In this conference, the Synapse people thought about each presentation and illustrated the visuals for that, kind of in partnership with the speakers, I think. So you can imagine for every music artist, they're used to just playing music. They have to think visually and on a visual stage. They have to kind of become a music video in real time. And that requires help from different people, as well as some of them are very good at that and some of them are not good at that. So that's a big challenge. The second thing is that the visuals are timed all with the lighting systems of these shows. So when you're seeing some of those avatar shows and the other things that are going on there, the visuals are synchronized. And that's good in some ways and bad in some ways. It's bad because the musicians have to stay in lockstep with the visuals. So, I'm waiting for the big moment, and I can only do it when the moment happens. And so it removes some of the flexibility musicians used to have to be able to adjust their performance to the mood of the audience and to how they were feeling. And if they wanted to go on with their guitar solo longer, they could. But now with the visuals, they can't go on with the guitar solo because they're going to run out of film. and then it's going to loop. So the reality is it requires them to really think about this. Taylor Swift, which was a big tour that went around the world, her entire show was supported by LED visuals. And if you look it up on the web, you'll see scenes in that show where she dives into an LED lake in the middle of the stadium, and then she floats under a LED river and comes out on the other side. And actually what was really going on, I don't want to blow the secret, is she drove into a pit, got onto a conveyor belt which shot her under the LED displays to the other side where she came out. And so this is the kind of level of production that people are expecting these days for superstars. And even smaller artists are going to have these kind of visuals. How are they going to make them? AI is going to help, because AI lowers the production costs to the point where even musicians who are not superstars can afford to create these visuals. AI will also allow them to change the visuals, and eventually AI will be reactive to what's going on, both from the artist and from the audience. This is what I'm working on now, reactive visuals. What that means is that the artist wants to solo longer, the GPUs in the back room are going to be generating more graphics, hoping he's going to finish that solo, and then transition to whatever the next segment is seamlessly. And we now have the compute power to do that with these computer graphics systems. And what it means for musicians is they're going to have racks of NVIDIA GPUs backstage, cranking out the visuals in real time. But it also means that the fans and the audience can interact with the show. So things like the fans, let's say they're on the way to the show. They could be inputting on their mobile application the kind of visuals they want to see, the kind of songs that they want to hear. They could even be uploading their visuals for the show, and it's all being sent as they're driving there, integrated by the system, and when they get to the show not only presents itself, but their ideas are part of the presentation. And that would be probably happening within the next couple years. And so that is kind of a next level for where this stuff is going. And again, AI makes it efficient to do this. It's very difficult to do it otherwise. I showed the avatar shows there, and I want to talk a little bit about this. So obviously, ABBA, the members of ABBA are actually still alive. They're in their 70s. But you're seeing them there when they were at the peak of their powers, when they were like 26, 27 years old. And that avatar show was designed to show people of today what it was like to see ABBA in like 1976 or 1978. How was that done? Well, the KISS clip at the end showed you a little bit. They put dots onto the ABBA members, and even though they're in their 70s, they were able to capture them, and they did their moves, although probably a lot slower than they did them back in 1976. But in the computer, they could perform, and then speed it up, enhance it, and basically turn it into what you're seeing there. The visual effects for ABBA were done by Industrial Light and Magic in Marin County, where I live. I worked there at one point. I worked for Industrial Light and Magic and Pixar. And the KISS show, which is the one at the end there, the graphics for that are being done in India. They're being done by DNEG. DNEG is a massive visual effects firm here in your country. Awesome, amazing guys who just also are completing Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. So you guys have world-class visual effects companies here who are turning their brains to rock and roll. And this will become a global thing, and it will go across multiple generations. You know, David Bowie, for example, hasn't had an Avatar show yet, but I imagine his estate in the future will do something like this. But there's many David Bowies. Like, are we going to see David Bowie from 1969? Are we going to see David Bowie from Let's Dance? Are we going to see some other David Bowie? And then there could be collaborations. You know, David Bowie never performed with Elvis. Maybe we're going to see David Bowie and Elvis perform together. These kind of ideas are going to be possible in the future. And while they sound strange, they're the kind of world that we're heading to, where new combinations of people from the past come together from people from the present, and even people of the future that don't even exist. And all of this is really changing the landscape of what music is. It's basically requires the record companies, the artists, and their management to understand the capabilities of these systems and to work with partners like DNEG and ILM to turn their dreams into reality. It's not inexpensive. These guys are, in fact, to give you an idea, the ABBA show was about €100 million build for the graphics of that show, plus a theater, so maybe $180 million production. KISS is going to be considerably more than that. And so far, AI has not lowered the cost of those shows. They're still being done with visual effects. In the future, AI could bring that down maybe 75%. That would really help a lot, and a lot more artists do it. So with that, I think the other thing that we might talk about is the AI music. There is obviously the ability for AI to generate new music from the catalog of the artists. And there's a lot of debate about this within the musical community. Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? What's really happening about this? What it does mean is that if you are an artist who's still alive, you need to think about your afterlife. That's a pretty weird thing. You might have been thinking about it in a spiritual way. You were not thinking about it in a legal way or in a business way. But yes, you and your music can live on after you're not here. And while you are here and you still have your marbles in your head, you might want to think about what you want people to do with that or don't do that. I don't want to be an avatar. I do. I wanted to just perform the music I had. I don't want Elvis performing with me. That's a bad idea. I don't want that. So the answer is they have to think about this. And it's one of the areas that I get asked a lot of questions about from different artists and their estates is what do I do, what's going to happen in the future, and how do I, it's not so much protect myself, but how do I keep my integrity intact when I'm not really around to do it myself. So big issue for everyone thinking about that. I think the last thing is that the generation of AI music allows the artists like David Bowie to create music posthumously. So you could have a new album from David Bowie in the future with music that's generated from the knowledge that he's put into the music he made. That is also going to happen, and maybe not for David or maybe for different artists, but again, not something else people need to think about is, do we want that? And if we do want that, are there rules? What should they do? So with that, I'm going to shut up, and I think Shoma's going to come up here and we're going to talk some questions.
Thank you so much, Ty. We've just been talking about ownership rights, but now we have to think of the ownership rights of the dead as well. So that's just the beginning.
Yes, the afterlife has come back to us.
I want to invite on stage my colleague Aishwarya Gupta, who's the lead for IP management at Lucid Lines. And she's an absolute passionate about music, and she'll be joining me on stage to speak with Ty about the future of entertainment. Aishwarya.
Hello. Great to see you.
Hello. A very, very warm welcome to Ty Roberts at Schwartz. Hi. Am I audible till the back? No? Okay. Is it any better now?
Yes, okay.
Thank you so much. So, Ty, will just dive right into it. We know that you've been an absolute pioneer, that you've been at the cutting edge of technology for a very long time. And it's absolutely mind-blowing that while the world is recently discovering generative AI, Ty has been working with David Bowie about generative music in the 80s and 90s. So what seemed like a leapfrog technology at that point has now transformed into the internet feeds being bombarded with algorithmic feeds of 100,000 daily uploads. Search discovery tools have been manipulated.
Yes.
And there are, of course, issues of young artists who are going undiscovered because everything is getting drowned by AI music. So how do you reconcile what was something that you did so pioneering back then and is now transforming into something that could potentially be killing talent?
Well, what I first would say this, which is the young people of today are going to be able to master these tools. They already are using AI to make graphics and photos. Obviously, you guys use them to make a lot of the images we saw here. And so the reality is that the 14-year-old of today is already aware of this technology and maybe is writing music or thinking about music and thinking about things in an audiovisual way. And they will be fluent in this. In my generation, video, music videos, and you guys all know about music video, became the tool that young people learned how to make music videos. And they learned that they had to, frankly, learn how to dance. If you wanted to be in a music video, either you had to have somebody dancing for you, or you had to dance. And it became important again. And artists who didn't know how to dance had to struggle a little bit because they didn't adapt to the technology. I feel like AI is going to be something that this new generation is going to embrace. I didn't show some of the other clips that I have. There are artists that are out there now who have AI visuals as part of their show. And so, but they look a lot like the things we've been seeing here. And that's going to just expand. And I think for young people, it's really important that they learn the tools. They do the best job they can to experiment and learn about it.
Yeah, but I think what Aishwarya was talking about, Ty, was AI slop, that what was pioneering and interesting is now also because everybody can do it. So you're getting like a lot of mediocre slop that's just landing up. And because it's AI algorithms, that's also pushing that kind of music up. So, there's a kind of a mediocre pool that's developing into which all original music is getting lost.
Well, I don't agree with that, actually. I feel like the personality of the artist, the people behind the music, like, the way I see it is, the people behind the music, and for some artists, the music is like 10% of what they do. 90% of what they do is their visuals and them and who they are. They're like celebrities, and the music supports their celebrityness. So to some degree, if you're a faceless artist and you only make music and you don't appear visually in some way and you don't have another angle that's out there, yes, you could be pushed down. But I feel like if your personality is getting out there, you're going to be successful. And in America, we've had some recent artists. Chappell Roan is an artist who's had a big breakthrough in America. She's all about fashion, visuals. She dresses up every single show. She does amazing stuff. Guess what? That's what you've got to do. If you just want to make music and sound, I'm sorry to say this, but the days of sound-only music is not going to reach global popularity. You're going to have visuals. It's just the reality of life.
I'm so glad you brought that up. With respect to the personality of artists. So yesterday we had a session by Shankar Mahadevan, a maestro, a Grammy award-winning artist. And it was phenomenal because he walked us through the journey of a sound, you know. And he said that music is tethered so much to mortality, you know, our rise, the fall, the success, the scandal of an artist, what gives shape to their music. And now literally what we are going to be doing, I mean, it's amazing to see, you know, holographic tours of Whitney Houston, ABBA, Elvis, and it truly is spectacular. But when you freeze them in time, you know, and at this point we are literally turning artists into software, we're rendering them on stage. Right. So do you, on some level, do you see that as a disservice because there's no more scope of them being alive?
Well, I think for artists that aren't alive, it lets people, like that ABBA show, lets people take their, if you see what actually happens with that. In England, the repeat business for the ABBA show is like 3 times a year. The same people, the majority of people seeing the ABBA show are not foreigners coming from other parts of the world. They're people in the UK that live in the UK that on the weekend have friends over and go, should we go see this or we should go dance with ABBA? And we all go, we'll go dance with ABBA. And they'd see it 2 or 3 times. So they love it. And so the reality is they also take their kids. And their kids couldn't see ABBA because their kids were just a dream in probably 1976. So I feel like it lets people appreciate that. And good music, in my opinion, is always good music. And young people today, I've like rediscovered artists from the past. You know, they love this stuff. Yes, they may find that some of the music is not, you know, some of the AI music is getting into the charts, but it's still a tiny percentage, and it'll probably grow. But how much of it will be there, because where's the story behind that music? Yes, if you create a virtual artist that has a virtual story and people are following the virtual artist's virtual story, but that virtual artist is never going to meet you, is never going to appear in front of you physically, very likely you're just going to see them on a screen. So I do feel people are behind music for the majority. I don't worry about it at all. I see AI as a tool. I don't think it's going to replace people.
Okay, I do absolutely agree. We all love Elvis, we all love ABBA, and I really am personally enthused by the idea of personalizing concerts, but it might sound a bit as a pushback, because if, let's say, Elvis is here performing a tour and he can sing he can be made to sing more like Happy Birthday to Bob sitting in row 6. So on some level, is that deepening music or flattening it?
Well, first of all, there'll be the people who are doing that without permission of the artist. That's one of the problems with AI technology is the genie's out of the box. The genie's out of the box. Yeah. Like, are we going to control this and ban David Bowie hanging out with Kurt Cobain, singing Judy Garland? We're going to try, but the answer is, it's like trying to stop the internet. It's just not going to be possible. So we better figure out how to put the right kind of societal reinforcement behind the things that are good, where the people behind Elvis or whatever want to see the best things from Elvis. In fact, there's a new movie coming out from him right now. The reality is, hopefully those things will float to the top, and things that are of poor quality will go at the bottom. Like right now, I see AI things all the time. I just skip the ones that I can spot them in 2 seconds and go, bye. I don't bother to look. So hopefully, I do feel like critical thinking skills by young people are developing faster than ever. You know, you can look at these AI videos and the first comment is AI. It's like somebody was like, looked at that thing and yeah, it's a cat, and you should know cats don't drive cars. Okay, so probably we can assume that's AI, but there's a lot of more cleverer ones that are out there, and people are pretty good at spotting it. So I feel like I just trust humans to do the right thing.
One last thing before I invite Shoma back into the conversation, because, so the whole of the theme towards 2 days of the conference that we've been having that started with Stuart Russell saying the same thing, that it seems like everybody's coming up with very clever technologies, and they are somewhere thinking that, oh, eventually we'll figure out how to put some guardrails into it. So what is the game plan of, again, a very brilliant and mind-blowing immersive technology turning into a theme park entertainment?
Oh, well, so let's talk about that. So yes, Disney will use immersive entertainment to make new rides. In fact, they're working on one right now for Star Wars. So the reality is that they will use this technology as well, and you will be able to travel and to be in the Star Wars universe. I do think that theme parks will have an advantage, which is they can, like ABBA, what you guys don't realize is ABBA's theater that they're in is a pop-up theater in London that they custom built. And in fact, it's about the size of this room, and it's designed so that everybody in the theater has the perfect viewpoint of the stage so that the avatars look real. So a theme park has the ability to design the whole ride system and the whole thing so that the maximum illusion, the maximum entertainment value can be perceived. Also, often theme parks contain what are called ride system to deliver to the people. So like you're in the Haunted Mansion, man, it's putting like 2,000 people an hour through that thing because you're getting the ride and it like takes you through. You aren't allowed to like walk through it at your own rate because they can't get enough people through there. So theme parks are thought about, giving an amazing entertainment experience in a fairly short period of time. If you ride the Indiana Jones ride at Disney World, it's like 7 minutes. And you might wait in line for like 2 hours to ride for 7 minutes. But after you ride it, you forget you waited in line.
Ty, I just wanted to, double down on something that Aishwarya said. First, I want to again reiterate that we ourselves love AI. We are critiquing it because we're trying to get more thoughtful about it. But this entire conference, every visual that you see, AI has been a partner to it. So we love it. We're excited about it. But something about what Aishwarya said, this idea of having Elvis call out to somebody, you were telling me earlier when we were chatting that in this Elvis concert, you could go and see Elvis dressing up in the green room. After the concert is over, you can take an elevator and you can go and get married to Elvis. And this may be very entertaining, but I'm just thinking Elvis epitomized stardom. He was that unattainable, like people were fainting over him. They could not get to him,
Right.
Now he's dead, and suddenly he's being made to call out happy birthday Ram, happy birthday Robert. Isn't that like a terrible doing down of the Elvis legacy?
It could,
and he has no say in it.
It could be. The Elvis legacy is long and complex.
Yes.
He did produce, I heard something like 4,000 recordings of mostly the same songs. So the reality is that somebody does need to maintain that and think about his legacy, and hopefully the people who have bought the rights for this will do that. And yes, one thing is that these people are people in the real world when they were alive, and they had complex lives. They had problems, and they had successes, and they had failures. And so, when you present them in the future, you need to think about that. And so it's a really complicated issue. There's actually, when they're searching for these people to do avatars, there's no artist that's perfect. Almost all artists have had exactly what I said: failures, successes, embarrassments. Many have been jailed. In jail. So the reality is, that is part of their legacy. And so I agree with you.
I wasn't talking about presenting Elvis in his complexity.
Yeah.
I was talking about turning him, like she put it well, that he might become a theme park entertainment.
Well, you don't want to make a circus out of it. And something that the artists, when they're talking to estates about this is typically what the people in the estate are worried about. They are worried about damaging the legacy of David Bowie with something that's not appropriate, because he was so amazing. I got to work with him. He's an amazing guy. And so the reality is they don't want to do something that would embarrass the thing. But then again, the next generation wants to see that artist And so you have to balance that. And you know, in the entertainment industry, people have to make these choices all the time. And sometimes they make poor choices, and sometimes they make good choices. It's really about, you know, the family members or the people who are working with it to do the best they can to make the right choice. And you know, I hate to say it, the people who are at Disney, not all the Disney fans are, I mean, not all the Star Wars fans are happy with the Disney Star Wars thing. They don't like, in fact, they're going to change it all now because the fans aren't happy. So, you know, even Disney doesn't get it right all the time.
No, we're very glad to know that, you know, that intent is there. But again, like, what we've done is we've muddled the water way before we are able to draw the pleasure out of this technology, you know. So who do you think this responsibility is going to fall upon? Is it the estate? Is it the production companies? Like, is it the families? Like, because once the genie yourself, like how you said it, if it's out of the bottle, there's no way to catch it back.
Yeah, I think it'd be smart to plan for it before you leave the planet. So that would be good, but nobody knew this was going to really be possible, so few thought about it, although I do understand that Prince put in his will that he should not be turned into an avatar. I think that's actually true. So the reality is he thought about it, but not too many people thought about it, so you should do that. The second thing is, when you sell the rights to your music, the name and likeness rights to your physical self do not necessarily have to transfer with the music rights. So it's a complicated business. So in many of these cases, the music rights are separate from the name and likeness of the people. So for example, Sony Music has recently purchased the rights to Queen's catalog. They've paid a lot of money for this, but they don't actually own the rights to Freddie Mercury and Freddie Mercury's body and the people, other people that are in Queen, and so they don't have the ability to make a hologram show without the permission of either those individuals who are still alive or their estates. So I do think a lot of this, it's like estate planning, and you know, you just got to be careful about what happens in the future. And if you give it to a corporation, they more likely than not will want to preserve the value of what they have, but they also just might make mistakes. It could be a bad decision about what they choose to do. You know, so there's going to be winners, and there's going to be, just like movies, you know, there's a new movie every week, and sometimes the TV show is not good, and sometimes it's really good, and that's just a creative process.
Thank you so much, Ty. You know, we're running behind time.
I know. I appreciate all of you sticking around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ty. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. We're going to move into our next session, which is with Siddharth Shetty. And this is a new frontier of finance now. It's called the Finternet. And they are very ambitiously, you know, the way the India stack was built. This is a new digital infrastructure to really completely change the rules of play around finance, ownership, not just of data, but of houses, of any asset that you own, that it will be able to flow the same way as information flows on the internet. This is a completely new idea. You know, it was birthed by Nandan Nilekani and Augustine Carsten. Siddharth Shetty is the CEO of the Finternet, a young person who's been a very critical person in the creation of the India stack as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Siddharth Shetty.
Thank you so much, Shoma. Pleasure.
So Sid, you know, just do it for like for the dummies. You know, tell us what the Finternet is in like literally 5 words.
In 5 words, it may take slightly longer, but firstly, yes, I want to acknowledge what you've put together is a fantastic conference, one of the best I've been to in recent times, and just seeing your versatility across all the topics has been very inspiring. Now, coming back to the Finternet, an easy way to think about it is, let's just go back in time when pre-UPI, all of us carried cash in our pocket. Now, that cash, imagine a 10 rupee note, was fundamentally a token. It had the amount in it, 10. It had the currency, let's say INR, and it had other marks to verify, is it legitimate or not. And then let's say you gave this 10 rupees to me. In real time, that is mine. You could give it to me at 2 in the morning, and it's mine. But when we digitize the financial system, now imagine the complexity that came in. For that same 10 rupee transfer, you had to maybe park it in a bank. A bank had to implement a bunch of technology. Then your bank had to integrate with my bank, and that introduced a lot of complexity. And only then you could transfer those 10 rupees. And this gets even more complicated cross-border. Again, if you meet someone from the US, they give you $10, it's yours. But if you to digitally do that, you have this whole complex ecosystem of correspondent banks. So very simply put, what's now happening in the financial system is we're moving into a world where every financial asset, whether it's your money, securities, physical property, gold, commodities like you're creating crop, and all your digital identities are going to be represented as these digital tokens. And all of these digital tokens are going to sit in wallets that us as individuals or businesses would own. So that's essentially the summary. All of us will have wallets. Wallets will have tokens representing our digital identities and assets, and we'll be able to easily transact with anyone else within the country or outside.
You know, for anyone who's tried to do cross-border payments, this really sounds like a dream scenario. Even to pay for your college students' college fees, you know, there's a Saturday, then you can't do it on a weekend.
Exactly. Computer is asleep. You know, the computer has gone to sleep.
Computer's gone to sleep, yeah. So it's extremely cumbersome. So the idea of it all flowing naturally is fantastic. But one does have idea, you know, we've been talking so much about this new concern over sovereign security, you know, having data that's secure, actually bringing up some walls. Your impulse is something completely different, you know. How will this play out in terms of sovereignty? Like, if you create the Finternet, I can understand it moving within India's borders, but how would it work in terms of with the US or anywhere? Like,
very good question. So the way I would look at that is, first and foremost, what we need to care about is the individual sovereignty in all of this, the individual's agency, right? If you go back in time, if you think about it in the context of India, 2008, almost most of us and large parts of India didn't even have sovereignty/agency over our own identity. You had a lot of paper-based transactions. Fast forward the rollout of Aadhaar to now 1.4 billion people, what we saw is once you gave people their digital identity, 500 million bank accounts were opened in less than a decade. Traditionally, that would have taken India 5 decades. So we leapfrogged 40 years of developmental growth just by giving agency of one's digital identity back to them. So they could open a bank account, open a telecom account, Jio unlocked the 4G revolution that all of us are beneficiaries of, open a capital markets account, so on and so forth. UPI gave people sovereignty and agency over their own bank account once it was opened. A large part of India did not have that access, and now it's the largest payment system in the world, but still very early days. So I think the first question is really thinking through and building out infrastructure that gives that sovereignty back to individuals and back to businesses. On top of that, yes, we live in a time where different nation states have sovereignty considerations of their own. And so the way we think about this, much like the internet, is yes, if you're transacting money, whether that's INR or the dollar, you're transacting securities, you will be able to layer on your rules depending on the type of asset. So you can take care of state objectives, but at the same time, you preserve the individual agency in the digital world we're moving towards.
So, you know, talk to us about unlocking the kind of capital that is stuck, you know, or wealth that is stuck. So whether it's in gold or in land, give us some order of magnitude of what might be released if these become movable assets?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I think if you look at it in the context of India, there are a lot of assets that are underutilized today. Physical property is one such example. A large part of the country, both if you think of small landholding farmers, a lot of us, your property is largely immobile. And if you want access to financial services, you're often having to take physical property documents, put that into a locker, and your choice is restricted to whichever is the bank branch you had access to. Now, why can't I get a token that represents my physical property, and then I have a choice of who I want to transact with? So if you look at it on the property side, we have roughly about $3 to $4 trillion lying locked into Indian real estate today, which if you give people control through a system like this, which will be much more state-driven because property is a state subject in India, you can now unlock that capital for so much of domestic production infrastructure spending. The second asset class is gold. Indian households are one of the largest custodians of gold in the world, again, another $4 to $5 trillion. If people have the ability to tokenize that gold, and you, of course, need a lot of work in creating the underlying trust rails to do that, but now you can unlock $4 to $5 trillion that can go back into a range of use cases. But it's not just domestic. It's also cross-border. I'll give you a simple example. We have about 30 to 40 million Indians that live outside. They generate $2 trillion every year in economic activity. And if they want to transact back with India's capital markets, which is doing very well with all the IPOs, et cetera, there's no way for them to do that. You have to open multiple accounts. It involves paper-based transactions. It's like India, pre-India stack. Now, if underlying securities were tokenized, let's take even one class like government securities, if even 10% of that 30 to 40 million, you take 3 million NRIs, have the ability to contribute $10,000, you're talking about $30 to $40 billion coming back instantly into the economy, far greater than foreign investors putting in money at an institutional level. And this has happened in India's capital markets. So if you remember, for a long while, our capital markets had this issue where we were subject to foreign investor flows. But when it got opened up to retail because of Aadhaar, UPI, SIPs, where people could put in small amounts, but a large number of people did that, you had $3 billion coming in every month. And so that meant even if foreign investors pull out, you still had some amount of stability. So we've seen examples of that, but there are a lot more asset classes that can then be unlocked, both that benefit individuals and the country as a whole.
That's fascinating. And like I said, just the idea of doing this is amazing, and you can see what positive potential can come out of it. But I was wondering do you think this will end up being only a kind of urban, elite, English-speaking kind of phenomenon? Because yes, you're totally right, the India Stack has enabled so many people to come into the digital economy. It has enabled and empowered. But at the same time, we've seen it is very bewildering for those who are not digitally savvy to be pulled into this digital economy, And so with the SIR we've seen recently, poor people on the ground, workers, migrants, are running pillar to post, not at all understanding how to do any of this. So one, do you think that will remain at an upper layer, which of course it'll be a highway of transaction, and that's great. But what will happen to lower sort of echelons of society?
Yeah, so the way I look at it is fundamentally today finance is largely available to the upper layer, right? So our main focus is how do you bring down transaction costs to essentially zero for any type of asset so that you have massive democratization across banking, capital markets, insurance, and other types of services. So that's a main objective, complete democratization of that. Now, if you build on top of that, right, it's really important to ask the question, how do you architect for population scale? Because if you don't think about, one of the things we've learned so far is scaling what works, like you can build something for 100,000 people, 1 million people, is very different from what works at scale. So the questions that we're asking within the labs that we've set up is, what are those primitives for this to work at scale for humanity? And what are those regulatory primitives that bring in place consumer protection? What are those technical primitives that must be implemented? So you can really architect the system in a way that leaves no one behind. And we've seen that. And I think the other angle you really need to look at is with the emergence of AI coming in, what we're seeing with Sarvam, where you can now have a lot more local language context coming in for financial services because there's otherwise a vocabulary or literacy gap, or when agents start to come up. At the end of the day, if you have AI agents, you can't execute those transactions if the underlying assets are not tokenized. You'll go back to paper records. The agent may make a recommendation back to you, but then to execute it, you have to go to your local registrar, unless that asset is tokenized. So I think it will actually result in a lot more inclusion. And if you combine it with the AI developments, it's going to bridge a lot of the gaps that you mentioned.
I'm going to come back to this question because I'm not entirely satisfied, but I do want to ask another question, which is particularly to do with land and gold. Land, again, in India, but I'm sure it's the same elsewhere, but definitely in India, is a very complicated ownership, you know. And again, I'm speaking, say, in rural India, where land is owned by many members of the family. Often it's quite informal, you know, you've swapped somebody in the hills, somebody may have land in the plains, they've swapped an ownership which is up in the mountains. It's, you know, only the Patwari really has a record of that. So one, how will this ownership thing be managed in a tokenization of land? And secondly, suppose one member of the family suddenly wants to sell off their token, you know, and you would have normally had a family panchayat, discussed whether it's feasible, not feasible, if everybody on board or not board. But if you tokenize it in that fractional way, isn't there going to be tremendous conflict around this entire digitization of assets?
Yeah, I think if I look at the other side of your question, there's already tremendous conflict when it comes to transacting with land assets today. A lot of people get denied because of, you know, when they go to the local registrar for various political economy reasons, they realize, oh, I no longer own this part of land. That's one. Second is, I've seen cases in my own family where, you know, someone owned land and then a sibling happened to sign off documents, and given the state of Indian family structures, they didn't even realize till many years later. So I think one is we miss the current gaps and friction and exclusion that already exists within the current system. That being said, I do agree with you that land in and of itself is complicated. It's complicated legally, given a lot of the context we have in India. I grew up in Goa, where a lot of land would be split because of, you know, the Portuguese rule that happened, and so you could have an aunt in London who may one day wake up and place a claim. So the way we look at this is, one, tokenization of all these assets. You have to look at this over a 10 to 15-year timeline. All of these problems are not going to be solved today. Second, when we think of adoption, you really want to look at adoption in an asynchronous manner, which is we don't expect every state to go live right away. What you expect is there will be a few states, and within that, a few types of real estate. For example, fresh issuances when you buy an apartment, which already have clean titles. And so going forward, you at least have the ability to leverage a lot of these efficiencies we discussed. And then there can be separate workflows that are created for dealing with historic land titles. But in our view, what this does is now once you've tokenized the underlying real estate asset, you can create new workflows. I can create nomination workflows. One of the biggest issues in India at this point is the amount of unclaimed assets that lie within our financial system. You can create a programmatic will. An AI agent may create a will, and that allows you to attach it to your asset, and you can execute that will. So you can create a lot of these workflows with, you know, the assistance of the best kinds of technologies that you couldn't do before. That, you know, if I had to create a will against my assets, now again, I'll have to figure out what are my assets, then go to a lawyer, and then all the friction that comes up from that.
So I told you I wanted to circle back on that question about people on the ground. You know, definitely Aadhaar and opening bank accounts has helped a great deal, but it can become pretty Kafkaesque, you know, because when the SIR was happening, because the government wanted certain documents, birth certificates, they wanted, the Aadhaar was suddenly, it was brought back into it, but people had to look through databases of 40,000 names, you know, they had, many people described how excruciating it was really to prove your identity, you know, because you don't have birth certificates, so you don't have, so even after you've digitized it, people are still having to prove who they are not, you know, and of course you need to clean the electoral rolls, but what was required to do that was very bewildering for a lot of people. And I personally know workers who worked with us, you know, with others in the family. They were perfectly legitimate citizens, but then because they can't find a birth certificate or their father's name is spelt wrong, and, you know, these are people who are not digital natives. So it was psychologically very, very, you know, I would say traumatic almost for them to go through this process. So in that sense, I was asking you that, isn't this a very sophisticated thing for people who are on the ground and who are not yet fully attuned to the digital world?
So I particularly I'm not aware of the SIR piece that you're talking about, but if I abstract from what you said, the larger question is, how do we think of what does identity mean in a digital world, right? So what happens is in many of these schemes, because of either concerns of fraud, oftentimes policymakers design for the worst case, not the best case. And when you design for the worst case or you design for exception, you end up creating, I need this document, I need this document, I need this document. It's sort of a generalization, right? Because they're like, you need to prove all of this for you to participate. So traditionally, you make systems that are difficult to enter for common people, but once you're in, it's easy to stay. So one of the principles we believe in is fundamentally you make systems easy to enter but difficult to stay, which is anyone should be able to access it. It's universal. But you use data, you use fraud management systems to weed out bad actors rather than designing a scheme to prevent bad actors from joining. So what that means is in our world, the way we need to think about identity is in a layered manner. The first is a proof of, am I a human being or not? That's it. That's your base proof. On top of that, you start building a lot of these functional identities that you mentioned, like my birth certificate, am I a driver or not, which comes from your driving license authority, where did I study, where did I work? All of these are digital attestations, and we believe we're moving in a world, in fact, India has DigiLocker, which is a wallet that contains your attestations, but we're moving into a world globally where you establish you're a human or not, or an agent, so it's called conventionally proof of humanhood, and then you start layering it with these functional identities. And so then depending on the type of scheme, you start choosing what you're eligible for and what you're not. So that's how I would look architecturally at addressing the challenge you described.
So just a couple of last questions is that, which countries or which states, what state is the pilot in? Are there other countries that are agreeing to do this, or is it first going to be a national level project, and in which case, how many states have signed up for it?
So we've, just for broader context, we've set up a new organization known as Networks for Humanity, which is a network of labs across the US, Singapore, Switzerland, and India. And our primary focus is building out these systems at population scale. Now, we have a few tracks within this. One, on how we look at this from a financial lens. Second, energy. Third is commerce. So for example, the work that's happening on energy went live very recently. It's known as the India Energy Stack. In fact, at the AI Summit, the first peer-to-peer transaction on India's grid took place between a farmer in one state and a counterparty in another. This similar ideas, when applied in the areas of mobility and commerce, are known as ONDC or Namayatri. Namayatri is a great example where you could interconnect the driver and the rider, and hundreds of millions of dollars have been dispersed directly to drivers versus traditionally Uber, Ola taking 50 to 60% commissions. And then more specifically on the finance side, we're actively working on a set of pilots. These are global pilots. There are a few in India that cut across areas like warehouse receipt, vouchers for welfare delivery. So for example, one of the pilots we're most excited about is you have a lot of small landholding farmers in India. They, many at times, over 50 to 60% of them are tenant farmers, which means they have no documentation to prove that they are a tenant, and they're unlikely to get any documentation. So a bank would need some documentation to underwrite. But now, if you have the INR represented in a programmable way, you can actually, as a lender, say, this can only be used if you purchase pesticides, fertilizers, or seeds. And so you can, rather than having to underwrite the borrower upfront, you can create programmable credit. So those are some of the examples. There are some on the cross-border side that we're working on as well. So you'll see a lot more through the course of the year.
Thank you very much, Sid. Every time we've been going between all these worlds, it's amazing and very reassuring, and I personally find it very inspiring that whenever you speak to a speaker who's from an Indian context, the focus of technology is so public service oriented, It's really tech for the masses. It is using technology subsumed to human purpose. And then some of the other conversations we're having around technology is really like the Wild West, which is sort of very imaginative, very future-driven, which is very experimental in a different way and fraught with many dangers, Here, the dangers are more pragmatic and could be fixable, but the design purpose is so evident and it's very mass-based, you know. So a big salute to you, Sid, to have a young person like you, and I know you've been involved with the India Stack as well. That's pretty inspirational stuff, you know. So it's been a real pleasure having you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, Sid mentioned energy, which is the perfect entry to the next speaker. And this is absolutely catalytic stuff, because this is, you know, the energy dilemma is so huge, because like we've been speaking, that AI is driving the biggest infrastructure build out in human history, and it is really sucking up energy and water and resources. And then even the clean energy systems are themselves very complex, because there's an energetics built into it. Even whether you speak solar or you speak any of the other clean energy systems, there's still a dilemma. Like the electric revolution is leading to a 6x demand for minerals. So in a way, it's intensified mining, even while it reduces our dependence on fossil fuels or in emissions. And yet there's one holy grail in the midst of all of this, which is nuclear fusion. And it is being backed by some of the biggest investors in the world, from Bill Gates to Elon Musk to Sam Altman. They're really betting big. Vinod Khosla, many others are betting very, very big on nuclear fusion. And now we're going to have a speaker who's at the heart of this, you know, big bet on nuclear fusion. It is literally harnessing the energy of the stars. But there's an added layer of wonder to it, which is that they've come up with a construct where, while producing nuclear fusion energy, they might be able to turn mercury into gold. That's literally the alchemist's dream from medieval ages. It was always meant to be a jumla, but it might turn out to be the breakthrough idea that makes nuclear fusion affordable, plausible, and, you know, may end up being that pathway to abundance that we've been hearing about. To get a window into that world, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adam Rutkowski.
Thanks, Shoma, and good to see you all. It's been great being here over the last couple of days, great conversations. So my name's Adam Rutkowski. I'll be talking about fusion energy and fusion transmutation. So we see these as fundamental technologies that can change the way that we think about energy and potentially usher in this new era of energy abundance. So over the course of this presentation, I'll first start with talking about why energy is so important in the first place, what the resources are that are available to us to use here, and then discuss a little bit the challenges and the opportunities afforded by nuclear fusion, including some of the potential opportunities that we've been investigating more recently around fusion transmutation. All right, great. So we can think of energy in a couple ways. Energy is, one, an enabler of all of the things that we want to do as industrialized countries. It enables us to use all of these advanced technologies that we think of as very basic, actually, but things like lighting, heating, transportation, computation, all of these things rely on a stable and scalable source of energy in order to be usable. But at the same time, energy is one of our most fundamental constraints. So energy is a primary driver of climate change, the primary driver. It's also the thing that often drives geopolitical instability from resource competition. In addition, any limitations on energy resources can restrict growth, restrict the deployment of new technologies, and restrict basically enhancements in quality of life for a large number of people around the world. So let's take a step back and think about where physically the energy that we use comes from. So there are two fundamental physical processes or sources for the energy that we have available. One is nuclear transmutation, and the other is extracting energy from gravitational potential energy. But nearly all of the energy that humanity uses is fundamentally from nuclear transmutation. So what do I mean by that? Well, all of the matter around us, all of the atoms, are composed of nuclei, which are protons and neutrons, surrounded by this cloud of electrons. And by combining these nuclei with each other, or splitting these nuclei, we have access to vast stores of energy. And these are really the fundamental sources of energy that drive energy production within the universe. So there are two fundamental processes here that we need to understand. One is fusion, It's the combining of light nuclei. And one is fission, the splitting of heavy nuclei. So on the left, I have a diagram of the deuterium-tritium fusion process. This is the process that's being pursued by most of the fusion companies, I should say. And this involves taking two heavy isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium, combining them and getting out, in the end, a helium nucleus and a free neutron. I'll get back to this process in a few slides, and we'll talk about this in more detail. But the other process here is fission. And this is, technologically speaking, the one that humanity is more advanced at. We've had access to this technology for about 80 years now. And this is where you take a heavy nucleus, like uranium-235, you hit this with a neutron, and it splits, it fissions into two fragments and neutrons as well. So while humanity tends to use fission and is much better at doing fission than fusion, the fundamental energy source of the universe is actually fusion. So this is the process that drives all stars, including our own sun, and is fundamentally the source of most of the energy resources that we have. So more specifically, these resources are the ones that I'm listing here. And they all have their different trade-offs, their advantages and some downsides. So solar and wind is the most direct way that we can harness the energy of the sun, right? So we can take photons from the sun and convert them via photovoltaics, or we can take wind and convert kinetic energy of the wind, basically arising from the weather patterns driven by solar flux, and we can convert these into electrical energy. And this is great. And these technologies have shown massive improvement over the last several decades, especially in cost. But there are still challenges that remain around material and land constraints. And importantly, the intermittency of these sources can limit their economic viability when they're deployed as a large fraction of the energy mix. The second line here is fossil fuels. We're, of course, all familiar with these. Technologically speaking, there are a lot of attractive aspects to fossil fuels. They're energy dense and reliable, but we're also very familiar with the climate impacts of this energy resource. So there's a finite supply. There are harsh environmental effects from this, and especially climate change is something that motivates us very strongly to move away from this energy resource. Nuclear fission, which I mentioned previously on the last slide, has many attributes that make it attractive as a replacement for fossil fuels. So it's energy dense, it's low carbon, but on the other side, there are a number of challenges to deployment of this technology. So there's proliferation risk, safety challenges, waste issues, public perception, and ultimately cost as well. Geothermal is a promising source. Traditionally, it's been limited in terms of geographic suitability for these resources. There are some new approaches that could expand the range of application for geothermal, but some of these are relatively new. And lastly, this brings me to fusion. So fusion has the capability to potentially solve a lot of the challenges with these other sources. But the main drawback is the high complexity and cost that's associated with this resource. So in particular, fusion has effectively limitless fuel, and I'll discuss in a few slides the fuel cycle for this technology. It has zero direct carbon emissions, so there are emissions basically from the plants that you build and the materials that you use, but there are no inherent carbon emissions to the process itself. And there's inherent safety, which is very important as well. And then in terms of the challenges here, we have some extreme engineering and physics challenges around the plasma itself that you need to confine in order to make fusion happen. So the core of a fusion reactor is about 10 times the temperature of the core of our sun. This is a really extreme set of challenges to overcome. There are also material science challenges, where these materials that form the structure of your device and the walls of your device have to live in a high neutron flux environment for a very long period of time at high temperature. And this is a very difficult challenge. And then lastly here, the tritium fuel cycle is one of the main challenges that needs to be solved in going from break-even experiments to power plants. So the devices that I'm showing on the bottom of the screen here are all experiments over the last several decades that have expanded our understanding of plasmas and improved our ability to confine plasmas. And through these decades of experience, these decades of science that we've done, substantial de-risking has been achieved for fusion technology, or at least fusion science. And this in particular addresses the first of these challenges, the plasma conditions. So to situate our understanding of fusion here, where this lives within the mix of all the other resources I showed on the previous slide, I would frame fusion as being the moonshot energy source, right? So there's plenty of technical risk here, but we should also recognize that if we get this to work, there are outsized benefits. And this big bet has started to pay off. So break-even has actually been achieved on a system called the National Ignition Facility. This is a system in Livermore, California. And that was about 3 years ago. So this means that more energy was gained out of the system than was put in to drive the reaction and to heat the fuel. And then there's another system shown on the right here being developed by Commonwealth Fusion Systems, and this is expected to achieve break-even sometime next year. And there's fairly high confidence that this will happen. So there's been a lot of progress, but it's still the case that challenges remain between the scientific progress that's been shown already, which is real and meaningful, and the deployment of this resource in power plants, as well as scaling of those resources to be useful. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the deuterium-tritium reaction. And this will give us more context with which to understand some of the challenges, in particular, around the fuel cycle. So the way this works is you take two heavy isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium, and you fuse these at very, very high temperatures, about 100 million degrees. And out of this process, you get a helium nucleus and a free neutron at very high energy. So let's first talk about the fuels here. So deuterium is easy to get, actually. This is one proton and one neutron, and it's a stable isotope of hydrogen. This is actually fairly abundant in the world. It's about 1 part in 6,000 of all hydrogen. It's left over from the Big Bang. And you can go out and you can collect this, and you can do this economically. Tritium is a different story. So tritium is 1 proton and 2 neutrons, and it's unstable. It has a half-life of about 12 years. And so you can't go out in the world and collect the tritium that you would use for this process. You actually have to make all of the tritium in the fusion system itself. There's only about 25 kilograms of tritium in the world, and it currently costs about $50 million per kilogram. So because it's the product of this transmutation process, it's essential that you use the fusion process itself to make your own tritium. So before I go on and talk about the tritium challenges, I want to draw your attention to the neutron that's on this slide. So it turns out that this neutron and the capability of having these very high energy neutrons is actually unique. And fusion is capable of making these very high energy neutrons at a scale that humanity has not previously had access to. With fission, you get neutrons, but they're about 1/10 the energy of the neutrons that we're talking about here. So, 1 or 2 MeV. And as a result of this, it turns out that you can actually, in the near term, use these fusion neutrons to make high-value products. So the way this works is you take your neutron, you hit some stable feedstock isotope, and then you can transmute this into some radioisotope by breaking off a proton or alpha particle or a deuterium nucleus. So you change the charge of the nucleus, it's now a new element. And in particular, you can make valuable isotopes of these new elements that can be used for medical radiotherapies. These are very, very high-value products that are in some cases up to 1 billion times more valuable than if you were to just use that fusion reaction to make electricity. So this is what we see as an enabling technology for this new field of medical isotope production. This is something that's really desired by this community, and in many cases, there are not established supply chains for making the material. And for fusion, we see this as a key enabling capability or a way to de-risk fusion technology at the smaller scale, at the 1 to 10 megawatt scale, far smaller than fusion power plants at the gigawatt scale. So these are sort of integrated devices that can still de-risk the technology while being economically viable because of the value of these products. But ultimately, we want to scale this to fusion power plants. So let's go back to our discussion of the fuel cycle. We need to make all of the tritium that we're going to burn in the system. And so there's a way to do this, conceptually anyway, which is to take our neutron, to hit a lithium-6 nucleus, and out of that reaction comes a tritium nucleus. And this is good. Conceptually, this works out at a high level. But in practice, if you burn 1 tritium, get 1 neutron, and make 1 tritium, this actually doesn't work in practice because you lose some neutrons in the system. There are side reactions that take some of your neutrons. And so you need to do something slightly more complicated. But there's a solution to this. And it's to do what's called neutron multiplication. So instead of going directly to lithium, you now introduce, as an intermediate step, a heavy nucleus, something like lead traditionally, and you hit this with your 14 MeV neutron, and you get out 2 neutrons. And now you have an excess of neutrons. Now you can use each of those neutrons to make tritium downstream, and now you can close the fuel cycle. So this is how it's traditionally solved, but it turns out that there are actually even more interesting things that you can do to solve this process while providing new opportunities for the system. In particular, if you replace your previously lead with now mercury and a specific isotope of mercury, mercury 198, you still get your 2 neutrons out, you can still close the fuel cycle, but now you're transmuting your mercury 198 into a new isotope of mercury, mercury 197, that has a very special property, which is that it decays with a half-life of 64 hours into the only stable isotope of gold, gold 197. So this is more actually than just a scientific curiosity. So you can make 1 to 2 tons per gigawatt thermal per year, a power plant being about a gigawatt, in these systems corresponding to a value of about $150 million to $300 million per year. This is equal to or more than the value of all the electricity that you're producing in your system. And by the way, this does not impact the electricity production in your system. This is a true co-product. So it's worth noting that the nuclear physics of this process is actually very well understood. This has been measured many times in labs. So the challenge here is around implementing this in an engineering feasible system. But we think that this is actually doable, and that the marginal difficulty is not necessarily greater than what you would traditionally have to solve in a fusion system, since it's basically substituting this multiplier material. And one final note here is that this process is not interesting because it's the highest value use of each fusion neutron. Things like medical isotopes are more valuable per transmutation. But the reason why this is so compelling is because the market for gold is hundreds of billions of dollars per year. So instead of subsidizing the deployment of megawatts of fusion onto the grid, or as test devices, now you have the capability of subsidizing terawatts of fusion and allowing this to scale economically. So we see this as a fundamental enabler to the scaling of fusion as a resource. So ultimately, this production of valuable co-products we see as this pathway towards going from where we are now, basically from break-even experiments, to early-stage fusion devices at the 1 to 10 megawatt thermal scale, making high-value co-products like medical isotopes. But ultimately, this is a pathway to scaling fusion more broadly, to make tons of gold per year, per reactor, and provide the greatest natural dividend to an energy source that's ever been seen in human history, basically. So with this, we think that fusion can solve not only the environmental challenges of energy, and not only the geopolitical challenges, but also be the single most economically attractive energy source ever. And so we see this as the pathway, the golden pathway, towards scalable fusion transmutation and deployment of fusion energy at scale. And ultimately, we see this as a way to lead humanity towards a new era of energy abundance. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Adam. And I just want to share with you that unfortunately Adam had a fall and he hurt himself. So it's really, really kind of him to come on stage and still do his presentation. The next session, is something that I've personally been really waiting for and anticipating. It is Kiran Musunuru, who has done the most historic gene editing. It's made global news because it's precision gene editing of a 7-month-old baby suffering from a fatal disease, a liver condition, a kidney condition, which where protein is not processed properly, and it was life-threatening. And Kiran Musunuru and his team created a personalized gene engineering which was delivered in vivo into this live baby, and the baby has not only survived but thrived. It is an absolute cutting-edge frontiers of medicine. It is personalized precision medicine. We're going to show you a very tiny clip of the baby that is at the center of this drama. Unfortunately, Kiran has not been able to join us in person, but we did not want to let go of this session because it really is truly inspirational. It's in that realm of fundamental foundational science where there's no dilemma and dialogue around it. It's just pure inspiration. We're going to show you a little bit of that film and then go right into that session. We have Coperni after that, which is fashion and technology, and then a brief town hall with the robots. I thank all of you who've been so patient to be here on a Sunday afternoon.
Every future starts as a signal. A spark of curiosity that builds momentum through connection. When ideas cross boundaries and escape containment, they move in a cycle. From classrooms to labs to communities. This cyclic motion transforms knowledge into impact, shaping how young minds imagine the world. This is progress in motion. This is Shiv Nadar Foundation.
Hi, Kiran. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. I was just sharing with the audience that we did not want to let go of this session, even though you couldn't join us in person, because it's just so inspirational, the work that you've done. So just, in a nutshell, would you share with our audience what exactly was baby Muldoon suffering from, and what is the therapy that you and your team of doctors came up with?
Certainly. Well, thank you so much for having me, even though I couldn't be there in person, and hopefully the virtual feed is coming through clearly.
Yeah, can everyone hear him? Yes.
Okay, perfect. So KJ, baby KJ Muldoon, was born here at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, and then within a couple of days after he was born, he became devastatingly ill. Very, very sick. It wasn't entirely clear what was happening, but the physicians who were taking care of him sent off a bunch of laboratory tests and other types of testing and quickly came to the answer. He had very high levels of a toxic metabolite called ammonia in his blood, and this meant he had a certain type of disease called a urea cycle disorder. And there are about 6 or 7 or 8 different types of urea cycle disorders. These are very, very, very bad diseases. Basically, there is this ammonia that's a breakdown product of protein that you eat in the diet. We all make it. It's very, very toxic, but we have a series of enzymes in the liver that convert the toxic ammonia into something called urea, which is not toxic and can actually be passed out of the body very easily. And so all of us have no issue eating as much protein as we need or want. But in a kid with a urea cycle disorder, this ammonia can't get broken down, can't get metabolized properly. If any one of those 6 enzymes is broken. And so it built up to very high levels in his blood, this ammonia, and that's very toxic to the brain. And so that's what he was suffering from. He was taken across the street to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, to the intensive care unit. He got dialysis, cleaned the ammonia out of his blood, but only temporarily. It was very clear that he was going to be very, very sick. He never left the hospital. His ammonia levels were checked very, very frequently. Anytime he had a common cold or a stomach bug or a common childhood illness, the stress on his body would cause the ammonia levels to climb. And so there's real concern that he would take continued hits to the brain and he would decline over time. And his only hope would be to get a liver transplant to replace the broken enzyme in his liver, just replace the whole liver, which obviously is not the best solution, but the only one available. And he wouldn't be able to get a liver transplant probably until he was at least a year old to do it safely. And so that meant there was this whole year where he was just going to be exposed to this ammonia and decline over time and maybe not even survive until he got the transplant. What we decided to do was something different. And so within a few days after he was born, got whole genome sequencing, which is a way we have now of determining the identities of all 3 billion letters in the human genome, in his case, his personal genome. And in looking through all the 3 billion letters, figuring out exactly what misspelling is causing this disease. And that gave us the answer. He had a misspelling in a gene called CPS1, which makes one of the enzymes in that chain of enzymes that breaks down the ammonia. And because he had that broken enzyme, couldn't clear the ammonia. But that misspelling looked like it could be fixed or potentially fixed by a new technology we have called gene editing. The particular type of gene editing is known as CRISPR, which many of you I'm sure have heard of. And the beauty of this technology is that it can be very, very precise. If you put it into the cell, a human cell, and you take this CRISPR, it has 2 components. You have a protein that actually does the so-called editing. It can make a change in the DNA. You have a second component that's like a GPS. And so what you do is you can actually program in a sequence of about 20 letters into that GPS, and then those 2 components come together, the protein, the GPS, they form a little molecular machine, and it can scan the entire human genome, all 3 billion letters, and find just the one place that's specified by the GPS, whatever place in the genome matches the 20 letters you programmed in. And so what we were able to do is program the GPS so that it went to the location of KJ's misspelling in his gene, CPS1 gene, with the idea that it could potentially correct that misspelling and get the enzyme working again, turn it back on. And if we could get that to happen, then he would be able to handle the ammonia, break it down just like any of us do, and be a lot healthier. Now, big challenges, well, there were several challenges, but the big challenge is how do you actually get this into the body? And so it turns out, just over the last few years, have been able to develop this technology where you can fabricate billions or even trillions of these little soap bubbles, tiny microscopic soap bubbles, and actually put the CRISPR cargo within that soap bubble. And then infuse these soap bubbles, again, billions, trillions, into the bloodstream, just through intravenously, an infusion. And once it hits the bloodstream, it goes straight to the liver, which is where all this stuff is happening. It works well because the liver can clean things out of the blood, which is purpose, to take things out of the blood. So these soap bubbles get taken up by all the cells in the liver. The CRISPR cargo is released. The GPS has already been programmed to go to the site of his misspelling. It goes there, and then the idea is that it corrects the misspelling. And the hope was that we could get enough of the cells with the misspelling corrected that they would start making the enzyme and then be able to clear the ammonia. Now, the challenges were we've never seen his misspelling before. It's unique to him. Basically, no one else in the world has this misspelling, and so we couldn't know what misspelling he had before he was born, and he became sick, and we actually sequenced him. So there wasn't any time to prepare beforehand. You couldn't have predicted and had the drug ready to go. So we had to start making it from scratch from when he was born. The second challenge is that he didn't have a lot of time, right? So he was already starting to, have these, what we call ammonia crises or metabolic crises, where he'd have a cold or a stomach bug, and the ammonia levels would rise in the blood and put him in danger. And we needed to act as quickly as possible. We didn't even have a year, we thought. We needed to get it down to several months. And somehow, even though there was no precedent for trying to do this whatsoever, actually making a whole new drug from scratch, personalized to one kid from the time he was born, in 6 months we were able to actually get this treatment made specifically for him. It wouldn't do anything for anyone else in the world, but specifically for him to correct his misspelling. Got it made in 6 months. Got clearance from the regulatory authorities here in the United States. It's the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. And before he was 7 months old, he got the treatment. And we weren't sure. Yeah, we weren't sure whether it was going to work. But within about a week, it became clear that his ammonia levels looked really good. We gave him more protein in his diet than he had ever been able to take in before. He got very little protein because it's toxic to him. And so before he got the treatment, he was at the 9th percentile body weight for his age.
Wow.
And then after the treatment, we found he could take in a lot more protein, actually a normal amount of protein for someone his age, which he had never been able to do before. And it was a great sign. And his ammonia levels stayed stable. And then since then, this is almost a year ago now, actually, the first anniversary of his treatment is 3 days from now, February 25th, 2025. So we're right up against the first anniversary. But since he got that treatment when he was a little less than 7 months old, his ammonia levels have been entirely normal, despite him taking in a full amount of protein. He went through this growth spurt. After about 2 to 3 months, 3 months in the hospital, he got a couple of follow-up treatments just to make sure it was working. He was doing so well, we realized there's absolutely no reason for him to be in the hospital anymore. And there was no talk anymore having a liver transplant. So he went home with his family. He's been doing fantastically well ever since. He's indistinguishable from any other healthy child you can imagine. He's hitting all his milestones. The only thing that distinguishes him is perhaps he's the happiest baby you've ever met. He's just full of unbridled joy, insatiably curious, very, very friendly. I think being in the hospital for 9-10 months, he just got used to lots of strangers coming into his room and seeing him, and so he's just unfazed by anything. And so he's doing so well, and couldn't have asked for anything more. And it really, even though I'm a scientist and I think very rationally about things, everything has gone so well. It really does. I have to conclude that it was something of a miracle.
That's incredible, Kiran. Most miraculous story, So, Kiran, there's so many things that I'd love to ask you, but I just want to stay with baby KJ a little bit. One is that, for his parents to even sign up for this trial, it was literally the first human trial where this has happened. And I do want to ask you, because for the last 2 years, we've also been trying to get Alyssa Tapley. She's the other 13-year-old child with leukemia. And she was cured by CRISPR and gene editing. And she actually wanted to come physically to India. She's now 15 and thriving. But her doctors have not been allowing her to come because her immune system is still pretty susceptible. But it's just amazing, 2 children saved by gene editing. It was terminal cancer with her as well. But here, yes. Was it, at which point do parents, tell us about the parents and their psychology in signing up for this human trial. How did you convince them, or did they opt for it? And number 2 is that, you spoke about that it took 6 months. First, just the detective story of this, that you map 3 billion genes, you find that one mutation, you make a personalized therapy, then that works, and then you drop a soap cell. It's just amazing, but how scalable is this, Kiran? When you were talking about it taking 6 months, what's the cost? Is it scalable? Can the hope of this story transmit to many other millions of parents whose babies are not well?
Yeah,
so one is the human trial, and second is the scalability,
Yeah. And I've had the pleasure of meeting Alyssa Tapley, who you mentioned, and last time I met her,
Sorry, Kiran, we can't hear you very well. Will you just speak a bit louder?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I had the pleasure of meeting Alyssa Tapley last year.
Okay.
And she looks great. As you said, put her cancer in remission, a few years back, and she's been doing incredibly well. And our hope is KJ will have, a similarly good outcome. And so, sorry, what was your first question? I lost track of that.
The first question was that, at which point did the parents decide, was there a danger to this? When they signed up their baby for a human trial that's never been tried before, was there a big fallout that could happen? Help us understand the psychology of what was at stake.
Sure, so I should say first that everything that we did here, I did collaborating with a good colleague, a good friend and colleague of mine at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, Dr. Rebecca Ahrens-Nicholas. So she deserves as much credit for this as I do, if not more. She's a pediatrician. I'm a cardiologist. I actually take care of adult patients, although I do have expertise in gene editing. She's the one who really was interfacing with the patient and the patient's parents, Kyle and Nicole. And so about 6 weeks after KJ was born and we had figured out what his misspelling was, in the laboratory, we worked really quickly and were able to come up with a solution. So before we had a solution in hand, we didn't want to talk to the parents and offer them any false hope, right? Because if we didn't have a good solution, then none of this was going to happen. Why even bring it up? But once we had a good solution and then we talked to some potential partners to get the drug manufactured, that's the point at which Becca approached the parents and said, we have something new. It's never been done before. We know it's going to sound like science fiction, but there's a possibility that in your child's case, we might be able to correct his misspelling. And she explained it very carefully. I think, I wasn't involved in the conversation, but she spoke to them for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, just explaining it from A to Z. They had a lot of questions. And, for something like this, it's not something that you're going to sort out in one conversation. She had many conversations over the next several months about this. And over that time, they learned more and more, and they got to the point where they understood the science as well as any scientist, to be perfectly honest. But in that first meeting, they were fantastic, and they understood that there was a lot of risk, that we might not even be able to make the treatment in time because no one had ever made a drug that quickly from scratch before. But their perspective was, if we could learn enough from trying to do this, even if we couldn't help KJ, if this would be useful for other kids someday, they felt it was important that we try to do it. Which you couldn't ask for, from more from
It's incredible you said that. I haven't met those parents, but baby KJ's parents, but with Alyssa Tapley and her parents, we had this similar conversation about the risk involved in being a first human trial on gene editing, which is like literally changing the spelling of your code, your source code. And it's amazing because Alyssa Tapley, she was 13 then, and it was really her decision. And she said, even if this doesn't work for me, I want to, I know I'm terminally ill and I want to be part of something that might move the science for the rest of humanity, So that's an incredible psychology there. And it's amazing that baby KJ's parents had the similar motivation, that's quite brilliant.
Absolutely. But, absolutely. It's equal parts bravery and selflessness, right? They're thinking not just about their own child, but about other children and other parents, which is, very, very commendable.
So, the second part of my question was about the scalability of this, that it's such a hopeful story, but can this transmit for others at population scale?
Yeah, so it comes back to the technology as I explained it. You have this GPS, and you put in the address, so to speak, in the genome, and then it goes to that place and then makes the change. And that programmability is what allows for the scaling, right? So KJ has his own unique misspelling. The drug we made for him isn't going to do anything for anyone else. However, if all you
Sorry,
need to
I
do...
didn't get that. I'm not sure if the audience did.
Sure. So it's about the programmability, changing the GPS to a new place in the genome. So in KJ's case, the GPS was set, the address for his specific misspelling, his mutation, right? So that treatment would only work for him. It wouldn't work for anyone else. However, all you need to do is change that GPS. So the next kid that comes along, in principle, you change the GPS to match the site of their misspelling, their mutation, and now you have a version of the drug, the same drug, just change the GPS, that could potentially help them. And you can do that again and again and again. So in terms of scaling it up, in principle, you could do this over and over and over again and individualize to each patient. It could be a kid with one of these diseases. It doesn't have to be a kid. It could be adults with genetic diseases. And in fact, you can extend this even further and say, well, it doesn't have to be rare genetic diseases. You can actually treat much more common diseases like heart disease by using the same strategy. And instead of pointing it to a misspelling that's causing a devastating genetic disorder, it can actually point it at a cholesterol gene and turn it off. And then the idea is in a person who has heart disease, who is at risk for heart disease, you're pointing it at a cholesterol gene, and you're turning that cholesterol gene off. The cholesterol levels in the blood come way down, within a few days. And once they are down, because you're making changes in GNA, they are down for good. They never come back up again. So you've permanently reduced their cholesterol level. So in terms of scaling, we do think that we can help a lot of kids like KJ who have genetic diseases of various types caused by all these different misspellings and all these different genes. But we also think that this can be scaled to help people who are at risk for the leading cause of death worldwide, which is heart disease. So I think we all will potentially benefit from this technology. Now, it'll take time. I don't want to
misrepresent,
misrepresent exactly what's possible here. Yes, exactly right. It will take time. And for now, this is a very big limitation. For now, those soap bubbles I mentioned, they only really go to the liver, right? So if you have a disease that affects something other than the liver, then we don't yet have a good way to deliver CRISPR into that. So there are a lot of diseases, whether they affect the brain, whether they affect the muscles, whether they affect the heart, which I care about as a cardiologist, whether they affect the kidneys or the lungs. We're not quite yet at the point where we can make these therapies. We're getting there, but it will take some time. But as of right now, if there is something in the liver we can fix, in theory, we now have the ability to do that.
This is the most incredible story, Kiran. Even the vocabulary you're using is, we've been talking about at Synapse about genome mapping and how important it's becoming, in therapeutics alongside gene editing and bioengineering and all of that. But just now, just the word you used, the GPS, the fact that you can have a GPS to go and deliver a drug in some, absolute precise corner of your body. This is just like, it's mind-blowing stuff, So a big salute to you for the kind of work that you and Rebecca have done. But Kiran, I want to come to before we come to some of the other implications of gene editing, and you've written the CRISPR generation, and I want to share that with the audience. But before that, I do want to share the other marvelous idea you had. You kind of alluded to it, but the concept of having vaccines, genetic vaccines for heart attacks, I mean, that's another mind-blowing idea. Do tell us what that really entails, and then how close are you to the fruition of that?
That's actually making very good progress. So as I said, you can point the GPS, you can point CRISPR to wherever you want, right? Any of the 20,000 genes in the genome, any location out of those 3 billion letters in the genome. And so what we started working on almost 15 years, more like 13 years ago now, when CRISPR first came on the scene, was pointing CRISPR to any one of several cholesterol genes. So there are genes in the liver that push cholesterol levels up, and then there are genes in the liver that push cholesterol levels down. And the reason we have both types of genes is to achieve balance. You want not too high, not too low, sort of the Goldilocks, principle. And so you have these, these contrasting effects. Now, it turns out that none of us is really in danger of eating, of not eating enough cholesterol in our diet. So the genes that push up cholesterol levels, we don't really need them. If you get rid of one of them, it's okay. And in fact, about
Kiran, I have a question to ask you there, which is even
sure.
before heart attacks. Are you telling us that we can switch off the cholesterol gene, which means you can eat all the carbohydrates you want and nothing will happen to you?
Hold on. So the answer is yes, but also no. So yes, you could turn off a cholesterol gene well in advance of when you might get a heart attack. I mean, in my mind, the ideal time to take this would be when you're about 20 years of age. You're not at risk of getting a heart attack for the most part until you're, into your 60s or 70s, but it's a chronic disease process. It takes decades to build up, and exposure to cholesterol over the lifetime is what puts you at risk for heart attack, and stroke for that matter as well. So if you can turn off the spigot early, so to speak, and reduce the exposure to cholesterol, yes, you can reduce the cholesterol. Now, does that give you license to, as you said, eat a lot of carbohydrates or eat, bad diet, not exercise, not take care of yourself? The answer is it gives you a little bit of margin, but the truth is that, you can undo the good that you do with, reducing your cholesterol levels by, not taking good care of yourself, by making poor decisions with respect to health and lifestyle. And then there are other diseases you have to worry about. If you just eat carbohydrates all the time, you're probably putting yourself at a big risk of getting diabetes. And so, it's not just about heart disease, it's about staying healthy, in all ways, right?
But ancillary question to that is that if you can switch off a cholesterol gene, as you discover and map the human body to this level of minuscule detail, is it possible that we'll live to see a generation where you can switch off all the kind of diseases which are systemic, and you can just switch off all those levers? And so you really kind of, in one switch, eradicate many of the diseases that haunt the human race right now?
I think it's possible. So we're starting with heart disease. We know that there are cholesterol genes. We know there are people walking around who are naturally born with cholesterol genes turned off through changes, misspellings in the DNA, but good misspellings that they inherited from their parents. They got lucky. They won the genetic lottery, as I like to say, because the genes turned off, from when they're conceived, from the time they're born. They are exposed to low levels of cholesterol for their entire lifetime. And we know that reduces their risk of heart attacks and stroke by 80%, 90% compared to the average person. That means it's pushing off heart attacks decades to the point where they're probably not going to live long enough to even have a heart attack. They're going to, have some other thing, some other issue. And so if we can do that with gene editing, if we can do that with CRISPR and say any 20-year-old and basically turn off the cholesterol gene, just like those people who won the genetic lottery, but now you don't have to win the lottery. We can do it for you, right? Then yes, if you do it early enough, it will push off again heart attack and stroke by decades. You will live longer on average. If enough people in the population took this, it would improve life expectancy because heart disease is the leading cause of death worldwide. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter if you're in India. It doesn't matter if you're in the United States. It is the leading cause of death worldwide. And so there's the potential to really make an impact on human longevity. But exactly as you said, it's not just heart disease, right? There are many other conditions we'd love to be able to treat, from the get-go. We'd like to be able to tackle cancer. We'd like to be able to tackle diabetes and neurodegenerative diseases and lots of other issues. And I think it'll take some time, but I do think this gene editing strategy, if you find the right genes, find the right levers, as you described it, yes, I think maybe a generation from now, maybe 2 generations from now, we could get to the point where routinely individuals, when they're at a relatively young age, will get a combination gene editing therapy that will pull on this lever, push this lever, and re-engineer health in such a way that people will inevitably live healthier, longer lives.
Wow.
I think that is a...
This is pretty sci-fi stuff, it's really amazing, Kiran. So one question that's remained unanswered is that what is the cost of this now and what do you foresee it'll become? Will it be affordable to do this?
Yeah, so at the present time, this is so new, right? And we're just learning how to do this and we're still iterating and improving the technology and, figuring how to scale it up. So it's relatively expensive, but as I explained in KJ's case, the standard of care is you're in the hospital for a long time, and I didn't really go into it, but you're getting things like dialysis, and you're getting some pretty expensive medications to try to keep the ammonia levels under control. And then the only way we really have to definitively treat it, or at least before KJ was treated, was liver transplant. And that's not a cheap, inexpensive procedure. That's a big deal. That's a major surgery, and there are a lot of risks associated with that. And then you have to be on a lifetime of immunosuppression, so that means more chronic medications. And so, to put it in context, in U.S. dollars, a liver transplant, it's about $1 million, right? And that's the standard of care. And to make one of these gene editing therapies right now is several $100,000. So it's already comparable to the standard of care. As we get better and better at doing this, and as we scale it up, and economies of scale will kick in, that cost will fall. It starts at several $100,000, but I think give it a few years and we get it down to tens of thousands of dollars, and then maybe eventually when this is really scaled up, you get it down to thousands of dollars, and then you're really talking about entirely rewriting, human disease for, relatively affordable price, then I think, it makes a lot of sense.
But Kiran, so, now that we've kind of explored the miraculous potential of this, there are all the other ancillary questions. And, you wrote The CRISPR Generation, which was about the Chinese scientist, He Jiankui. Is that how you pronounce it? Where he gene edited the germline of twins before they were born. He went to jail for it, and I would love to know your perspective on that in terms of, was he pushing science? Was he taking risks that future generations will thank him for? Because he's kind of really stood by his work. So one, your perspective on him, because you've called it the CRISPR generation. We're being born into, generations being born now, like you said, will be able to switch off, switch on every aspect of their body, and it doesn't only stop at disease. It could go to qualities, it could go to the color of your hair, your eyes, beautification. Jennifer Doudna, when she came up with CRISPR and she won the Nobel for it, she's spoken about having a nightmare actually and seeing Hitler's face and thinking, oh my God, what have I done? What have we unleashed into the world? Because it can have such far-reaching ramifications, you know. So first, do tell us what was your perspective on the Chinese scientists' work, and then I'd like to ask you something more beyond that, you know.
So when the news came out, this was November of 2018, I was one of the most outspoken critics. I spoke up very early and very loudly, and I was pleased to see that the consensus among the scientific community matched mine perfectly. This was bad science. It was a scientific disaster because, frankly, he didn't know what he was doing. And so when he tried to change these embryos, the idea was to make the babies who got the editing as embryos, to make them more resistant to HIV infection. It just went horribly awry. Like, not only did it mess up the gene that he was trying to target, but it also caused a lot of additional changes. It was a scientific disaster. But on top of that,
just so that the audience knows about that, Kiran, the twins are still alive, and you're saying the genetic experiment went horribly bad. What has happened to the twins? Because there isn't that much coverage on it anymore.
we don't know. We have no idea.
You don't know.
We have no idea if the editing had any negative health consequences. I hope not, but there is a strong possibility that there were unanticipated consequences. We simply don't know. There's no information that's come out about them. And, you know, I'm actually okay with that because, you know, they were subjected to this horrible experimentation. You know, I don't want them to be poked and prodded and, you know, like, be very public. Like, you know, enough has been done to them, like, let them be. But I think that highlights that it wasn't just a scientific disaster, it was an ethical disaster. It was framed as a clinical trial, but it had none of the actual conditions of a clinical trial where things are thought through in a very ethical way, where there is informed consent, where there's a balancing of benefits and risks. Unequivocally, in that case, the risks far outweighed the benefits. And the other issue that you pointed out is when you do it as an embryo, it potentially not affects the people who arise from the embryos, but all future generations that arise from those people, because you're changing every cell in the body, including the germ cells, that, you know, the sperm, the egg, depending on male or female, and they can get passed along. And so, to me, that goes beyond the pale, right? Even if it was scientifically perfect, which it was not, and it will be a long time before it ever will be when you're doing things with embryos for a variety of technical reasons we don't need to get into. Even if it was scientifically perfect, it was an egregious ethical lapse on many levels. You could write a whole, in fact, I have taught lectures and, you know, written books, as you said, about like every way that this was a violation of ethical codes that have been intact since World War II. You mentioned Hitler, you know, the Nuremberg war trial, you know, going all the way back to the 1940s.
But Kiran, you know, at Synapse, we've been examining the celebratory potential as well as the ethical, social, moral implications of all technologies, you know, from AI to robotics to bioengineering to longevity and all of that. So here, one was that you said this was just ethically wrong at every level. To do it to an embryo, it has cascade effects across generations. It was wrong, it was badly done, all of that. But even in the genetic engineering therapies that you are developing, or that Jennifer Doudna and, you know, so many others have now made possible, and it's almost available across the counter, you know, or will soon be, then people will be able to play with the genetic codes of, like I said, you know, it could be your hair, your vanity, it could be particular qualities. You want a better sportsman as a kid, you want a more compassionate child. Like, as your genetic detective work gets more and more precise, all of these possibilities could open up. So one, what do you think of that? Is it possible to guardrail it? And do you still think that one should go ahead with this, you know, really, really frontier technology? How do you see it playing out?
Well, look, any new technology has the potential to do enormous good, but also for misuse. And that's just as true of gene editing as any other technology we've ever had at our disposal. And so, you know, as a realist, I would say you have to take the good with the bad. You can try to deter bad actors, but it's probably very, very challenging to entirely eliminate bad actors or prevent them from doing things. You put up guardrails, you put in legislation, you put in regulations, you try to control things. There will always be bad actors who will try to get around it, but that's true in every facet of our lives, right? You know, You can legislate all you want against murder. It still happens, but we deter it by applying very, very harsh penalties. And I think that's the kind of thing that is called for here.
We have to transmit this Zoom call to Jan LeCun because, you know, he was talking about building world models of AI, and we were arguing with him because he kept saying, oh, we'll just put laws around these models and they'll behave perfectly. And we kept telling him that, you know, children don't behave, human beings don't behave in terms of what has been laid out as law. So there's always that possibility of disruption. But just last question, Kiran, which is a more medical question, that, you know, other conversations have been about how complex the human body is, how interconnected, you know, it's a network effect. Homeostasis is kept together by so many different variables. So when you play with the genetic switch of any one aspect of the human body, can it have cascade effects in other unanticipated ways? So is there also still a medical anxiety around doing gene editing?
Yeah, that's a very, very astute question. So it really depends what you're doing. So in a case like KJ, he had a misspelling that was causing disease. And so there wasn't really any question that if we could correct the misspelling to the normal spelling that everyone else in the human species has, there really isn't any possibility of unintended consequences because everybody else, literally everybody else in the human species has that correct spelling and is healthy because of it. So in those kinds of situations, you don't have to worry so much. When you're talking about turning off cholesterol genes, there we have evidence that there aren't going to be unintended consequences because, as I said, there are people naturally born with the gene turned off, and there are enough of those people that you can study them and really be able to conclude, okay, if that cholesterol gene is turned off, are there good consequences? Are there bad consequences? The answer is yes. There are good consequences. They are greatly protected against heart disease. And what we have seen by studying, many individuals like this is that there don't seem to be any adverse consequences. There doesn't seem to be any downside in terms of health. And so that gives us a lot of confidence that if we turn that gene off, nature has already done the experiment for us. Where things get trickier is if you start taking on more complex things like intelligence or, personality or things that are very, very complicated. Then you go in and start changing genes, and then it becomes much messier in terms of trying to predict what the consequences are. And I would be very, very cautious about, trying to do that sort of thing.
But what about age? That's the one global conversation now is about longevity and reversing age. So would it be possible to, turn off the switches, the epigenetic switches or senescent cells or whatever it is, the combination that creates age? We had a session earlier where we had scientists and entrepreneurs who were talking about age itself as a disease. So would you be comfortable with switching off those things which create age?
I would be comfortable if we actually knew what they were. I'm not convinced we're anywhere near to understanding what they were. I will say this, if you turn off a cholesterol gene, that is the most surefire way to improve longevity, because that will push off heart attack and stroke by decades. And that, again, as I said, is the leading cause of death worldwide. Maybe if enough people get this kind of treatment, it will no longer be the leading cause of death worldwide. And on average, people will live years longer because of that. So that's probably the most straightforward way to actually achieve longevity. You don't need to find anything new. You don't have to talk about epigenetics or this or that. We already know how to do it. Turn off the cholesterol gene. Promote cardiovascular health. Help people live longer. But I do take your point. There are other levers to pull on. We just, I feel, don't quite understand what those are and what the potential unintended consequences. But that's why we do research. That's what science is about. It's about discovery, and maybe over the coming years, we'll learn enough about some of these levers that, yes, it will make sense to use something like gene editing to pull on those levers and help everyone live longer, healthier lives.
Thank you so much, Kiran. We showed little pictures of baby KJ before you came online. And it was just like, I literally was grinning ear to ear, seeing the little baby toddling back home and then surrounded with all his siblings. You made that possible. So big salute to you and Rebecca. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Next time you have to do this in person. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for being patient with that. Like we said, we didn't want to let that particular session go. And now to the last session of the day. You know, I would have asked you a question. We were planning a town hall with the robots, but we have one session and then the robots. So I would like a show of hands that how many of you would like a town hall with the robots where you get to question them? Or should we just junk that session? It's wonderful to have inanimate objects as of now where you can switch them off without them having any agency on it. So how many of you would like to have a town hall, or should we just not do that? Okay, that's very few of you. So I would suggest that you can meet them. We're going to make it possible. And you can have an interaction with the robots. But we'll treat this as the last session of the day. Because we went over, you know, we've extended beyond what we intended. So for the last session of the day is a very interesting one. Because this is about technology and fashion. And that brings it very close to our lived lives. Coperni is Arno and Sebastian. They've really pushed the boundaries of fashion by using and infusing technology. They made global news a few years ago when they live spray painted a dress onto Bella Hadid on stage. You know, she was almost naked. They spray painted her and it turned into a fabric. You know, it was as sci-fi as it could get. It became viral news. We have them here today to share their vision, to talk about their creations, and that's another realm of wonder and creativity. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me on welcoming Sebastian and Arno on stage. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Hi, Sebastian. We haven't met.
Hello, everybody.
So, you know, we're going to do this as a kind of click-through. I'm doing it so that you can keep seeing their work as we discuss it. But I first wanted to draw you into sharing what is the vision, you know, the lived experiences that you want to create. What was the idea that has really driven these fashion creations, from the Bella Hadid dress to the meteorite bags, to, you know, some of the things that we'll see on screen very soon. What is the philosophy that is driving your creativity?
I mean, first of all, I would like to thank Shoma and the entire Synapse team for having us. It's an honor to speak alongside these amazing speakers. The philosophy behind Coperni is all about fashion and technology. The idea is to build bridges between fashion and innovation in general. Sebastian, our creative director, is not fascinated by classic couturier, classic designers, but he's literally obsessed with Steve Jobs or Nicolas Copernicus, actually, which is the name, the inspiration of the name Coperni. And yeah, in every project, every show, everything, we try to insert tech and innovation because we feel that we have a duty to constantly.
Yeah, I think it's our responsibility to push boundaries and to propose like new solution, new vision for the future. It's our duty, our generation to do it.
You know, I've never used these clickers, so I'm just going to do this once to start. Okay, so there are these milestones, you know, these milestone shows that kind of speak of your idea of lived experiences, pushing boundaries. Do talk to us about these shows that are, you know, on the screens right now.
I mean, I believe that with the idea of innovation, there is an idea of daring that Sebastians adore, which is to always invent and try things. And this fashion show, for instance, was the very first one of being disruptive designers. It was during the pandemic and the shows were forbidden. And we had the idea of doing a car partnership and having the models walking in the middle of the cars, which was incredible because all the shows were forbidden and we were the only fashion show of the Fashion Week. And after that, we had the chance to do the very first show at Disneyland Paris and also in an amazing location, always inspired by tech, basically.
So what was exciting about, you know, this collaboration with Hollywood actors and icons? And talk to us a little bit about that, Sebastian. What was the idea that drove the Disney collaboration and others?
You know, it's funny because Disney approached us like a few years ago and for a collaboration, but it was not the good angle, you know. And at the end of the meeting, I was like, you know what, maybe let's do a show at the park. and they was not thinking about it. And it's funny that sometimes you just have to come with idea, and magic happened. And so after that, it was a long journey of organization because it's a huge company compared to Copernic. And but it was beautiful, and we found connection between Disney and Copernic because Walt Disney himself was an innovator. So we found a lot of connection, and we created like beautiful products from this collection. For example, the bag we did in 3D printing, but in gel, in the liquid box. And it was a reminder of Ariel, La Petite Sirène, Ariel, the Little Mermaid. So it was a beautiful project.
So I want to talk about this, which is now on screen. This is the one that made global news. Tell us about this interaction that you had. How did this collaboration come up, and what is this material? It's completely sci-fi. That's Bella Hadid. She's going to come on right now.
It was phenomenal. This was the classic collection that was an homage to women in general, their strength, their bodies, and everything. And at the end, Sebastian had this idea of doing a live performance and to sublimate the body. And Bella Hadid has been the most brave and beautiful person to do this project. And we collaborated with this amazing scientist whose name is Manel Torres, who invented this liquid, which is actually, it's a secret recipe, obviously.
But it's made of cellulose.
It's made of cellulose and other things. And with the contact of the air and the skin, it becomes a real fabric. So you can see that at the end we cut, here we can see the details, and it's crazy. It's like a spider effect, and then it becomes like a jersey that you can wash and reuse.
Oh, so it can be reused?
Yeah. And you can put it back in the solution, and it's, how do you say, it's diffuse, and it become again what?
So it again becomes the material.
Exactly, and you
can
spray
make a
it
new
again.
dress of a.
Yeah.
Wow, so do you have this in your collection, or this is a one-off piece that's never been repeated?
Yeah. We do have it in our archives, and it was a very unique moment, but it's good to show the philosophy of Copernic, and I like to use the brand as a platform for tech. For instance, this scientist, after the show, it became viral. We generated almost 50 million media impact value, which is unbelievable, which is even more than Chanel and Dior, I believe. Can you imagine big brands in France?
But I'm just thinking, I didn't know this at all, that the material can be reused. You might be murdered, because that would put the entire garment business in the world out of business. Because if you can get that solution and keep remaking clothes for yourself in new designs, new forms on your body, that's an incredible thing. So what stops it from being available off the shelf as a kind of material bottle that you can generate dresses from?
This moment actually brought a lot of visibility to the scientist, Manel, and after the Copernic project, I believe he raised
millions.
I don't know the numbers, but I know that it was amazing for him as a platform to use Copernic as a platform. So we try to build these bridges between fashion and tech all the time.
Yeah, but it's difficult because as a designer we want to create clothes that we can sell, and for example with this project and this material, it was more like experimental. And so it's a bit frustrating sometimes, but at the same time, we are the duty with our platform to showcase new ideas and new technology. So maybe it's not ready yet to be commercialized, but it's good to show to the world, that it exists.
And to open conversation. That's the purpose, to always make people think. And the robot show was actually the best conversation.
I was just going to show that you did a collaboration with Boston Dynamics and robots. We've just junked the robots. So tell us about these ones. What was the idea driving this?
The main inspiration was a fable, a poem by Jean de La Fontaine, who is the most famous poet in France, which is called The Wolf and the Lamb, and we wanted to replace the wolf and the lamb by the robot and the human to show how we can live in harmony, how humans should believe in technology and embrace technology to open these conversations. And it was a phenomenal show. We had to go to Boston to convince them to work with us, and then we had to hire a choreographer to train the robots to do the show we wanted.
Yeah. Sebastian, talk to us about this one. You know, it's...
Oh, yeah.
This is your meteorite bag as well as your, the air bag that we'll come to. Talk to us about the whole idea of these bags. This is like 55,000 years old. That's incredible.
And just as a reminder, the first day we created Coperni, we did this bag, the swipe bag, which is inspired by the airplane mode on the iPhone. And every season we try to do it in the new material. So we started with a glass bag in glass. And it's funny because the first day I asked Arnaud, okay, I want to do it in glass, blah, blah. And he was like, it's a bad idea, it's going to break, blah, blah. But at the end, the feedback from the client and from the audience was amazing. So we were like, okay, maybe there is a place to create like beautiful products that generate emotion, you know? So we started with the glass, and after we did the meteorite, exactly, and
which is a meteorite that arrived on Earth 55,000 years ago, and Sebastian was like, you have to buy this meteorite. I was like, sure. So I found the meteorite, and then we sculpted it into a bag shape, and then the most crazy one, I believe, was the air.
Yeah, we should go to that.
No,
it was before, but
it was before. Never mind. It's an airbag. We collaborated with another scientist whose name is Ioannis Michaelus, who we contacted the NASA on Instagram, and because they use this very rare material called aerogel, which they use to catch the stardust.
So it's the satellite in the space, because it's it's like opaque, very dense. And so we asked scientists to create a swipe bag with this material, and they were like, it's impossible, it's going to break, blah, blah. And at the end, we did it. And
it's made of 99% of air and 1% of bag. So it's basically a cloud.
Glass.
Yeah, it's like a cloud. You know, I just want I don't think we can go back to it, can we? No, you can't. So
or maybe it's after, anyway.
Yeah, it was the white bag. So it's, just do share the facts around it. It's just 33 grams. It's the lightest object on Earth. It's 99% air.
Exactly.
It's made of, tell us the facts of this.
The process was crazy because Sebastian, once again, is the creative mind and I'm more the business. And we had to find someone who accepted to do a big object using aerogel because it's very fragile. So we had to do a lot of tests. And even the day of the show, it was on the catwalk on the runway, and we were so scared that the model would break it, but it was fine. And yeah, he had to do 1 test, 2 tests, 3 tests, 4 tests, 5 tests. And the day he came to Paris to deliver the bag, we were so emotional because it's R&D, it's research and development that we have done a lot in our career at Balenciaga and everywhere. But this time we built a cloud. It was great.
Sebastian, talk to us about that. Just the poetry of saying a cloud as a bag. And you said this is what is used to catch stardust.
Yeah.
What does that even mean? Do tell that to the audience.
But I'm not a professional about space and blah, blah, but what I understood is that NASA used it in the satellite, but in like a plaque, very small object, and very thin. And for the first time, this scientist did a real object. And what I understood is that it's the biggest object someone created in aerogel, in this material. So it's a challenge. It's something like phenomenal. So yeah, we were very proud of this project.
So is this something that is in your collection, or did someone buy it? And
I mean, we sell few. The thing with the special bags like this, meteorite, air, and everything, is that it's very expensive, obviously. The classic swipe bag made in leather retails at about 600 euros. But the other ones are crazy. The most expensive one we did was it was a full gold bag.
A full gold bag?
Yeah, made of gold. So it was a crazy.
I know a buyer in India who'll buy that.
Maybe. And it was made, it was more than 100,000 euros, I believe, but it was...
that's pennies for the people I'm thinking about.
And the good thing is that we have to be agile, because we're a small company. So the gold bag, for instance, we called the person who do our jewelry, like rings and stuff, because he has to use gold, right, as a material. So he ordered the gold for us. He did the bag. We put it on the runway on this beautiful model called Vittoria. And then he came back and he reused the gold for other projects.
Right. We'll go through this one quickly because we're not as fascinated with it as you are. So I'm still just giving you a chance to speak about it. This was your LAN party, Sebastian. I know that you're really excited about this. Tell us what was the idea behind it and why are you so excited about it?
So for the one who doesn't know what is a LAN party is something from the 90s, before internet, when people gather to connect with the local area network, and they played video game. They did like anyway. It was like a beautiful gathering, very human, very in physical world, and so we wanted to pay tribute to this. To this thing. So we organized a real LAN party, and we asked 200 gamers to come, and they played during one day video games, and it was a real competition, and we decided to do the show during this competition.
Yeah.
So it was an experience for the guests, but also for the viewer online.
Yeah. And that is where you use this metaverse glass, so the Ray-Ban, which again, it's that kind of frontier of technology of immersive metaverse. Talk to us about this. What's special about this and what is it telling us where we are headed?
So as you understand, we love technology. I don't know if it's the case for all but for fashion, it has to be the right time, right? So it has to be the good time and it has to be not gimmicky. And these glasses are perfection because we received the first version and it was a bit too early, so it didn't connect quickly. The quality of the pictures was not amazing, while this new version of the Ray-Ban Meta was perfect. You can do phone calls, you can take pictures, the quality is fab, it goes super fast. And they accepted to do a collaboration with us, and it was great. We use them every day.
So these glasses, you're telling me when you put it on, you basically get immersed in the world you are already in, or you get immersed into other worlds?
No, that's the real world. They are actually launching a new version, I believe, towards the end of this year, where you can see in the screens. But these ones are the classic one.
But you can record, you can listen music, you can call, you can ask your AI to the direction or whatever.
Right. Now, do talk to us about this particular one, which is just amazing. Which is like a living material. So tell us what it's made of, what is the idea behind it, and again, like how do you use it for your fashion?
So this is a new line that we just launched during the previous show, and it's called C+ Carewear, and it's the idea of creating a new product that can care for your body. So we partnership with a Swiss airline company called HQ, and they developed a formula that you can apply on clothes, on fabric. And for instance, this one is the first range that we just launched, is the regenerative garments, and it's made of a symbiotic, which is a blend of prebiotic and probiotic that can nurture your skin and rebalance your microbiome and act as an anti-aging, etc. So it's a new way of wearing clothes.
It's amazing. It's like wearing a cream, basically. And it's true that before, clothes were here to protect and then to express something as a style. And now clothes can actually do care for the body, which is amazing and very new.
So this is a material that has a probiotic and a prebiotic built into it. And like they said, it kind of cares for your body. It's really, really, it's just an amazing idea, you know. So tell me, is this something that you can do commercially, or is this, again, an experimental idea?
Yeah, and we are very proud because for the first time, we achieve a project that is innovative but commercial at the same time. And we work very hard on the price because, you know, as a young brand, the price is so important. And you want to explain? The position. Yeah.
And because of the margin and everything, we basically sell in about 200 stores in the world. We don't have our own store, but we sell through Galeries Lafayette in India, for instance. And there is always the margin of the retailer, while this project is only for our e-shop, so it's direct to consumer, which is great because we can lower the margin and achieve better price for our final consumers. So this line of leggings and bodysuits and tops retail around like 160 euros, which is affordable for a tech product, which is great.
And I think it's a new way to, it's a new fashion. I don't know how to say, but today we see that the body, it's become something so important. It's like a project, you know, everyone, like, you can track your body, you can understand it with the app, with the everything, with the wellness, blah, blah. So yeah, it's a new world, you know, and we want to explore it because, yeah.
That's the note I want to end on. You literally gave me the phrase on which to end the entire Synapse conference. It is a new world. You know, everything we've heard, the boundaries of everything is being pushed. And we're ending on fashion, which, like I said, is the intimate part of who we are, what we wear. And it's fascinating, the technologies, you know, of body, mind, robotics, AI, all of it is pointing us to a new world. This has been 2 days of exploring that. We're really happy to end on this note. Clothes that care for us, built with technology and new sciences. Thank you very much, Kopari. It's been wonderful, Arno and Sebastian.
Thank you, Shoma.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience. We come to the end of Synapse. I'd like to end by thanking all our partners, my own partner, Aditya Puri, and the most celebratory moment for me is to call the entire Synapse team on stage. Please do give them a very warm and big round of applause. It's a wonderful young team, and I'm going to call out their names. I'd love to have them all join us on stage. I'd like to start with Aditya Puri, as I said, my partner, my synaptic connection. Ads, if you're here, please do come. Taruna, she's our sword arm. I'm no longer going to describe who's who, because after the last edition of Synapse, there were many people who reached out trying to poach on our team, and I'm really glad that nobody jumped ship. But I'm not going to describe what they do. Each and every member of them is a crucial node in what helps put Synapse together, and we're very proud of that team. So Taruna, do join us on stage. There's Dipanjali, Aishwarya, Ritika, Manik, Atharv. I can't see any of you. Do come on stage. There's Navamita, Noor, Dipanshu, Prateek. Where's the team? There's Ira, James, Aditi, Ritvik, Simran Khungar, Simran Kaur, Santosh, Gautam from Rocket, Uttarayan, Anish. Some of them are not here. Shorudeep, Suraj. There's Mansi, Ria, Maitri. There's Mallika, Kamal, Himanshu, Yuvraj, Bushra, Sumit, Pankaj, the team on the console, Shalu, Sarthak, Vasu, Ram. There's Vox Pop, the team that's been, doing that. Kamran, Gurpreet, Kajal, and then Kishore, Moina, Julika, Raju, and a whole lot of others who helped put this together. Pari, Shabina, Manisha, Valmik, Kabir, Shibani, Shreya, and Shiv. please do come on stage. It's all of you who've helped make this possible. Thank you so much for being the most wonderful team. Thank you. Thank you for being so wonderful as an audience. It's been a pleasure to do this with you. Thank you. There's dinner and cocktails outside. Do join us, and we look forward to celebrating the end of Synapse. Thank you very much.